Hello everyone, welcome back to Dented Code with another tutorial. Learn the MERN stack by building a huge real-life project. I'm so excited today because we are going to finish building our CRM ticket system for front-end client today. I want to thank you so much for you guys for showing your love and support for my part 1 tutorial of this project. I hope you have learned really valuable information from part 1, and I'm hoping this part 2 tutorial will take your skill to the next level. Just a quick reminder guys, this is the part 2 of this project. The part 1 is previously released, so if you haven't watched that tutorial, please go and watch that, because all the tutorial will be built on the top of the project that has been built in the previous tutorial. So if you just start from here, you're gonna kind of lost. So please go watch the previous tutorial and come back to this tutorial. And if you wanna watch this tutorial as a multiple episode, then I'll put the link in the description below, or you can find in the card here or somewhere here on the screen. Or if you're like me, want to watch long tutorial series at once, then keep watching. Just sorry about the little bit delay for this tutorial release, because I was a little bit busy doing some cool stuff behind the scene. And if you are from Sydney and if you are curious about what I'm up to, then you may want to go to dentedcode.com and see what I'm up to. Hey, if you are here for the first time, my name is Premacharya from Sydney. I create tutorials related to full stack web development, and if you want to build your full stack web development skill, and or you want to take the full stack development skill to the next level, please subscribe the channel. And if you like this tutorial, please don't forget to give me thumbs up, write some comment in the comment section. That will really help me with the YouTube algorithm. Thank you so much for doing that. With that saying, let's jump into the computer and let's dance in the keyboard. See you inside. Okay guys, let's start with the README file here. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to create the API routes for the B1/ticket. We will have 6 routes. If you can see, we have exactly B1/ticket on all of them, but we have a different Bob. So that is the standard for RESTful API convention. So we are going to create all of them, and we have a description here. What is the URL endpoint gonna work? Okay, so in the delete we don't need, so I'm gonna delete that and set the file. Guys, before we start coding, if you don't know what is CRUD, let me give you a quick explanation of it. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. So this is the query you can do over your database table. So in our case, we will going to do create ticket, read ticket, update ticket, delete ticket from our database. So that's what the CRUD is, just in case if you are still new to the CRUD concept. So with that done, let's go ahead and start building the actual route. So let's go to the routers folder, and we have ticket.routers.js. If you have been following along, you probably have this folder file already. If it is not, you can create this file now. And inside this file, all we are doing here is importing Express, and we are defining router to handle all our router. And I have defined here router.all. What it does is that it will capture all the routes that is coming for this specific route endpoint, and we can simply always return the message from here. Or if you want to go to the another router URI, we can always pass to the next router with just the calling function next. So in our case, of course, we're going to do that. So I'm going to comment this out and save like that. So next we are going to let's have a look what we're going to do. Actually, you know what, let me write the workflow of this tutorial. So this is going to be our workflow for today. So we're basically going to create the URL endpoints for all of that 6 of them, and we will receive the new ticket data from client. We have to authorize every time user sends the data with the JSON web token, because this is the private route. And then we will insert them into the Mongo database, and we will retrieve all the tickets for that specific user. We have a ticket of retrieving a single ticket from the database. We have to update that ticket. Conversation message, like when client sends the message or operator sends the message, we need to update those messages within the same ticket. And we will update the ticket status, and we will delete the ticket if we need. But in the case of ticket CRM system, we shouldn't delete any ticket, but just the sake of this tutorial, so that you guys also know how you can delete the ticket, I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay guys, so let's do the create URL endpoints. So here what I'm gonna do, simply say router.post method, because we are going to receive the data. So we're going to have a post method, and simply put /. It will, and then we always receive request and response. And I'm just gonna simply say rest.json for now, and say message to do create new ticket. Okay, so only by putting / how it's gonna work. Let me show you. Let me save this file. So if you go to our app.js, we have load this router here as a ticket router. So this is the file path router/ticket.router, which is here, and we have used this router here and telling our Express, saying, hey Express, if you see any router call that starts with b1/ticket, please forward to this file. So anything else comes behind this one will be handled within this file, which is here. So let me delete that. And so by doing this, basically what happens, if we call this URL endpoint here like so, it will capture in our this line of the code, and it will forward all the routes request to this file, which we are working on it now. So just want to show you how it works. Let me just quickly show you the what it happens when you make a call. So in this tutorial, I'm going to use the software called Postman to make a call for all the router endpoint. Okay, let's run the application first. So okay, I have run the application here, which is ready on http/localhost 3001 the port is, and we are calling that server, and b1/ticket is our router endpoint, right? So let's call that, and we don't need to type anything further, because this one, if we say, so if we want to send just the post request, we can change the verb and send this, and you can see to do create new ticket is returned back from the server status 200, okay, which is coming from here. So now this one is done. Now we can do all of our logic here to create actually receive the ticket and insert into database. Let's do this to person. I'm gonna just paste here. I'm just writing these comments so that you guys don't get lost while we switching between the files and continue writing codes. Okay, so let's send the ticket first, right? So what are we going to send from our client is, so in our post we will have go to the body, go to the raw, and choose the JSON from the select here, and from our client we will send the subject of the ticket, yes, and sender name, which is in my case my name, and the actual message that to be stored in database. So let's say client has a form issue, he can say his name and then message, contact form is not working, please fix it as soon as possible. That's the message client gonna send to us, and let's capture that message. So this message will come in our request.body, that you can simply do const, we have subject sender message coming from request.body. And now if you just want to confirm, you can do so by console.log, and you can just print the console.body just to see what's coming here. Maybe I can make side by side here. I have a space like that. Okay, let's send this request, and now you can see in our console that we have the exactly same object coming, which we are sending from our client. So this is, we are just destructuring from the body.request those values. So now we got this part is done as well, and so this part is done, and now we need to do is insert in our Mongo database. So before we insert in our Mongo database, we have to create the schema, which is kind of table for the database or collection in terms of Mongo terms, and then we have to define the collection schema, and we have to define what value you want to put in the database. So let's do that. Let's go in our model here and create a folder name called ticket, and inside ticket we will have two files. One ticket.schema.js, and the another file is the ticket.js. Okay, the file is created. So what I'm gonna do, go to the schema file, and I'm gonna borrow some code from our user schema. So I'm gonna copy this all first and paste in our ticket schema, and I'll go line by line to explain you what we doing, why we doing. So here we need to import Mongoose from Mongoose library. It provides us a schema where we can create the table inside as an object. So once you get the schema out of the Mongoose schema, we define this one. Let's say we say ticket schema here, and that's the new schema, and inside here we create an object. These are the field in our database. So in our case, if you go to our client, we are getting subject, sender, and message. So we are going to save those value with many more other things. So in our database, what are we going to store is definitely first I'm going to go one more step up here. I'm going to need to save the client ID, actually which client has opened this ID or which client is associated to this ticket. So simply do client ID. So we need to define the types. Whenever you define the schema for your database, you need to define the types of your field here. So this one going to be object ID type. So let's do schema.types.object ID, and we will need the subject of the ticket, subject, that's the string type, and maximum length maybe 100, and require true. And whenever you put require, maybe it's a good idea to provide default just to prevent some problem later on. Just leave empty. and we also need subject, and we need the ticket open date, open at, and it's going to be a date type. I'll just copy from here. So the type is date, require true, and then default is that date.now will give us the date of whenever data is inserted here. It will put the date and time of that time. So that's what we need. And we need status. Actually, for status I can utilize this one. So it's going to be string, maybe status will be 30, require true, and I want to provide default. I'm going to say, we'll talk more about this later, but for now I'm going to say pending operator response. That's all for the status. And here what we're gonna need is, let me delete the rest of the schema here. So we got the client ID, we got subject, we have where the date of the ticket open date, we have ticket open date, and we have the status. So we need the conversation history now. Conversation, this one will be the collection of the object. So in our object, now we have to define like this way. If we have multiple objects to be stored in a array, define like so. And again, we need to pass the property that we're gonna have in our message history. So what we're gonna need is, definitely we're gonna need a message, and the string, it is a string type. Let's provide thousands for the character length, require true, and then default value, just leave it empty. And we need to know who is sending this message, operator or the client. So let's do sender. They will simply just put the name. So this is also type string. I'm gonna just copy and paste here, and probably we're gonna need 50 maybe. I haven't seen any name character longer than 50, so hopefully that will do. Make sure you put comma, and we will put the date when this message was replied. So message at, and this is going to be type date. So simply let's copy from this date and save that. So let me quickly go over here. So we are importing Mongoose here. We have defined the schema that Mongoose provide from mongoose.schema. And inside the schema, we can provide what value we are going to store. And we are creating this one as a variable called ticket schema. And inside here, we are storing client ID, which is the type of the object. So we have to provide the type, and other options are optional, whether you want to put or not. So we need subject. We have this, the string type, and max length with of 100. And it's required true, and default is empty string. We also have the open date of the ticket. We have a status of the ticket, and we will have the list of the conversation in our conversation array. So that's all is done here. And now we need to pass this variable down here, and this is the table name. So we are going to write ticket. So this is the collection name for our database, and this is how we define the database, saying mongoose.model, and we now export this model as a ticket schema here, so that we can call this model and do the query over this database. So this is done. Let's go to our ticket module, and here what we need to do is, first thing is we need to import that ticket schema. So do const ticket schema require, to simply require, and then put the file path, which is ticket schema. And now let's start creating the function that does the query in the database. So the first one, we will say const insert ticket. So we will have a ticket object. That's a new ticket object. We will receive that as a parameter. And now we can do the query. So I want to run in try catch block in case if we run into some weird situation where we can simply reject the error. And I want to create this one. I want to return the promises. So to do that, we need to do return new promises, and we have two options. Either we will resolve data or reject the error. That's a definitely error function, and put try catch block inside that promise. And here now, if you want to store the data, the way we do is we first call the schema and call the method called save and pass the parameter or object that we want to store in our database. And we will have two of one thing. So we will have then, or we will have catch. So if the insert is successfully without any issue, we will receive data. So data that we have inserted in our database. And now we can simply resolve this data, or we will have an error. So we can simply reject that error. We don't even need this curly bracket. We can simply do like this to return it. So, and if we have any system error, we can reject that too. Say reject error from here. Okay, let's export this function down here. do module.exports and put in the parenthesis and save it, because we are going to have a multiple function here. So we are going to export as a function, sorry, as an object, and we'll destructure and import this one in our ticket.router. So go on the top here, let me import here. So const insert ticket require from our module / ticket / the ticket module. And what we can do now is go down here and call that function and pass the result value. So I'm going to say const result equals to, we can await and then pass the data here. So we need to work on that data a little bit. Before that, make sure you make this function async, otherwise it will throw the error. So let's create the data in a variable called, let's say, ticket obj and create an object. So we have these three things. If you look in our schema, the way we have defined the schema, we need to send the data in exactly same structure. So we will have the client ID, we need subject, we don't need to provide open at. Since we have provided default value as a date.now, this one will store the current date and time when the ticket is inserted. And we need status, so we need client ID, subject, status, and conversation. So let's do that here. So we need client ID for now. I'm gonna get from database. Let me quickly show you. So if we go to our ticket system database, if you go to user, we have one user only. So I'm gonna use this ID. Later on, we will get this ID from our JSON Web Token, but when we have to check for the authorization. But for now, I'm just gonna copy that and let's provide that here. So this one will come from the JSON Web Token later on, okay? And we need subject. So the subject is coming from the client, and what else we need? Client ID subject. We don't need to provide this one. Database will handle that. And we need status. You know what? Let me open side by side. Easy for me to check. Okay. If you don't know how to open side by side, just simply press Ctrl and \. It will open the file on the right hand side. And then we need conversation. Status is coming from, okay, status. You know what? Since it's the opening ticket only, creating new ticket, we are already providing the default value pending operator response. So that will do. We don't even need to provide the status for creating ticket. But we do need conversation, where it's a array, and inside the array we will have an object defined like so. And here we need sender. That's the sender name. Like we'll look into the data at the front later on. We need sender, and we need message that coming from client, and then the message replied date. I'll just say at. And this one also is already defined in our schema, saying default value, so it will insert the date and time when the data is inserted here. So we don't need that as well. So simply say sender message. I think that will probably do. Just save that, and let's see. Client ID, okay, subject is coming from here, sender coming from here, message coming from here. And now we pass this ticket object to our insert ticket and then save the file. And now what happens if we get result._id? That means if everything goes fine here, we'll get result.id here. So we can now say, let me copy that, return, I'm gonna say status success, and let me close this. And the message say new ticket has been created. Okay, and if not, if we don't have that ID, then we will say it's status error, and then unable to create the ticket. Please try again later. We'll do that. And since we are throwing the error from the try catch on our model here, it's a good idea to run this whole, especially this person, in try catch. Let's run whole thing in try catch. So copy everything we have done here until this point and put that inside the try. And if it is catch, we say same thing. We can even send, actually here I'm gonna send the error.message. Save that. Now it should handle everything. So let's try to send and see. We will probably gonna get few errors, and then we'll go through them to make it work. So let's make sure we send subject, sender, and message from our client. Let's go to our post method ticket. We have subject, sender, client. And if you go to our database, we don't have any collection name called ticket, so it should be created when we send the request, if it works. So let's send that request. Okay, error, promise is not defined. Okay, that's a spelling error. I can see that, which is in the user collects here model. Yeah, that should be capital. promise like that. Save that and send it again. Ticket.save is not a function. Let's go to ticket again. Oops, this ticket value should be provided to the ticket schema and then call the save method. Okay, that was a little bit confusing there. So we first call the schema and pass the ticket object, and then we call the method called save. Now send it. New ticket has been created successfully. That means we have our ticket created. Let's see, we should have done console log to see how it looks. Let me do console log in our router. When we have a result here, let me do console.log result. I want to show you something. We already have this data in our ticket here. Now if we refresh our database, we should see tickets table, and inside ticket table we have a ticket here. So let's send one more time, and if you see in our console, now you can see the ID of the conversation and also ID for this whole object, and we have a client ID as well, and this is the open date and this is the message state. So next time when the client replies, we'll update here, and if operator replies, we update here, and then we'll have the date for the each response. So that is done. Let's go back to our ticket router. We don't need this the console. I just wanted to show you that. So our ticket, this one is C part of the CRUD is done, let's say. So our you know what, I'm gonna write in the commit in the staging area so that you can see the commit history to see this exactly code when you check in the Git repo. So I'm saying create new ticket API added. That should be enough information for you to check if you want to do so. Okay, so our this part is done. Now let's work on getting ticket. So let's do these two. One gets all the tickets and another one gets individual ticket. Actually, before doing that, we need to verify the user, authorize the user. If you have been following along, I have already created user authorization middleware here in previous tutorial. What it does is that it will receive the request response and next, because we call as a middleware, and we have an authorization header where we have client has to send the JSON web token, and we verify if JSON web token is valid or not. If JSON web token is valid, it always have email in the payload. We check whether there is email or not. If it does, then it's a valid token. And also we are going to get the user ID from the Redux database, because the way we store JSON web token in the Redux database is that we use the JSON web token as a key and user ID as a value. So we will have user ID. If there is no user ID, then we will respond back to client saying 403. That means forbidden request. And then we will provide this user ID, and we will add on our request object, and we will forward our router to next middleware, which will eventually come to our function here. So let's do that and call that middleware here. I'm going to call here. So say const user authorization require. It's in the middleware folder. Let's go to our middleware, and it's user authorization middleware. And we can call that one simply passing here. So this is how the middleware works. As long as a router catches here, it will start running all the middleware from left to right. So if this one passed through, if the request passed through this middleware, we'll get to this function. Actually not in here, sorry guys, it's in the create new one ticket. And since we are passing our user ID here, if you see in our request, now we can access this person on our from the request as well. So let me show you now. If we do console.log here, okay, let's do the request. Now what happens is that if we send the request now, we will get 403 error message. They forbidden 403 because we are not attaching our middle or our JSON web token. So that means client has to be logged in before they send the request. So let's do that. Let's go to our client login URL endpoint. We have email and password. When we send the login information, we will get the fresh access and refresh token. So we only gonna need access token, copy that and go to our post request, and in the authorization header, let's go to the header and put authorization here, pass that value, and now send the request. And let me show you. Now we have got status success, new ticket has been created. And if we go to our console, now you can see name the one we sent from our client side, but we didn't get the client ID because instead of console logging our let's go to the router here. So authorization, we pass the value in request.user_id, not in request.body. So let's go back here. Instead of request.body, it should be in request.user_id. So now if we make another request, now we should see the user ID in our client in our console. So instead of now passing this static value, now we can pass this request.user_id as a variable called, let's say, uid or user id, and just give it pass this value to this variable and pass this one here and save that. And let's do one more test. Before doing that, let's I'm gonna delete these tickets and then get back to you quickly. Okay, we don't have any ticket in our table now. So if we send our new ticket request from our client, we have now authorization token, we have our body, we have that data. If you send this, it's saying ticket is created successfully. Now if we go to our database and refresh this table, there you go, we have our ticket is created. So this is all perfect. Now let's move on. I'm just gonna leave that, and now let's start working on getting ticket. So which is this one, get all ticket and get specific ticket. So let's go to our ticket router. So you see this user authorization middleware. So we are going to use on each route endpoint from now, okay? And we are going to get user ID like so, and we will use this user ID to do further query. So I'm gonna go second line. Let's copy everything we have done here in this router, and then we just make few modification. So now we can say get all ticket, and instead of creating ticket, get all tickets, but for a specific user only. That user we are going to determine from the JSON web token. Now we will not receive anything here. Okay, first thing first, this is get method, and we will run the async method and we'll receive request and response. We'll run in the try catch block, so we don't need anything here. We are not receiving any data. We are, however, getting this user ID, and we don't need object. So but what we need to do, let's go to our, I don't need this, go to our ticket model here. Now instead of insert ticket, let's copy that one and create a new function called get ticket, get tickets actually, because we are going to get all the ticket, and we will need here user ID because we are going to do query user ID. So in our database, if you see here client ID, so we are going to source based on the client ID. The query we are going to use here is called simply call the schema. We don't need to call the function here, so delete that and delete this parenthesis as well. But instead of .save, we have to call the query called find one, and here we need to provide the source criteria in object. So what we have here is the, let's receive as a client ID. So we pass this client ID. Basically we have to pass the property and the value. So they like so, since we have a same name for the client ID, property and value, I can simply use like this client ID. So we call the ticket schema and say find one and provide the source criteria, or not find one, find, just to find, and pass this sourcing criteria. If it finds any data, it will respond as a data here, and then we resolve the data. If not, we'll have error, and if anything crashes, we have that the rejected data here. And let's export this function here, and we import this one in our ticket router. So what we're gonna need is in our get all tickets, instead of insert ticket, we pass the get tickets, and we have user ID, pass this user ID here. And now we can definitely do console log to see what's coming, and we can also pass these tickets in our response. So we are not sending any message here. We can also we can send the message, say success if we have ticket, and we can send the actual list of ticket here. And we wouldn't have ticket underscore ID, we will have ticket.length because it's the array. So what happens that if there is any ticket, that means we have a ticket. Ticket.length will give this one. If there's no ticket, we don't have to say error. Actually, we don't even need this person. We can simply return like so. We send whatever result is there, we just send the result. Save this one and then make a call to our get method and see what we're gonna get. And remember that we need to send the authorization header. Okay, so let's create another one here. I'm gonna create I'm gonna use this one. That should be get method in our ticket, so we don't need any data to be sent, and make sure our authorization header is added. So let's go back to our post and copy this token and go back to our get ticket, and in our header again type the authorization here as a key and value as a token. And in our body we don't have anything. Try to send and see if we have any problem. Okay, forbidden. That's fine. That seems like ticket is expired. Let's sign in again and get the new ticket. Sorry, new token. I think we expiring ticket every 15 minutes. So that's probably been more than 15 minutes since we created access token last time. So let's go back to our get method and on our header, update this value. Delete that and put the new one and send the request. Okay, error get ticket is not defined. Okay, I have definitely forgotten something here. Get ticket is not defined. That's not imported on the top of our header. So let me import that. So it is in our ticket model. I can simply pass alongside to insert ticket and make a request again. And there you go, we have the ticket. Since we only have one ticket, we are getting one ticket. Let's check in database, refresh, one ticket. Let's insert one more ticket here. Let's go back to our post method to insert the new ticket. Okay, the token, we have to update the token, guys. I'm gonna get the token from here and send it. Ticket has been created. Now let's pull the tickets, send the requests. Now you can see we have a multiple tickets. So this one is a result as an object, sorry, array, and this object starts here, finishes here, and another ticket starts here and finishes here. There you go, guys. We have created our get all tickets route as well. So now I can also commit this one. Let me go ticket route, remove these few things here, retrieve all the ticket for a specific user is done, and let me remove this console and save the file. I'm going to quickly write the comment for commit in the stage so that you have the commit message if you want to compare the code. So I have said that get all tickets API added. Okay, now let's go to our readme file. This is done. Now let's get to get a specific ticket, because when client want to view the detail of specific ticket, they have to request to a specific ticket. Okay, we can get ticket as a get method. Okay, let's do that. So to do that, we need to go to our router here and let's copy this one, and let's say we're gonna need this one, but here we need to provide, I'm gonna say ticket ID. So I'm gonna show you what we have in the ticket ID. Now if you go down here and if you do console.log and say request.params, the value will come as a params, as a parameter. Params, we're gonna see this value coming. Let's copy one of the ticket. We go to our postman, and now we're going to create another one. Actually, you know what? We can do same in the same API call. We have a ticket ID here. Let me call this ticket ID. Copy that ticket ID and just pass the ticket ID here like so, and send the request and see what happens. See here at the bottom. Now this is coming from here. So request.params, like if you see before, whenever we send the post request, the value comes in the requested body, but if you make a get request, it comes in the param, get a requested params, if you come like that. So this colon means this is the variable we have defined. If you have multiple variable, you can do multiple like this and then write the variable name. You can do multiple variable in the URL as well. So since we have the user what you call ticket ID, now we can simply say here, I'm gonna say const actually ticket ID, or I can even say underscore ID because I'm going to use it as underscore later. So equals to request.param dot, we need to pass this one, or you can also do directly underscore ID here, and you can do like that and pass here underscore ID, or you can simply destructure the value here like so. It should give us the ID. Okay, now we have the ticket ID. I don't need that now. So we can call the get ticket. Is that the get ticket? Get tickets. And we need client ID. Now, okay, we need to create another function. Let's copy that. That's getting all the tickets. Now we need to get ticket ID by ID. Get ticket by ID, let's say. And we have a client ID, and we will have underscore ID as well, which is ticket ID. So that's what we are going to pass here. So let's pass here underscore ID, and then we have the user ID here. You know what? Just let me write the same name so that you don't get confused. So client ID we getting from our just node token, and we passing client ID and then the ticket ID here. Save that. And what happens when we go to our ticket here, we will receive this ticket ID and client ID. Now our source criteria is this two. We are searching based on the client ID and ticket ID. So in our database, there will be like many tickets that belongs to different clients, right? So we need to search based on the client ID and the actual ticket ID. If the combination matches together, then only return those tickets back to the client. That way we preventing accessing to somebody else's ticket. So let's do that. If it does fine, it will respond the data. Other than that, it will return the error. So if we go to our database, okay, we have a ticket, right? Let's copy the first ticket. Let's change, I'm going to quickly change some message here and update that. and let's call this ticket. Let's get this, copy this ticket ID. I'm gonna put it down, and now oops, okay, let's copy let's export this get ticket by ID here. Save the file. Let's go to our ticket router, and we need to call that here. I'm gonna copy that and then import in our file, and now we can use that function down here. Instead of get tickets, now we can simply say get ticket by ID, and we have a ID of the ticket and client. And let's send this request from our client here. Save the file, and from client here, let me go back to database. I want to copy that ID. So I just type here some extra data so that we know we are getting this ticket only. So here, what is it? In our client, so all we need to send is this ticket ID here, and send that. There you go. That's the response coming back from our API. See, we are only getting one ticket, and that ticket has that extra message I put in our database. There you go, guys. We are successfully getting a single ticket as well. So yeah, I think that's all. We don't need to do anything else here. I'm just gonna put in the stage so that you guys can see. So I have said here, get single ticket API added in our message, just in case you want to see that. Okay, that's done. Let's go to our router again. This one is done as well. So we need the update the ticket details reply message. Okay, now ticket is open. Now the next stage is that the operator will respond back to the client, or client will keep sending the message to the operator, or they will have a message one after another one. So what we have to do, if you check in our database here, if you see in our conversation, there is an object which is data sent by the client initially. So we have to add up new message every time they have communication here. Let's create the function that helps us to add the message inside this array one after another. Okay, let's do that. So for that, we need to create this I'm going to call put method on the exactly same router endpoint as this one. So let's go back to our router and let's copy all of this. I'm going to simply copy this one. If you are not sure how I'm copying all this, I'm using Shift Alt and down arrow button in Windows to copy all the selected value. So we have the client v1 ticket/ticket the ticket ID. That's what we need. Now I need to provide the method called put. Now say put. So in here, I'm gonna say update reply message from client, and we are going to get the params as usual. We will get the client ID as usual, and here we are going to create new function. We are not getting ticket now. We are, let me make lowercase this one, getting new function. Let's say update client reply, and we will send we will have few things. So here we are going to get, let me here say const message sender, and that will be sent from the requested body. Okay guys, I'm going to show you in a second, because we need the message and senders that client sends to update the conversation, and we will have all of this value coming as well. And here we're going to send, I'm going to send as an object, because if you have more than 2 or 3 variable you want to pass to the another function, it's always better to use as an object. And now we got client ID, we got client ticket ID, client ID. Okay, in this case we don't need client ID. We can simply use the ticket ID only. We can, now we know what is the ticket ID coming from the client. We can use ticket ID only to search. Okay, we don't need to send the client ID. Now we need to send message, definitely that to be updated, and the sender. If you check our schema here in the message, we need, what is it, conversation, we need sender and message. The date is updated automatically. So let's send ID, message, and sender, and we haven't created this function yet. Let's go up there and we call that function, and then we'll create that in the model ticket model file. Save that file and go to the ticket here. We're gonna get error here somewhere later, but let's fix that. So we export that function, and what I want to do is I'm gonna copy this whole function and change the name of the function first. Let's change the name of the function, and remember we have provided 2 parameters here, actually 3 parameters here. Let's get them here as well. We will destructure here so that we can use them straight away. Now our source criteria is just ID. Now once we find that ticket, now we need to provide another object. Okay, when we do query, we need to do find one and update is here. So this is the method we need to call to update the existing object in the database. So first we have to send the sourcing criteria. And second, we have to send what value we want to update. And third is optional, whether you want to return the updated value once the operation is completed or not. In that case, I would like to do yes, new, true. Okay, this one will respond, like when we have a data coming here, it will be newly updated object here. So I'll say so. And let's do the update query. To update here, we need to update two things. One, we need to update the status here. We need to make sure the status is pending operator response, because this is the client who updates the message, right? The next operator has to respond on that. So first, simply do status, and I'm gonna hardcode this message for now, pending operator response. And the another value we are updating is, since we have to push the new object in our already existed array here, we have to call this operator called push that you define with the $sign and say push, and you pass the object what you want to do. So in push, where we are pushing data is in our conversation. So pass that conversation and pass that message. Actually, we need message and sender. So you can do like message and sender and save that. So this one should work. If not, we'll get error and we'll fix them. Let's give it a try. And if we have a result here, again, we can always do, if there is a result, we will have underscore ID, because this is a single ticket updated. And now we can simply say success in message, say you're updated, and we don't need return here. So we can say error. If there is no ticket, we can say status error and message unable to update your message. Please try again later. And now save the file and let's make a call. And okay, now we are making call in different, right? So remember our endpoint is put method. So we need to create new method here, new call here, call, let's say, let me copy this. We're going to need everything here because our API endpoint is b1/ticket and then ticket ID, and what method is definitely put, and we're gonna need the header, authorization header. Just copy that and put authorization here. Oh, sorry, not here. It must be untick that, guys. Go to header and here, and the value here. In our body, go to the body section and go to the raw and make sure you select the JSON file. Here we need to send what we are expecting here, message and sender. Let's send that as an object. So make sure it's a JSON valid data. So I'm gonna say the sender name again. My name is Prem. We could have get this one from our database when we have a user ID coming, but sends the name from client side so that we avoid to do one more query to database, which is not really important. Okay, now let's send and see how many error we're gonna come up with. Okay, forbidden. That means our token is expired again. Let's go and log in and send the login detail, get the new token. This is the benefit of guys having JSON web token. So that means if anybody gets your token and then try to manipulate your account, they can't. After every 15 minutes, it expires. So I need to go back to header and update our token and send the data. Oh wow, it's working. So status success message, your message has been updated. No error in our console. Let's check in our database and see if there is any data added or not. I think this one, probably this one. There you go. You can see there are two messages. One is the contact form is not working, which was initial. You can check the date. And the object one is how is the fixing process going? Please update me as soon as possible. Great, guys. That means our update message is done as well. So next time this one, when we are working on the admin section, admin will see this message and respond to this message, and it will be added here. And when clients log into his account to check the ticket, you will see all this conversation and he will have opportunity to add the ticket or close the ticket. Okay, this person is done as well, guys. I need to mark this one as done as well. I'm trying to move as quick as possible, but I also want to make sure you understand the concept as well. So now we need to do close ticket and then delete ticket. So let's do the close ticket part. So this one is patch. I don't need to put this one, but just to avoid this confusion later on, patch means you can patch anything. Now we are patching the status here. Maybe later on you might have to patch something else. In that case, this one gonna be a little bit problem. So I am defining this one here just to make sure that we are calling the right URL endpoint for right patch. So let's copy that and let's work on it. I'm gonna save this file, go to user router again. Let's copy the put method here and copy that whole thing and update the comment, say close ticket start. Okay, so that's that. Update ticket status to close. So that means if client is happy, he wants to close the ticket, then let them close, right? That's great for the operator. No more headache. Okay, everything is as usual. This one we put patch now. As per our requirement, we need ticket ID and we need to verify user, and everything is same here. We don't need the masses or anything in our body. We are just getting these two param and client ID. And now we are going to create a new function, and we need to actually call the URL endpoint, which is close-ticket. This is what we have defined in our README, because that's what we want to do. Let's say, okay, update. I'm going to say update status close and send the ID that is coming from here, ticket ID, and then the client ID here. So I want to tell you one more thing. There might be a chance that somebody tried to manipulate our system. This is kind of a loophole here. If you just send the ticket ID, and if client can have access to this URL endpoint and just send the ID of somebody else's ticket, they can manipulate and update others' ticket as well. So if you want to avoid that case, we can pass the client ID, and when we do the source ticket, we always do the combination of ID, actually ticket ID, and the user ID. That way no one can manipulate. I didn't do this one in here, which, okay, this is the homework for you guys. Try to do and see if you can send the client ID as well in this function, and then search based on the ID and client ID, and then do the update. Okay, I just try to show you a few different ways that you can do it, and then I'm saying why we need to do that. That's what I did. Okay, here we have update status close, and here I'm going to send ID and client ID. We don't need masses and sender. This way, this one will resolve the object if everything goes fine, and we can definitely do this, take underscore ID, and if success, then we can say the ticket has been closed. And other than that, if there is an error, we say unable to update the ticket. Let that file, and let's call this endpoint with the ticket from our put method. So now we will have ticket slash close ticket here, and then the ID, which you can see the pattern here exactly. The first b1 slash ticket coming from the app.js file, close ticket is our URI, and then the ID. And then we don't need to send anything in our body. Make sure this path is patched now. Oops, you know what? I should have created a new one. Let me copy this whole thing, create the new patch. I'm going to select patch here, put this URL ID, and we don't need to send anything, but we need to send in our header, we need to send the authorization header. Remember the key? We need to say send. Let's grab that one from here. I hope this is not expired. Let's do quick. And now if I try to call, hang on, we need to create this function, but we haven't created this one. Let's create this function and call in our file. I'm going to do it like that, save it, and then go. I'm going to export that function name, which we haven't created yet. And let's copy this updated client reply and change the function name to update status close. And here we have what we have, ID, and I think client. Let's get the correct name. We have a client ID here. So ID and client ID. Now our source criteria is the ID and client ID. So we need to call same find one and update method. We have ID and client ID, and the status we need to mark as closed. Oops, closed, and we don't need this one, and we do want to return the new object after the status is closed. Now let's send that and see how it works. Rest everything is same. Okay, so let's go to our client side application and make a call to the API endpoint with this now patch. Oops, and make sure I put patch in our router, otherwise we'll have an error. Okay, yeah, there's a patch. And let's make a request and see. Okay, everything went well, which normally doesn't happen. So status successful matches the ticket has been closed. You can see that there is no error in our console. Let's check the database. So if you see our status on both of the ticket, pending operator response. Now if I refresh, one of this one will have a status close, which is this ticket. Now you can see status close. Now this one is done as well. I'm gonna say this. Now we have one more last to do. So normally in CRM ticket system, as I said before, we won't have option to delete the ticket. We close the ticket and that's it. But just to show you, since we are doing CRUD for our REST API, you need to know how to delete that too. So let's create this endpoint with the delete verb. Okay. How about probably I'm gonna quickly write in the stage message commit message so that you can have a look as well, right? I'll do it in a second and I'll get back to you. Okay, I just did that, and now let's go to our ticket router and let's copy everything, and let me update that to delete ticket. And here we will have a ticket ID. We need to authorize the user. Everything is same. Now our method is delete. Make sure you use that, and we will get the ticket ID and client ID from authorization header and the URL params. And now we will call new function which we haven't created yet, say delete ticket, and we're going to pass client ID and the user ticket ID. We could only pass ticket ID, but again, as I said, if somebody wants to manipulate your system, that's a loophole. They can send the ticket, somebody else ticket ID, and then send it, and then since you are not verifying whether the ticket ID belongs to client or not, they can delete anybody else ticket. So that's not good. So send both of them, and let's import this function which we haven't created yet, guys. And let's import here and go to this file and export here and copy this old function and update the function name. We are getting exactly same. Now here we can say instead of find one and update, we say find one and delete, like so. And we don't need to provide the second parameter or third. Simply pass the search criteria, search option, and if there is no ticket found, it will return the null. So let's save that, and then I will check this one here, and here we need to make a little bit modification here. Now delete that, remove that, and we don't even need this one. Simply say ticket has been deleted. Now let's call our endpoint here. Now we need to create one more for delete. I'm going to copy whole thing here, and we need to pass the authorization header. Hopefully it's not expired. Let's do it quickly. I think it's not still 15 minutes, but never know. And pass the value and send the request. Resources not found. Definitely not. Somehow I need to provide all. You guys would have seen this, but let me do it now. Forbidden. Okay, our token is expired. Let's log in again, get the new token and update our token here and make a call. And there you go, status success, the ticket has been deleted. Let me show you in the console what it looks like. So it's sending us the actual ticket, this one, before deleting. So if we check this ticket ID here, which ending with 2C4 in our database, it will not exist anymore, which is this one, 2C4. If we refresh this, it's gone. So now next time, let's say if we send the same data again, this doesn't happen in the client case, but if somebody wants to try to play up with your API, they might send that invalid ticket, and let's say what happens in that case. When you send that, they say the ticket has been deleted successfully because we are not checking anything else here, because we don't need to tell the ticket is not exist there, blah blah blah. But in the database you can see it says null because ticket is not found. That means it's not error. That's okay to leave. You can do some manipulation saying that blah blah blah, that is not required, so just leave that. That's good enough. I'm gonna remove this one. I just realized after pushing the code to Git Repo, realized that we have put close ticket here as a delete, which we don't need that. This is not our plan. So when I copied the whole thing from patch, we forgot to remove this one. So let's remove this person and save the file. Now everything should work. But when we call from the client, make sure you also remove that and then just leave the ticket / the ticket ID. Now it should delete the ticket. If you want to confirm that, let's go to our database, refresh it and get the ticket ID, and let's go to here in our client and make a call to our delete endpoint without any extra URI after ticket, and let's send it. The ticket has been deleted. There you go. So that's what I just wanted to update that. I'll update that in the commit and I'll again push to the Git repo. So rule of thumb, never ever trust the data coming from client. Make sure always do server-side validation. If you see in our API endpoint, we only need to do server-side validation test in two URI. That is on post because we are getting the new ticket details and the put method where we're getting the reply message. If you remember, we use our postman to send the data to make the call to that API. So if you check our post method in our ticket system, we have sent 3 pieces of data: subject, sender, and message. We need to validate before we process to the storing in the database. And similarly, we don't have anywhere else to do anything, but in our put we need to check message and sender. Let's work on that. So if you go to our file structure, in the couple of previous tutorial, we created form validation middleware for the passwords. So we are going to continue writing our middleware for this ticket form validation as well in the same file. So, but I'm going to quickly run through the file, what we need and why we need. So in order for us to use the Joy, we need to of course install this Joy package and require it as a Joy. And then what we can do is simply we can define the property that we want to validate to. For example, if you have some email coming through our request.body, we can definitely write something like email. This is, you don't have to type email. Okay, for example, if here we are checking email, we are defining email here, and we putting the constraint here. We are putting email just to make sure that we know which one we are using or applying to. It doesn't have to be email. In our case today, we are going to first thing we are going to do create new ticket validation. So let's create here. So let's do it so that you understand. So I'm gonna write a function called create new ticket validation, and we always receive request response next, and is an arrow function. And here we need to define schema. So what schema is that you need to make a set of the object that defines what data is coming and what is the data type and length. So that's the constraint you want to put in our schema, so that when we pass our actually coming data, it will check against our schema. If everything matches according to the defined constraint, it will pass the validation, otherwise it will fail the validation. And definitely once the validation is failed, we can respond back to client saying, hey, your data is not valid. Okay, so let's do simply like this is, I would say, schema. You can say anything you like here. And the way we create a schema is we will say joy.object. There are different ways to do it, but I like to do this way. This is a much cleaner way. And here you need to provide like what are the data coming and what is the validation criteria. So if you go to our client, for example, we are working on our post, right? So we are getting subject, sender, and message. So let's say we want to receive the subject, sender, message. So these are the data we are going to receive, right? But here we are not passing the data. So we need to pass the validation constraint here for those one in order. So to do that, what we can do, we can define on the top here the constraint so that we can reuse. For example, pin here, we have a number and it's minimum this number, maximum this number, and it's required. So now we can use pin anywhere in the file. So we can do same thing. So when we're receiving this object, the property, we can define subject, message. Okay, let me copy this one. Let's, for example, define all of them here. So I'm gonna say const. Let me quickly do this. Okay, so this one equals to dot. What's the type? It's going to be string type. That's the method, and we are basically chaining them with dot here. So do we have a min length? Okay, yes. Let's put 2. And do we have max? You want to constraint, so you can provide the max length, maybe 50 character subject. And this is basically, you need to understand, like when you're providing some constraint in your database, when you're creating the new record, so make sure you don't go over that value. So always try to match the database the definition. So, and is it required? Yes, it is required, and you do so. And basically we can copy same exactly for sender and message, and we can change the value, maybe message, let's say 1000 character, and required. We can do so like for each of them and pass later on here. Or what you can do, you can also categorize them. Let's say if we have some sort of string only coming, and this one has some sort of, let's say, minimum and maximum character allowed. So for example, I would say here short string, and in short string I have it's a string type, minimum 2, maximum 50. I will not say required here. And if we do that, and okay, I'm gonna do here long string. It's the string type, minimum 2, maximum 1000 now, and let's say not do required yet. And if we do now, we can utilize this one everywhere. So wherever you need, let's say some string coming here, in our case subject, sender, they both are short string, so we don't have to define these 2 different variable up here for the constraint. So rather now we can use short string. And if I'm not saying here require like so here, because if there are some string value coming from client but that is not required to test, that means you can use straight away this one as it is. But if it is required, simply you can pass this required value later on chaining with this one when we provide down here. Let me show you. Let's pass this sort string. This is the condition to validate the object, and same thing with the sender is a sender is the short string as well, but the message is long string. You can simply do so now. And if you want to do validation now we need to do the, let's say, value. Basically when the validation happens, it will return a big object with the value and error if there is an error. So simply do value equals to schema dot validate. That's the function we are going to call to validate. So basically this is the schema now we have provided here, and there we are running the validate to validate the data. So as you know, our data always come in request.body. When we send the value in through our form here, this value always comes in request.body if we send as a post method. So now we are passing this value. So what we're saying that is, whenever we have value coming here, we will have a subject, sender, and message, and they have this kind of validation, but they are not required. So let's do the test and then you'll come to know. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do console.log value. It's going to be a little bit messy. Let's do if value.error, then simply we do console.log error, and after that here let's return from here only for now. Okay, and I'm going to do value. So we are doing the validation here, and if there is an error in that value, we will console.log. Okay, and then we just returning from here because it is a middleware. We can respond back to client from this middleware. So let's export this function, save the file, and let's go to our ticket router. Which one should be on the router, ticket router, and here let's import on the top of the file. So simply say const the create new ticket validation. Oops, not there. It should be outside. So do require and put the file path. So it's a middleware. Oops, middleware slash the form validation and this function. Now guys, this is the middleware. So the way we use middleware is like how we are using the user authorization middleware. So there's one thing you need to put into account now. Do you want to authorize the user before doing the form data validation, or you want to do form data validation after the user is authorized? In our case, I would like to do user. Okay, in generally you should use user authorization first and then do the form validation. But here I want to first do the user validation just to show you so that we can check few things. We don't have to go through one more function. So now let's go to our post method where we have a create new ticket where we're supposed to receive subject, sender, and message, and now pass this middleware here and separate by comma. So the way it works is that as long as the Express catches this router, it will send the request to this middleware, and you do whatever you want to do. And if you want to pass your Express to next middleware, we can do so from this middleware. Otherwise, we can return client from here as well. So let's save that file and let's go to our client here. And if we send this data, let's see what's going to happen. Okay, there is no problem. If you see in our console, we are doing, let me put this one on the side. We don't need this one. Okay, so if you go in our form validation, so we are doing console log dot on the if it is error only. Let's do one more time. I'm going to show you what's in the value accounts. Save it, send it again. Okay, here I just want to show you this is the post method, and we are posting data to this ticket method, and this is the data sets. So now we have message saying value is not defined. Of course, that's an error. When you send that, now you're gonna get everything value here, but you don't have error here. So let's assume actually subject is required, right? Now we can pass, as I said before, you can, if you always know the long string or short string always going to be required, you can pass required here like so. Or that means if you have any not required field, you have to create another variable here and then provide this validation schema. So let's take this out, and you can that now also pass to here like so. And if I save this one, and if we go to client and let's say we remove the subject here, remove the subject, and if you send this data, see what happens now. Here you can see there's a typo again. I'm pretty bad at typing. That's my problem. Okay, let's send the request here, and now you have see here a little bit different message. Now it's like saying we have the error object now, not only value. So now in error object is saying, okay, this is the original value coming, and this is the detail message saying subject is required, because we have mark here as required. So that means we need to send the subject in our body here. If we send the subject in our body here, and now again, if we send the request to create the new ticket, we will not have this error message. Let's send. See, the message is gone, and that means there is no problem. See, it's saying like subject is required. So now that's coming from the error validate message. So now we can simply always respond from here. Instead of sending value, now we can say status error, and let's say message is, just provide the value dot error dot message. So this is actually goes inside here now, because if we have error in the data, then we return this, so that we don't want to execute any code further. And now if there is not error, then we can call our next method here. What it does, that it will forward our middleware to the next middleware here through this one. And then if everything fine in this middleware, and then our router goes to this part of the function and then do all the conversation part. Okay, that's probably done. Okay, before we testing the validation for post, what I wanted to do is I want to create the middleware for the reply message as well and provide here, and then we'll do testing together. So let's do that. So let's go to our form validation. Since you know, when we are replying the ticket, we are doing patch call, put call, and we are only sending message and sender. We don't need the subject. So now we can reuse the validation condition we have provided here, reuse to our another validation as well. So here I'm gonna do is copy this whole function. Yeah, I'm gonna say reply message validation. We're going to again receive request response next, and in schema we only need, oops, hang on guys, so we require all of them here. Okay, subject is required, and sender is required, and message is required as well in our create new ticket validation. So we are going to do same thing here. Message is required, and if we leave like this, it's gonna throw an error because we are not sending the subject anymore, so which we don't need it. Let's move that, and again call this schema validation and call the validate function and pass the requested body. And then again, it's gonna be exactly same. If there is an error, we can basically, instead of consoling log all the value, we can simply console log the errors, and if there is no error, then we will forward this middleware to the next middleware so that we can proceed to complete our reply functionality. So let's pass that middleware to our update reply message. So what happening in this message is that we are receiving message and sender, and we are updating that message and sender in our database. So let me open the database and also show you. Okay, this is our database, and the validation is for tickets. So the create tickets will create the ticket like so, and the reply message will add the message on this conversation, like it will add on array every time the client or the admin or operator replies onto this message. And let's go and check it. So let's save this file. Okay, there is an error that to be fixed first. Okay, reply ticket validation is not defined because we have forgotten to import. So let's go to the top of the file where we have imported create new ticket validation and pass here, because both of the functions are defined in this file. So now the error should be gone. Let's make a call to create new ticket. Go to our post where we are creating new ticket. Here we need to have a subject, sender, and message, and go to header. In authorization, update the value with that new JSON web token. And if we try to now go to our body, and if we just simply remove this person and send the request, it's gonna throw an error saying subject is required. So it also throws the error here saying subject is required as the error list. Okay, let's put back the subject and now send the request. Now it's saying now new ticket has been created. If we go to our database and if we refresh this ticket, now we should have another ticket. Okay, if you see in our conversation array, we have a initial message here. Now let's reply onto this ticket. So let's copy this ticket ID, because we need ticket ID to reply on this ticket. And now go to the put method and pass the ticket ID which we just copied from, and we also need the JSON web token to authorize user before we storing the data. So go back again and update the header section, authorization value, and put the new JSON web token. Go to body and we have this message. Let's say this is the second reply And if you send that, it's saying message has been updated successfully. If you go to database and if you refresh this data, now in our conversation area, now we have two data, actually two objects. So if you go to the second one, which it says this is the second reply, so it's all working fine. But let's say client forgot to actually send the sender, and if we try to send this data, now it will say, oops, okay, this is an error because it's invalidation if you leave the trailing comma in the object. So let's send this one, and it will say message sender is required, and if you go in our database, there is no change in here. So now we have a very strong validation. Now client cannot send anything else extra. Okay, one more thing I want to show you. So let's say client send this one correct message, but client also say something extra message, so let's say he just sends some random message, and if he tries to send this data, now it will say it still is error because the extra is not allowed, because in our validation we have only nominate sender and message to be verified. So that means this is how we put the constraint to verify data in server side. So it's all working. That's all we need to do to make it work. So I'm just going to quickly push this code into Git Repo for you guys to see. Let me remove this and this, save this file. I'm going to say git add commit. So I have said server side validation added for create new ticket and reply message on the ticket. Okay, and I'm just going to do git push here. The code should be available straight away for you to see in our Git Repo. I want to show you one more thing that we need to do is update our Trello. So we have done a new ticket client API. Now we can mark as, even before doing, we can say now done, test ticket client API done, test all ticket API done, close ticket client done, update ticket client is done as well. Okay, great. Now the next thing is we are going to do the add Redux and integrate that backend API with our front-end React application and add the login logout functionality with this Node token as well. So it's going to be quite exciting and fun to do the coding. Okay, we are going to use Redux and Redux Toolkit to integrate in our React application like this. Before we dive into the coding, we're going to quickly look what is Redux and how it works in the diagram. And what happens is that every time we load the, let's say, tickets, we will fetch all the ticket from our database. If we go to our network tab, here you can see the ticket has been fetched from our database backend here, and this ticket is stored in our Redux. We are using Redux dev tool. So here you can see we are going to fire different event like fetch ticket loading, fetch ticket success, and based on that ticket we are updating our state, and from our Redux state we are fetching all the data in our ticket page, and now we can source the ticket based on the ticket title. Let's say if you want to source this ticket only, let's say we have to type SSL, and as you can see the action has been triggered here, and if we delete everything the action is still triggering, and then all the ticket is shown. So this is all happening with the React Redux, coming data from our backend API, and all the data is mounted in our Redux store, and we are using Redux Toolkit to write our Redux logic. So what's Redux? The Redux is a predictable state container for apps. So what it's saying is that the Redux library is not bound to any application or framework. So it can be used in React, Vue, or any other like application that you can write with this. But this is mostly famous with React though. And Redux is predictable, centralized, debuggable, and flexible. This thing will make sense when we start building our app. I have made a diagram to explain you a little bit. Let's say you have this React application where you have an app component, the entry point of your application, and you may have multiple pages, and each page may have multiple components, and then the components may have more components like children components and children component of children components as well. For example, this is our little app, and we want to integrate, for example, our global state for this application. Let's say we have a user and ticket object that we need to manage through the global state. So what happens is that when we integrate a global state with the Redux, we will provide a huge file to our entry point of the application, which is normally index.js, that we will look into it when we start creating the application. Once the application is set up with the Redux, now every component can access to this global state without going through the parent component. So for example, let's say we have a tickets object and the user object in our global state. If you see here all the way down here, I have made ticket component here, form component here and user component here. So what happens is that if there is any ticket in our state, the ticket component will listen and pulls all the ticket and then displays the ticket, for example. And let's say you have a user component is listening the global state and only listening for the user object. If there is any change on this user object, then we can re-render the user component, and that's the pulling data. Let's say if you want to update the state, what we can do, let's say for example we have form component where we have a button click event. Let's say you fill up the form and you want to submit the form. For example, maybe you want to add a new ticket. In that case, when we have a on click event happens on the button, we can simply update the global state inside the ticket object, and as soon as we update the ticket object here, the ticket component here will get re-rendered, because this component is listening to the ticket object through the global state. So that is the simplest way to explain how the Redux works. So rest of the thing you'll understand when we start building actual application. Before dive into the coding, if you are following along from beginning, so you already have everything set up and ready to go. But if you are just jumping into learning to integrate the Redux toolkit, so what you do, go to this GitHub, I'll put the link in the description below, and pull the before Redux toolkit branch from this repo. So all the code you need is here in this branch. So I have that code already open in my VS Code here, and what we're gonna need is, I'm also going to use Redux dev tool here. It is very easy to use. Let's say if you really want to master the Redux, you probably need to use the Redux dev tool. And we are going to, I'm gonna leave this window open for the Redux toolkit, because we are going to reference few things. So if you are still wondering what is Redux toolkit, it is basically the official opinionated battery included toolset for efficient Redux development. So we are going to integrate our Redux with Redux toolkit. So let's start coding then. I have already opened my backend API here, and I have run the application here already. So I'm just going to minimize this one. We are not going to do anything here. Just we're going to fetch the data from this API, and then this is the code. Okay, so first thing, let's go with the document side by side. So when we go to the Redux dev tool here and get started, we need to install a package first. So the package that we're going to install is the Redux.js/toolkit. So let's do that. Let's say npm install. We need the @js/toolkit, and we also need React Redux. We need this React Redux tool to connect our React application and the Redux library, because as I said earlier, Redux is not bound to any application like React. So it's individual library, so it's standalone library. So we need something to connect between these two parts. So the React Redux will do that, and just hit enter and let it install. While it's installing, I want to show you something. So what happens with our backend API is that if we access to this URL, and let's say if we send request to this URL endpoint, we will receive a list of tickets here, our tickets. Okay, I'm just gonna do this one for now to avoid this, because we created this application I think a few months ago, so we haven't touched anything. So yeah, some of the library we are using might have some vulnerability, so let it go. So let's run the application, npm start. Okay, so our server is ready for development, and the application is loading here in localhost port number 3000. Okay, the application is loaded here. So we are not going to work on login at the moment. So I want you to understand the Redux concept with the simple task first, and then we will go into the complex stuff. So if we go to, let's say, dashboard, and we have menu called here ticket. If we click onto the ticket, see we have the list of the ticket here, and you can source the ticket from here. Let's say key enter event, the ticket is filtered here and then displayed here. And if you have nothing here, we have all the ticket. So this ticket, this is currently coming from our static file in our application, which is in our asset, this one dummy ticket here. So but what we want to do is that we want to fetch the ticket from our RESTful API here, v1/ticket, and we will fetch all of these tickets, and then we will render in our application like so. Let's do that. So to do that, first we need to go to the ticket component. I'm going to make this one on the side, and this is, I just wanted to show you, you don't need to have this. The ticket is in the, let's open the app file, app.js. So our /ticket is this one, /tickets. So that's basically rendering our ticket list component or page. So I'm going to close this everything here so that no confusion. Let's close the side menu. Okay, so here we are basically importing our dummy ticket and then adding up here. So we are not doing that. We are going to fetch from the server. So let's actually start writing the code for Redux and Redux Toolkit. So first thing, I want to start with the store file. So what we have to do is that, you know what, while coding here, maybe I want to show you something. Let me do inspect here. And then if you see here, if you have installed this dev tool, Redux dev tool, you will see option here saying Redux, where we can see all the state through the Redux. So there's nothing yet. So I want you to see the changes happening here as we work. Let's go and follow the instruction. So first, create the store. So to create the store, we need to use something called create store, like so here. So in our code, let's go to our root directory of the src, and here open up a file called store.js. And inside, we are going to import this configure store from our Redux toolkit. So do import. So import this configure store. We need this one in order for us to configure the store. So here we're going to create a variable called store. We will wrap all our reducer within this store. So to do that, simply pass the configure store, and we have to provide the object here. So the object includes reducers. So first thing you need to write is reducer like here, because it takes reducer only. And inside the reducer, we can pass the list of the reducer. So there is nothing at the moment. Let's save that and let's export this store. So simply say export default store and save this file. And let's bring this store and integrate in our React application first. So go to our index.js, the entry point of our React application. And here we need to import two things. First, we need to import something called provider from our React Redux. Remember, I was telling you before, we need to connect our application with the Redux library using React Redux. So say import from, we need provider, and we also need to import the store that we just created. So that's in the root folder. The file name is store, and we need the store. And the way we connect our application with the Redux store is simply wrap the app component by provider. So write the provider component and pass the props called store and pass this store variable that we just imported, and wrap the application like so. Okay, sorry, pass the store here, pass this store as a props value, and save the file. And if we look into our application now, there you go, our application is still working, and now we have the we have access to the DevTool environment here. Now we are going to see everything we are working with the Redux will be available here. Okay, basic setup is done. Now what we need to do is we start working. Okay, we can close this. Now we can start working on stores. So for example, if you go to our the diagram here, remember this is the global state. So we have user and ticket. The user and tickets, they are the kind of reducer as well. So user one, user reducer, another one, ticket reducer. Let's think that way first. So for example, let's say we are going to use ticket reducer. So we need to create the reducer and import here. So let's go and create that in the ticket list. Okay, let's work on that. So let's see what documentation say us how to do it. Okay, let's go to this one, writing the slice reducer. So in terms of the Redux toolkit, now we are using term as a slice. So slice, you think of like this. So slice is a small slice or a small part of the whole state. So now ticket is a slice of the whole state, right? So we call ticket slice, for example. So that ticket reducer is the slice of the whole state. So let's write the slice reducer, and we import in our store file. Let's create the our reducer for the ticket. So the way it recommends us to do is that basically we write that slice, that reducer inside the feature. So in our case, we have to, since this ticket listing page is here, let's create the file inside the ticket list here. I want to create the file name, let's say ticket slice. We are just following the recommendation by the docs. So let's say, for example, here they are doing to do slice. So we are going to do tickets, probably do ticket slice. So this is the reducer, okay, slice reducer, so tickets reducer. So here we need to import the create slice from the React Redux toolkit. I'm simply going to copy paste in this ticket slice. So once we imported the create slice, let's give a name anything for this this slice. Maybe let's say okay, I'm gonna say in my case ticket list slice, and here we are now going to create slice, and this one also takes the object, and in object we have to provide three main things. The name first, so what's the name you want to call to this slice? I'm gonna say ticket list, and the another one we need to provide the initial state, so let's say initial state, and maybe it's good idea we define the initial state on the top. So we are going to have few things in our ticket. So of course we're going to have ticket, that's the type of array, and we're going to have is loading because we want to show spinner when the application is fetching data from server, so for now false. And the third one is error. Let's say in case if there is an error in the application while fetching the data, we can show that error. So let's keep that for now, and we provide this in the initial state. You can simply pass these parameters, values directly here as well, but let's separate them. Looks clean and easy to read. And the next we need is the reducers, like this one here. So it has to be reducers here, guys. You cannot type anything else, and inside we can list few of them. So now we can write the reducer. So in our case we have, let's say, fetching ticket, right? So let's do three reducers here. The first one being, let's say, the fetch ticket loading reducer, and the I'm gonna say fetch ticket success reducer, and the fetch ticket fail reducer. Let's say if we fail to fetch from data backend server and we have some error, we need to handle that. So we have these three things. So these are the function basically I'm passing as a parameter. So what happens is that every time we define reducer here, we always receive two things. The first one is state, and the second one is action. So close that and then provide the arrow function here. I just put this to here like so. So you can direct write function here like this, but I prefer doing the ES6 way. So we have a fetch ticket loading reducer that receives states and the action. Okay, well, don't worry about that, don't get confused with that. And here what happens basically, so every time we call this reducer, this state is not the exact copy of this initial state. So this one basically makes like a draft under the hood, and if we update this state down here, what happens is that the Redux toolkit compares with the initial state, and it is a deep comparison, and if there is any update to this state, this will update to our initial state. So now it seems like we can mutate the data here, which I'll show you in a second, but under the hood it will use something similar to something called MERN to update the state without mutating the data. So we'll see that in a second. And in our case, what's going to happen here is that in our fetching ticket loading reducer, we are going to do only one thing. So that is state dot, we are accessing to this is loading property, this one, and we say now true. So if you see this pattern here, basically we are accessing to our state and then accessing to our property, and we are mutating data straight away. So that is definitely not the right way to work with the state. But what happens here, since we are using Redux toolkit, it wraps everything under the hood and then do the deep clone of this in state here, and then update this state, and then after this state is updated and written, it compares the actual previous state, and then if there is any changes, then it will update in our whole state. So let's say is loading equals to true, and we are not doing anything, so we don't need action here, so I'm going to remove that. But we need this. I'm going to copy this one and do for our fetch success. So here we're going to need the action, and action always have a payload there, and any data you want to provide in that action, we will have to access through the payload, which you will see in a second how it works. So first here, once the fetch ticket is successful, we will say the is loading to false, and we will need to update our tickets as well, right? So do state the tickets now equals to, we can say action dot payload. So action always will have payload. This is the only way we receive the data. Okay, and let's do similar thing to our page ticket fail condition. We will receive state and action, and in this action we will send a list of ticket, and in this page ticket fail action we will receive actual error message. I'm gonna say action dot payload. This one's supposed to be error, action dot payload. Or if you want to make it more readable, here you can destructure straight away. So if you do that, you don't have to refer to this action like this. And actually not ticket, so we need the is loading, also false, because by the time we get the error message, the loading should have been completed. So it's loading false, and now we can pass payload like this. You can do this way, or you can do this way too. So I like this way more. So I just leave both the way for you to see. Okay, and okay, yeah, that's all done. So what happens now? We have a ticket list slice created. So every time you create ticket slice with the create slice, so it will provide two things for us: one, reducer, and action creator. Now we don't have to create both things. So from here, let's destructure first, const. So that's the ticket slice that we are creating whole thing here. So this one will provide us two things: reducer and the actions. And let's export them. So we can export reducer as a default, export default reducer, and we can export the action as well. But I want to show you something. Inside the action, we will have all this one, the reducer we have created. Now the Redux toolkit will convert all of this reducer as an action creator. So we can basically destructure and pull all of individual lists and export them separately. So what we can do, we can say const from actions. So from this action, we have access to each of them, but as an action creator. So now we can say fetch ticket fail, this ticket is loading, and this ticket success, and face ticket save. Let's write in the multi-line. So now if I hover over, see, you can see this here, reducer. So it's saying tickets, loading, and the error. So that's the object reflecting from the reducer. And if I hover to my action, now you can see all the action. Oops. See, you can see the fetch ticket loading, ticket fetch ticket success, and the fetch ticket fail as an action creator. So now we can, since we can export this one, let's type the export so we don't have to do anything else like that. Now we have created reducers and we have created action creator just by writing this much code. Imagine in the previous old way of writing the Redux, you have to create the reducer in separate file and action in separate file, and that was like really pain in the ass. So now since we have all this ready, now we can create this import this reducer in our store.file. Remember I mentioned before we have to pass the reducer here. Let's import that. So the ticket slice is inside the ticket list, and which is inside the pages. So let's go to the pages, ticket list, and the ticket slice, and here let's name it tickets reducer. And now we can just pass this one here, and you want to name something that is easy to understand when we run our application. I want to show you this one here. So if you see here, you got nothing here. So in our state, you want to provide some name that is understandable here. Let's say since this is the ticket reducer which will hold the ticket, we can do so and then provide the reducer name. When I save this file, look at the change here. Did you see that? Now we have a state now. Ticket is loading an error, which is coming from our ticket slice, which was in our initial state. So now that's coming in here. So this one is coming as a ticket. So if I, let's say, change something, let's say random gibberish that we don't understand, this is how it's going to come here. And next time, if you want to access this object, you might be confused. So put something meaningful as per your reducer. So I'm going to say tickets for now and save the file. So basically our whole store is set up. Now all we need to do is actually fetch the data from external resources and update our tickets array here. Let's work on that now. So to do that, we need to create something called action. So let's create the action in our same folder. So I'm going to go inside the ticket folder and I'm going to say tickets action.js, and here we're going to create few things. So first, let's do fetch all ticket. Const fetch all tickets, and this is like a high order component. We are going to run high order component because Redux toolkit comes with the thunk library. What it does is that it will allow us to write the asynchronous function. So what happens is that whenever we create the action, it will provide us the way to paste the data, and we can just wait the data and then pass on to our function. So to do that, first let's create a function, and that function receive the another function. That another function receive the dispatch, and inside the dispatch, now we are going to do all the coding here. So this is called high order function, guys. If you don't know what is high order function, let me show you what. So basically, let's say you have function A, and inside the function you have a function B, and then you are returning C, and then once the C is returned, you also returning the function B here, written like this. So this is like a high order function, the function that takes the function. So if you write this one in ES6 way, so you don't have to do this way. So the way you write in ES6 way is that you simply say const A and then provide this function, because A is not receiving any function. Actually, you're supposed to pass the parenthesis here. So you are not receiving any parameter here, and you calling another function, but you are receiving dispatch here. So that's called B function, and then go inside there. So with the arrow function, like so. So this is the ES6 way of writing high order function. So let's do that. So we receive dispatch like that, and here what we're going to do is we're going to we don't need that. So we're going to import these action creators that we created in our ticket slice. So let's import these action creators so that we can dispatch to this one. Okay, state is coming from, let's say, initial state or the state of the application. If you are wondering where the action and payload and data coming from, so this is where we're going to pass from our action here. So let's import them here. It's from the ticket slice. Now what we want to do is that inside this function, we want to dispatch this function here. So the first thing we want is, let's say if you are going to fetch the data from external source here, fetch the data from API. So before we actually fetching, what we want to do is we want to first dispatch is loading. So what it does is that when we do dispatch loading, it will invoke this reducer and then updates the state with is loading true. And now we can actually do the fetching part. So let's fetch the data. So I'm going to use XEO. Let me see if I have XEO installed or not. Okay, let's install the XEO since there is no XEO install. So I'm going to say npm install, hit enter, and it will install the XEO. Now let's close that. Let's import the XEOs on the top here. XEOs from XEOs, and okay, let's run that fetching part in try catch block. Okay, the installation is completed. I'm gonna do npm start, let the application run. And here in error, what happens if we fail to fetch this data from server? We are going to fetch the fail action creator. So let's dispatch that in our error. So in our error, we will have a message. We can simply take the message out of the error and send it like so. And here let's do the actual. Let me open this one on the side as well. So we pass this error here. Now if you go back to our slicer, you see we are providing payload in our error. So this is payload. This is the payload which is holding our data through here. So let's get the data. So I'm gonna say const result now await and axios.get, and we need to provide the few things here. The first, we need to provide URL, and we also need to provide the the authorization header, because if you see here in our request, I didn't show you before, but in authorization header, I have a JSON web token. So that's what we have integrated in the backend API. So we need to provide this one as well. So I'm gonna just copy that. Actually, let's copy the URL. Let's pass the URL first. And as an option, if you want to provide the JSON web token or any header, you need to provide inside the headers. And inside you can say authorization and pass that token. If you are not sure where I got this token from, I have a login as well. And when I do login, it gives me the new token here. So that's all done in our creating API tutorials. Maybe you want to go and check out those tutorials first if you want to know about them. Okay, anyway, let's get back to our coding here and pass this JSON web token and save that. So now let me show you what it comes from the server. So console log result, and also I want to see as well what's coming from database first. And now we need to export. We haven't dispatched anything yet, guys. We're going to do that in a second. I can simply just say dispatch, and then we dispatch this action creator here, and just send the empty parameter for, because I want to see how the data is coming. So save that, and we need to export our function here. So let's say, actually I want to just export from here only, just to export like so. So our fetch all ticket action is ready and exported. Let's kick this action from our application. So go to our ticket.list page. This is the application where basically we are rendering our ticket. For example, when you refresh this page, on refresh, every time when the page is loading, it will get all the ticket and then renders here. So let's go back in the ticket list component, and inside this component we need to bring a few things. First, we need to bring something called use dispatch from our React Redux. So, and we also need to import the action. I'm gonna say import the action we just created, which is in the same folder in the ticket action, and here we just created before, if you remember this one here. Let's import that as well. And now with the help of use dispatch, we can dispatch this action from this component. So to do that, first we need to define the constant for the dispatch equals to say use dispatch, it's a function, and let's use this dispatch to dispatch our fetch all ticket here in our use effect. So if we do that, what happens, anything you write here only executes once when the component is loading. So we're going to say the dispatch, the fetch all tickets here, and we are not passing any parameter here. Let's save that. Okay, it's throwing error saying the page ticket action.js not found, cannot resolve ticket slash end pages ticket -list ticket action. Oh, it's not two-step down, it's a same folder. Sorry guys, that must be one dot. Okay, the error is gone. That was meant to be in the same folder. Okay, let's go back again in our ticket list page here. So what happened here is, guys, we are importing the use dispatch from the React Redux and defining that one as a dispatch here, use dispatch, and then using this dispatch to actually dispatch the action which we created in our ticket action here. And what happens when we dispatch from there, we will trigger this function and we will receive dispatch as a second function, and then inside there we can dispatch any of the action creator which we created earlier in our ticket slice here. So every time we call them, we also pass the parameter. We can pass the parameter as well from the action here. And if we don't have parameter, we simply send the empty bracket, and if we have a parameter, we send here like so here. And let's save the file and see. We wanted to see what's coming in the console. Now when the page is loading, actually, yeah, you can already see here the action is fired. So if you go to the initial stage, there is nothing. When our tickets list slash fetch loading, so the types are defined as per our name in our ticket slice here. So it's like a ticket slash fetch ticket loading slash ticket success slash fetch ticket fail. So these are the name given from there. So again, let's go back here. See, ticket list and then that one. So when first it's loading, saying this one is changes and then this one changes. If you see in the state, initially we have is loading and is ticket is loading false. If you go to the fetch ticket loading, you'll see it's true, and then if you go to the success, it gets false. We didn't have ticket yet because I wanted to see in our console first what's coming in our data. See, this is the data we are getting from this console here, from this console. So I wanted to exactly see first how deep the data is. So to request the data, we need to go inside the data and inside the result. So data dot result will have all these arrays. So here I'm gonna say result dot data dot array result. Just save that. And if we go to our Redux dev tool, now you should be able to see the data. Let's see, go to the state. First there is nothing and is loading false, and now is loading true, no data yet. Now boom, we have a ticket in our state. Now is loading is false and we have all the tickets in our state. Let's say we have a issue with the calling data. I'm gonna create some intention error here when you save that. Now see, in the initial state, again nothing, is loading is false, and then is loading is true while loading, and now we have a fetch ticket fail triggered where we have the error message actually. So we didn't have ticket, so that's done as well. So let's put that back again, save that, and now we have the ticket. So great, that part is done. And now what we have to do is mount this ticket in this table. So how can we do that? So again, we need to get the help from the React Redux. So as we use here React, what is that? As we use here React Redux use dispatch, we can use something called use selector. So before we go that, you see our page is loaded, but actually the ticket is rendered from our ticket here. See, we have passed the list of the parameter props here, ticket list as a props to our ticket table. Now we don't have to pass from here. Actually, we can go to that ticket and then pull the ticket of this ticket from the state. As I mentioned earlier in the document here, if we want to paste the ticket, we don't have to go through the parent component. We can simply go all the way to our global state and fetch whatever we need to update our component. So let's do that. Go to our ticket table, and here we need to import use selector. Every time we have a state here, global state, the use selector will allow us to access to the whole global state. From there, we can only pull this slice ticket slice. Now what I'm gonna do here, just inside the function, I'm gonna say const. Okay, I'll leave this one first open. So now you can use selector, and this one will pass the whole state, the whole global state. And from there, we are only interested in the tickets. And inside the ticket, now you can access all the property. So we have a tickets is loading an error. So you can say ticket. There you go. So actually you need to return from here. So as I said, we have access to, I'm gonna cut that out. So the use selector will give us whole state. And from here, we can simply return what we are interested in, which is state.ticket. Like that, we simply using ES6 syntax to return the state.ticket, only this portion of the state. And from there, we are only interested in tickets. And now we don't need to get the ticket as a props. Remove that. Now we can straight away access to this ticket. And at the bottom, we don't need this props type. Check. Now, I'm gonna move that out. And if we go to our application, we might have a little bit change here. As you can see, we don't have an ID and then open date, because the way we are using in our dummy file, we are using ID, but we receive not ID, we receive underscore ID for ID here. So we access that. Let's pass underscore on all the IDs. And instead, okay, this one as well. And instead of added at, we have open at. That's how we used in our database. So let's save that. Okay, everything is now updated here. There you go. This is how you mount in your component. So if you refresh, it goes through the empty state to is loading state to the success state. And what we can do now, basically utilize of our is loading state here and say, let's say before returning whole table, you can simply say if is loading, then we can return, let's say I'm gonna do s3 now. We can put a spinner in the other tutorial, but for now let's focus on Redux toolkit. And if we have error, then we can again return from here only the error. When I save the file, let's see you will see something happening here. Save the file. See, did you see that loading? That was quick because it's fetching quickly from database. And let's make intention error in our action. I'm gonna just pass to the wrong parameter, the wrong URL, and save that. And when we have an error, we have an error message showing here from our state, like so. Okay, now we have successfully added our Redux in our React application. We have fetched the data from external API and mount in our application. So that's probably all you need to know to work with the React, Redux, and the Redux toolkit. Now whatever we are doing is kind of repeating the process. So not everything, only in the ticket slice and the action. So let me show you how we can achieve the source function. If I search it, it's not working here. So it still shows everything here. When I do SSL, we should only get SSL, this certificate, this ticket only. So we can achieve that again through the React Redux. Let's go to our the ticket page here. Let's do a few things first. In our ticket table here, we are not receiving any props. Now we don't need to send the props here. We can remove that. And since we remove that, we don't need this display ticket thing at all. We can remove that. And we don't need that. Let me save, make sure it still works. Page number 19, sorry, the line number 19. I'm supposed to remove the display ticket and leave the dispatch here. Make sure everything still works. Yeah, it's working all fine. Previously, like we have imported the search form here, and we have passed the function here to do all the search result, and then based on our list here we do search query and pass down the props and do the work again. So we don't have to do anything now. Just simply delete that. We simply do the search here, because now since we can access to the Redux store from any component to update any part of the Redux state, we don't have to pass the props from parent component to child component. Now we can go to the actual component where the action is happening and update the Redux store from there. So since we don't need that, we don't need this one, I'm gonna just delete that. And if you are guys just following along with this tutorial only, and if you don't have this defined function already, you don't have to worry about them. That's why I wanted to clean up and make sure the app still works. Now the source function doesn't do anything here. Now we are done with this ticket listing page. Let's go to our source form. I'm gonna close that ticket list page since we don't need them. So in the source form again, so what we need is we need the React Redux. Okay, I'm gonna delete this one. We don't need that. Let's import dispatch. Use dispatch from React dispatch, and here what we can do on handle change, let's define the function here. Say const handle, and we receive event here as a parameter, and it's an error function here, and then we will receive two things in that event. Basically we use name of the input and the value inside the input. So from e.target, I'll just quickly show you so that you know what's happening here. That's equals to, and save the file. And if we go to our component here, okay, what's the error again? Okay, yeah, we are not receiving any props, guys. Just remove that because we don't have to. Now everything can be done within the component, and we are not passing the value here. Okay, so if we go to console, so if we type something here, hang on, misspelling target, e.target, save that file. And when you do, let me empty this console. So when you do search, you see you get everything here. That's actually you're getting whole event of the input field here, this input field. But if you just do destructure the name and value and console that, you can only see what's the name of the input, which is search string, and the inputted value here. So here what we are going to do, we only need value first. Let me delete that. So let's go to our action. So here let's create a new action. So this action will help us to trigger the action creator which we created here in our ticket slice. Actually we haven't created that too. Let's do that first. So let's go to the ticket slice. So what we're going to do, we're going to put the whole ticket in the selected ticket first, or source ticket, and then when we do query every time on that form box, we will select the ticket from the list of the ticket here and then put into our selected ticket, or search ticket list here. So let's, you know what we do, when we have a ticket in initial state, first let's pass the ticket all ticket, because when we're loading we want all the ticket. And then once we have all the ticket, now later we create another reducer. Let's say search tickets. That's the another reducer where we will receive state again and the action. Actually I'm gonna destructure here payload and again arrow function, and I'm gonna need only this part of the state. So before that we need to filter the ticket, right? We're going to receive the payload as a string here, the source string. So now let's filter the ticket from our all ticket state. So this one holds all the ticket, right? So do all ticket dot filter. We're going to use filter function. That's the JavaScript function. It returns a row, each row, and what we are going to filter is, first let's say in payload we have string. Okay, if there is nothing in the payload, let's say it's an empty string, we return the row, right? So the row we will be returning to that. So okay, here this ticket we cannot access directly, we have to access through the state, like so. So now we are going to our state and accessing to our all the tickets, and we are filtering, and when we do filter function we get row and it will iterate over the array. And now there, if we are checking in our payload, we will have a string, the source string we have before in our application here. Whatever we search, this string will come here and return. So the row has subject, and make sure we make it to lowercase, otherwise search won't work, because you don't know when client is searching they are using exactly same case or using lowercase. So better always to lowercase. And we call a function called dot includes whatever we pass here. Basically what happens, whatever we pass here, it will check whether that thing is included in this string or not. Includes the payload, let's make it to lowercase as well. If this condition is satisfied and true, then the row will be returned to the state. So this way now it should work. So let's export this action creator again here from action, because it will be available in our actions because of our Redux toolkit. And now we can import this one in our action again, because we need to dispatch from here. So let's create another function. First let's import that. Let's import here on the top, and let's dispatch this one from here. Let's create another function to dispatch it, like how we did in the fetch all ticket. So I'm gonna say const filter search ticket, and we will receive string, also where it comes from, and we will also receive dispatch. I'll tell you about that too. And here simply we are going to dispatch the source ticket action creator, like so, and we pass the string here. And now let's export that, and now we can import this function action in our search component. Let's import this one is, where is it? Let's see. I think you need to go to action, go to the page and the search, page and into the ticket list here. So I'm gonna say go 2 step up, go to pages slash ticket list slash ticket action. Actually guys, you can put guys, you can only create this function inside the new file next to the search from here, so that you don't have to go that far. But for now, I just wanted to put in same file so that we can see all the for the ticket only. So now we can dispatch this function here where we are doing unhandled change, because we have the value, right, search string. Let's dispatch. So let's create the dispatch variable here. So we are basically repeating what we did with the ticket list before. Dispatch equals to use dispatch, a function, and here in our handle on change, let's use that dispatch to dispatch our action creator and pass this value as a string and save that. So let me quickly run down again. What happened is we are using use dispatch from React Redux, and we are also importing the filter search ticket action, and we are dispatching this action using this dispatch here. We're providing the parameter here, and when we go to what happens when we dispatch here, it will trigger this function which is inside the ticket action, and it will receive the string we provided and the dispatch we use for dispatching the actual function. And here using that dispatch, we are dispatching another action creator which is we imported from the ticket slice, and we are passing that string here. So what happens when we go to this ticket search tickets action creator here, we receive a string that we send here, this one, inside our payload here, and simply here we are accessing to our ticket list of our state here, all the ticket list here, for like so, and we are filtering the row, and each row we are checking if the subject has the text that client has searched through this search text box. If that's the case, we return the row, otherwise we skip that row. And if there is nothing in the search text, then we simply return the whole row, so which is basically is full list of the ticket is these ones. Okay, let's save this file now, and let's try to search. You can see the action is firing from here, and when you check it, look at the state, what happens. So we have all the ticket now, and if we go to the search ticket here in our search ticket list, now we only have 1 ticket instead of 4 ticket. In order for us to update this table now, we need to go back to this ticket table, where instead of receiving tickets, now we have to receive another props which is available in our state search ticket. See, we are before accessing the tickets, now we need to access this search ticket list which we have in our slice in our state, this one. Let's go to the ticket table, and instead of tickets, let's access to this and update this ticket to search ticket list and save that. So it will now work all good. Now these are the ticket. Let's say I'm gonna access to this ticket only. If I do C, because none of the other ticket have C word here, if I do C only, we got this ticket. If I just take it out, we load all. If I do form, we have only form related issue. So there you go guys, we are successfully able to implement the search functionality through the Redux store using the Redux toolkit logic. Now I'm gonna just clean up a little bit and set that search from. Okay, one more thing I would like to do is, normally when we create this action here, see how we're using XEO to call the action here. I like to separate this the API calling outside the actual action here. So to do that, simply we want to create the folder inside the SRC. I'm going to call API, and inside API I'm going to call ticket API .js, and this is better and much cleaner to read the code. So I'm going to take everything out from here, and I'm going to call a function which we haven't created yet. So let's say await get all tickets, and let's import this not created ticket yet, so we don't need XEO yet here. XEO here. Let's remove that. So I'm gonna import that. Maybe do here. So it should be inside inside our API folder. Inside API folder, we have the file called ticket API. Yeah, I'm gonna write the same name, get all tickets, and let's create that function. Let's save that. It's gonna throw an error, just ignore that. And inside here, let's import XUS first. And inside we write get all ticket function, definitely error function. And inside we will do try catch. And inside the try, now we call this XUS function. So here I'm gonna say const result equals to, we get that. And since we are using wait, make sure to put async here, otherwise again it's gonna cry. And we got the result. And if we have error, we can, okay, I want to return as a promise, but so simply say return new promise resolve or reject. Actually, we need to wrap this one. Let's wrap inside another parenthesis and call this function. And let's do all this try catch stuff inside the promise. And here we reject the error, reject error. And here we will resolve result. If I save that, it will still work. Okay, async now here, async here. Save that, result, not result, result. Save that and export this function. Actually, you can just export from the same line and save that. Now, if we go back in our application, it still works. Yeah, all good. So this is better. Okay, this is the best practice instead of running code inside our action here. Okay, we don't need that. Now code is much cleaner, couple line only. Save that. All right, guys, that's pretty much all. Let's see any error in our console. Tickets is defined but not used. In our ticket list page, we don't need that if we are not using it. Actually, we are not using whole state, so we don't need that. We don't need this, and we don't need dummy ticket now anymore, and we don't need to use state. Save that. Okay, the few error is gone. Leave this warning as it is for now. I'm gonna push this code to repo, guys, so that you guys have the code ready straight away when you want to see. There you go, guys. The code is available in the Git repo. I'll put the Git repo link in the description below. This is the workflow that we are going to work today. So React.js user authentication route with React router, JSON web token, and Redux toolkit. So basically, we'll be submitting login form. And from the server, if the login is valid, we will receive the SS and refresh JSON web tokens. If the login detail is not valid, we will receive the invalid message, which will be shown in the login form. And once we receive the access and refresh JSON web token, we will store them in the JSON storage and local storage. I'll explain you while we're coding why we are storing separately in different location of the browser. So once they are stored in the browser memory, then we will invoke the get user action, and we will check if the token we have stored in our local session storage is valid or not. If we have a valid token, we will receive the user data, and we will update the state with the user data. And if there is some problem or the token is invalid, so we will simply forward back to the login form now. And then once that's done, we will redirect to the dashboard page. After recording of 1 hour, I realized that I have forgotten to record the main screen, so I have to do all over again. Right, let's do it again. I have opened the content app. I'm going to run that one now. Now the application is running. The app is running here now. So let me, open the inspect. So the first thing we need to do is go to the application here. And if you're not sure where the application is coming from, we can always check that, where the component is loading from. So since this is the root URL of the application, you can go to the app.json file, which is the entry file. And if you see path./ that's the root of the URL, and it's loading entry page. Let's open the entry page. Okay, we don't need app. So this is where everything is happening. We are loading our login form there, and we passing props, and then we handling all the state locally in this page. But since we are going to use Redux, we don't need to handle everything from the parent component, because this is the parent component. But actually login component is the login form here, this one. So we are going to do all the tasks here. So before doing that, since we are going to manage with the state, let's create the login reducer. and we have to create few actions for that. So let's do that. Since we are following the docs pattern as per the React Toolkit suggestion, we will open the slicer. We have to create the reducer slicer, and it's better to put together with the feature. So in our case, it's login. So I'm going to put inside the login component, create a new file called loginslice.js. So if you are following along, you might have seen in the previous tutorial we did in the ticket list page, we had that ticket slice. We did all these tasks, so we are going to do exactly the same. So I'm just going to type anyway, so that if you are following along, it would be good for you. So if possible, I recommend you to do typing with me so that you build up your muscle memory. Okay, the first thing we need to import is the create slicer from Redux Toolkit. Create slice, and let's create a variable for this function. So say let's define const. This is going to be login slice equals to, we have to create the reducer with the create slice. It's a function that takes huge object. So there are a lot of property you can provide, but 3 of them are important. One of them is name, so we're going to call it login, and we need to provide the initial state. So maybe let's define the initial state above. So it's an object, so we will have each loading property or variable. So that's going to be false at the beginning, and we will have is auth, that's going to be false as well. And also we will have error in case if there is an error while logging, so that we can use it to display that error in our component. So that's the initial state we providing here. And actually we need to create the reducers. So reducers takes the list of objects. So inside there we provide the function. So the function, let's say when we are logging, there are 3 cases that likely to happen. Either the login is pending, or login is success, or login is fail. Let's create the function login, let's say pending, and it takes state and action. So we'll talk about that more later. And here now we can update the value, which value we need to update. So in our case, when the state of the application is login is pending, so let's say is loading is true. So since we are not using state and the action, okay, sorry, state, we have to say state dot is loading equals to true. So we are not using action here, so we can just remove the action. Okay, now let's copy that and say loading the login pending, so success now. We don't need this comma here, sorry about that. And then when the logging is success, that means is loading is not true anymore, so do false. And we will have probably is auth already true because we are already logged in, right? And in case if there was an error in previous attempt, now we can reset the value of error to empty again, empty string. So no comma here, guys. This is just the assignment. Okay, so we have to basically access the property of state with the state dot, like how you access the property of the object. Don't need that. Okay, that's done. And let's make copy of this one for when login is failed. So in our case, we will have a data coming, the actually error. So basically the second parameter is action. So the action will have a payload inside. So we can destructure here, and we can now pass that payload to our error. And we don't need this line of the code. And of course the is loading is pending is false. So that's all we need to do. So when we use create slice hook from the Redux toolkit, those reducer will be converted as a action creator, so we can basically export them. So now the login slice will have 2 things. Basically the create slice will spit out 2 things that we can destructure. That would be reducer, not the reducer, singular, and the actions. That's from the variable we have created for this function. And now we can export default the reducer, and we have few actions. Inside the action, all this reducer will be turned into the action creator, which we can export them as well. So we do inline export, and we can destructure them, which is coming from actions now. So the actions are logging pending, the 3 of them, login success and the login fail, and save the file. That's all you need to do in this file. So now we can import these action creators to trigger our state. So if you see in our state, we only have a ticket. We haven't got this login state in our global state. So in order for us to add this reducer in our state, we need to go to our store file, and here we need to import our reducer we just created. So reducer slicer we just created. So that's inside the component. We have to go to components / login / login slice, login component, login slice. Let's call it as a login slice. And now if you see here, the name of the ticket slice here, ticket reducer sounds better. So if you see ticket reducer, we can store as a ticket. We can do same thing down here. We need to provide this login reducer right now here, just inside the reducers. So if you just provide like this only, we will have a whole login reducer here, but we don't want that. We just want to be specific and the short name. So let's do the login, and if we save that, now we should be able to see our login state as well here with the loading is auth and error object. Error object. Okay, so that's done with the store. We can close this file, and now let's go to our component now. So the first thing we need to do is we need to import onHandle sends, onSubmit sends, which we were previously passing through the parent component here in entry. So we don't need to use our like a parent to pass the props and then using the child component. So what I'm gonna do, let's put this one all the way up here, because we need to take everything from here, including handle on sends and handle on submit, all this code now directly related to login component. So now we can use inside this component. I'm just gonna paste it. We might have few errors that we can fix now. Okay, so since we already get having onHandle sends and the onHandle on submit function, we don't need to receive them as a props, and also email and pass is defined as a local state here using use state. So make sure we are importing use state from React. And okay, that's done. Okay, sorry guys, this code should not be inside the return. It should be as soon as the function is defined before the return. So return must return the component only, not any other function. So this has to be that close, has to be here somewhere. Okay, now let's see everything is okay. Okay, pass is complaining here. It's supposed to be password, not pass, because this value is coming from our local state here. Let's save this file. This file should be okay, but now in entry, since we remove few line of code here, now we need to remove other code as well, because now we don't need email here. We don't need to do call API from here. We're going to do from the login component. Let's remove that. And here to the login form, we don't have to pass this as a props anymore, because we are handling within the component. And with the reset password, we are not working on that now. So I'm just going to comment this out and save the file. It should be still working without any problem. There you go. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything yet other than spitting the console log, the email and password that we just typed. Okay, props is complaining. Let's clear that too. So in our props type, we don't need to check this too now. We can simply remove that and save the file. We still keep this one though. We'll look into that when we have to do switch from between reset password and login client. That's done. So what we're going to do is, now we are going to import this action creator from this action login slice in our login component here. So I'm gonna just bring here, let's do import. It's in the component, actually it's in the same folder, login slice, and I'm going to paste all of them here. And why we need here is that basically the best practice is we create another file here called, let's say, login action, and we do all the action stuff there. But I want to show you that you can do it here as well. And next for the next thing for the user profile, we will do that separately so that you know both way. But the better way is the next way. Okay, for here now, what we're gonna do on handle submit. So as soon as we handle submit, we can dispatch this login pending, because login pending will say our variable the is loading will make it true. So that's what we are going to do. Let's go to onHandle submit. As soon as everything fine, before we calling to our API here, I'm gonna dispatch that. So to dispatch that, we need to bring something called use dispatch hook from React Redux. So let's bring that. And to use that, we have to go just below the function declaration somewhere, and let's define cons dispatch equals to use dispatch as a function. And now we can dispatch our login pending using this dispatch function here. Okay, I'm gonna remove this code here. Say dispatch the login pending. We don't have any parameter, we just save like that. And if you see here and here, this is the action section. So if I try to log in, see the login pending is trigger. This is actually the action trigger, and our is loading is true. So what we can do is that we can get this value from our state and we manipulate in the form. Let's say if we have an error, we display error here. If the status is loading, we put the spinner here. Let's do that quickly. So in order for us to use that, we have to again use React Redux, and we need to use something called use selector hook. We can now, let's say, get const. I'm going to come back to this in a second. So if we do use selector function, it will give us whole state, CRUD, login, or any state we have here, like that. But what we can do, since we don't need all state, we can simply choose what we want. So we can simply filter and return the state that login only, so that we can only return this object. And since we are only returning this object, we can destructure this value and provide here the destructure value only, property only, so that directly we can use them down below. So say is loading, and we have is auth. I don't think we're going to use this property, but I'm still getting it. Let's do error as well. Okay, so if we have a is loading, let's go next to our button here, next to the button, put that spinner. I'm going to put here, I'm going to put some space and say if we have a is loading is true, then let's load the spinner. Actually, we need to first import that from the React bootstrap library spinner, and we're also going to need alert. I'm going to put that for now. The spinner, let's go back here. The spinner takes two property. One is variant. What color do you want that spinner to be? I'm going to put primary, and the another one is animation. Animation, I want to show in the border animation. So we have glow and border, two options. So the difference between is glow is like popping up, the spinner, sorry, glow is like a popping up effect, and the border is like a round effect. So I'm going to put border and make sure we close that tag. And we can do same thing in the just right on the top of the form where the email address is here. What we can say is if we have an error, we can alert the error here. Alert variant, I'm going to say danger, and just put the message here. Okay, if we save that, and just for a second, let's go to our login slicer, and here let's say error is dummy error and is loading is, let's say, true. And if we save that, this should work. See, the error will pop up like this and spinner will work like that. So let's put them back again, save that, we're good to go. So let's work on actually calling the API for login. So what we are up to, okay, this part is done. So we're supposed to call the API here. So let's do that. I'm gonna run in try catch block. Yeah. So if we have error, now we can dispatch the error saying the login failed, so that we can get the error message in our state. So I'm gonna have error dot message, and in here actually we need to now call the API, which we haven't created yet. Let's write the function anyway first. So I'm going to say const is auth equals to await. So since we are using await, make sure we put async on our parent function, and let's say user login, for example, and we need to send the email and password, because that's how we do login, right? Okay, so we have not created this one yet. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to console log the is auth. Let's see what's coming. I cannot remember what we have written from the server, so we better check before we manipulate that. And let's save that. We're gonna get error, don't worry about that now. And let's import that function which we haven't created yet. I'm gonna just do below here. So import, I'm gonna create a function in API folder, so file in API folder. Let's say API. Now currently we have ticket API, but let's create user API, so that we have all the task related user related API call in this file. So let's save this file and let's go to our API folder, and here let's create a user API.js, and inside we need to create that function called user login that we imported before, sorry, that we used in our component here. Okay, so this is going to receive the form data that's like as object, and here we are going to need to use Axios. So I'm going to import the Axios here. So let's import that, because we are going to make a call to API using Axios, and I'm going to return promises. So let's do return new P capital promise, and it has either resolve or reject. It's an error function, and inside here I'm going to run try catch block, because there are a million reasons things could go wrong when you are dealing with network. So simply reject the error here. We can also do console log in case we want to debug it and see what is causing the error. And error.message has the actual message. Okay, that part is done. So let's do the actually calling part. So the way we do is, let's go back to our API first. The login user endpoint is this one, and we need to pass email and password as an object, and it's a post method. Let's work on that. So I'm gonna just write down here first, const login URL is the one that we just copied from, and let's use Axios. So inside the try block, say const response equals to await. So make sure our function is async, and now let's go await Axio.post method. As we saw before, we need to pass this login URL. The first parameter is the URL, and second parameter is the object, data object as a body. Since our form data is already an object, so we don't have to put inside the parenthesis the object data. And that is all we need to do to get the response. The response has so many other information related to network. Let's have a look what it comes with the console then log. I'm gonna just console log the response, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to resolve the rest.data, because the rest.data actually holds the data that we are interested in. So now we can export this function direct from the line. Okay, this been, make sure the user login is the same name, user login. Okay, and it's been called here and is auth. Okay, let's fire up our form and then see what happens. So I'm interested in console first. Don't worry about the warning message, we will work on that. So I'm just gonna send the wrong login information. So okay, the pending, because okay, this is the thing I was talking about. If you go to our API here, I am console logging everything coming from the response that holds configuration, data header, rest, status code, and status text. So we are interested in the data only. So that's what we are returning. So data is saying that invalid message, email or password with status error. So we need to fix, we need to show that message here, right? Let's work on that. So if you see status has error, now we can access to this property to check in our login component. Just close the sidebar, and here let's do if is auth dot, now we have that data, that status equals to error. That means we have an error, right? So inside here we need to dispatch the login fail with this message, which is auth dot message. And now if we go to our Redux state here, okay, this is the action firing point, and this is the actually state updating. Okay, so let's write the invalid login detail. As you can see, login is pending is fired up, and is loading is true. We seems like not going any further. So if state, hang on, I want to console log actually what is how it's coming. Status, yeah, I definitely did wrong spelling. You guys would have seen already. That's why. Okay, now if we try in our Redux dev tool, you should see the 3 different action is fired. At least 2 different action is fired. See, the first state says that is loading is true. Everything else is same as initial state. And another action is fired, login fail. Now that has is loading false, and the error message. If I do click on the login, you can see like a quick flash of the spinner. Did you see that? And it's firing up all the action, and we are getting the actual error message. Now let's say we have the correct login information, which is this email and the greatest password. Let's do that. Login is pending. That means we are okay. Yeah, of course, because in only case of error we are returning things, but we are not returning any success. We are not dispatching any success function here. So let's return this one from here only, so that we don't execute another line. And let's do dispatch instead of fail. Now let's say login success. I think that's the one. Yeah, login success. Yeah, we don't need to pass anything because we are not expecting anything in our login slice here with the login success. So let's check that with the correct email and password. Let's log in. See, there is a login pending. with the login pending, there is like initial state. But if login is success, now the is auth is true, the is loading is false. Okay, now we need to do is that we need to make sure that we receive the JSON web tokens. Let's make sure that go to our API call again here. So already have console. Let's check it quickly now. Console. There you go. Yes, we do have a access token and the refresh token. The status is success and the message there. So what we can do here, instead of doing console here, just after the resolving, let's do this here. Let's store them in the session storage and local storage. The session storage for temporary region, local storage for long-term region. So if you store anything on your session storage, that token cannot be accessed by any other browser or tab. Whenever you close the browser, the session will be removed as well. But the local storage will persist the data even though you close the browser. I'm going to show you in a second. So let's do that. So we do have a message here. Just to check that, I'm going to say if status res.data that one here. I want actually all of that. I'm lazy. Okay, equals to success. Then we can do session storage dot. We have to say set item, and we need to pass the key value. That's going to be SS token, so JWT. That's whatever you can define. I'm going to say JSON SS. SS JWT. That's what it's coming. So I'm just going to put as it is, and the value going to be inside the res.data dot the access JWT. That's the way you store in session storage, and to store in local storage, just simply call local storage dot set item is similar to the one at the above. And here, what you want to do is that you want to probably define your website name first or something unique to your website. In my case, I'm going to say CRM site, and the value I'm going to put the refresh token as a object like a key and value pair, in case in the future you need to store something else inside that object. So to do that, we cannot just pass object like that straight away. We have to store always string. So to do that, we can do json.stringify, and inside there now we can provide the object. Now I can say refresh JSON web token and pass the JSON web token. So that would be there. So that would be like a res.data.refresh JWT, like this one. When we save it, and let me show you what happens. To see those values, you need to go to application, and here we have a local storage and session storage. Let's see if there is anything. We need to remove that so that you don't get any confused. And here, okay, in local storage empty, session storage empty. This is the key we have defined here, and this is the place you can see the value. So let's try to log in with the invalid login credential. You don't see anything here in both local and session storage, but let's say we log in with the valid email and password. There you go. See that we are in the session storage. We are storing the SS JSON web token, the token itself. But in the local storage, we are using key as a CRM site, and inside the value, actually we storing the JSON object with the key is refresh JWT, and the token is refresh token is the value here. So that's the part we are talking about here. So I wanted to show you the difference now. So let's see, we have a JSON storage here, right? So let's say I copy this URL and open a new window, and I visit the website. Now go to the application again and check your JSON storage. There you go. You don't have JSON storage, but you do have local storage. That's the one different. Let's close that. That's done. So that part is done. So what we have to do is now we have to redirect to the dashboard and then invoke the user action or vice versa. So what I'm gonna do is, okay, let's remove all this thing from console. We don't need that. We don't need that. Save that. And we need to, as long as we are logged in successfully, we need to redirect to our dashboard page, which is this page. So let's work on that. So to do that, we need to call a hook from the React router DOM. Okay, so let's import the use history hook. Okay, so similarly how we're using the use dispatch, let's do const use history function. Now we can use this define function to redirect our application to the dashboard when we have dispatch login success. So simply just do history.push here you can provide the path where you want to go. So that's going to be dashboard, set that, and let's do the testing one more time. Okay, if I try to just log in with the wrong credential, it gives us the message and doesn't go anywhere. Let's do with the correct credential, so it should redirect us to the dashboard page. There you go, we don't need that. Okay, that's working perfect. So the thing now we need to do is that as soon as we are in the dashboard page, we need to make sure that we get the data for the dashboard, and we also need to get the user profile and store in the Redux store if the user profile already doesn't exist. Okay, let's work on that. Before doing that, we've been coding for a while. I want to just commit this change so that if we mess it up anything, we don't have to go back all the way and do all this stuff. So I'm gonna say quickly here. Okay, right. So we are not pushing yet. We will push all together later. So the next task we need to do is get the user update in the state, where we only have now the ticket and login state. Let's get the user state as well. So we're going to do that in our, let me close everything first, in our dashboard, probably in the folder of the dashboard component. Where is component? Okay, go to the page. Here's the dashboard. I'm going to create a, again, remember that we need to create the slice reducer, and then we can use the dispatch to dispatch each function. And this time we are going to create the better way. We are going to create the user slicer, reducer, and user action. Okay, so first I'm going to say user slice.js, and here we need to again import the create slice from the Redux toolkit. The Redux toolkit, yeah, slice, and let's create a function called user slice, yeah, and we need to create the user slice with the create slice. Again, this one will take 3 property, one being name. I'm going to say user, and the second one is the initial state. So let's define that. In the top, it's always better practice to define the initial state instead of defining down here only. Okay, so what we have here is we have user. Let's say it's an object and is loading, of course, false. And also if we have any error getting user there, we put the message here. Okay, and the third property we need for our create slice is the reducers. So they are the list of the function. So again, we will put get user pending, get user success, get user fail. Let's do get user, I'm gonna copy that. Pending is a function, it takes state, and an error function. We are not receiving any action payload, so we don't need to provide that here because we are only doing state dot is loading equals to true. That's all we need. And I'm gonna just put the comma here, and I'm gonna copy this whole thing, and instead of pending I'm gonna say success. So in that case we will have state.loading false in this stage, and we will have state.user, we will have definitely user. That's we're going to get from our action here. So basically action have a payload inside, so let's destructure it and use that straight away. So the state.user equals to payload, and we will not have any errors, so we need to make sure the error is set to empty in case there was an error in previous attempt. I think, yeah, loading user and thing, that's all we need here. And let's create the one for get user fail use case. So we need payload, we will have an error message here, and the is loading is false. Yeah, we don't have user, remove that, and we have a error, so just pass the error here like a payload here. And when you save that, that's probably it for the creating the reducers. Let's export this reducers and action creators. As I already explained that create slice will turn this reducer into the action creators. So I'm gonna do const reducer and actions from this, and let's do export default the reducer not reduce, reducer, and also let's export const the action creator from actions. Okay, so here we will have all of this one: get user pending, get user success, get user fail. The way I'm doing here, destructuring and passing here, just to show you so that you don't get confused. So if you don't want to do this one, you don't have to do. You can access the action property and reducer property from the user slice straight away, like how you access the property in the object like this. So just do whichever suits you or whichever you feel comfortable. I'm just showing you the both way. Okay. All right, that's all done with the, I'm going to copy this one with the slice, what you call user slicer. Now let's copy, save that, and let's now create the user action here, user action.js. That's from const import from the same directory with the user slice. Okay, and okay, I'm gonna save this file. One thing we need to do before we start working on this one, see if in our state we don't have user yet, so we need to load this reducer into our root reducer in our store. Sorry, so let's import that, which is inside way in the page, I think, yeah, slash pages slash dashboard here, and the user slice, let's call it user reducer, and let's store in our Redux store as a user so that we can see here as a user. Do so. Okay, just I realized that the spelling is wrong. Maybe let's fix it since we know that. Make sure the file path is correct. Let me do it again. It's not happy dashboard as user slice. Save that. Okay, now fine. Okay, that's done. Now it will show in our state. It's still compiling. Let me restart the application. Okay, we have an error here saying that the dashboard.page cannot be found in our CRM SRC folder. App.js using, let's go to our app.js, and now we need to update this one to the correct file path, which we just changed the name, and now everything should work. I don't think anywhere else we have used that file path. Okay, yeah, let me console that and see. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much working all fine. So let's go back to our Redux. Now you should see in our state the user as well, with the user is loading an error. So we have created that file user slicer and import that in our store and put as a user object in our store. So we can close the store. We go to we don't need app as well. So we need is user slice, user action, and the which one? Go to the login page maybe first. Login. Where's the login component? Okay, login component. In here, when we dispatch login success, let's dispatch one of the action that gets the user from the user action. So let's create the action here. So const get user profile. We are not receiving anything, but this is going to be the high order component. So it's a high order component. That first parameter takes the parameter if there is any. If does not have, the second function takes the dispatch as a parameter, and then this is the arrow function. So the high order function is the function that takes the function and also returns the function as well. And I'm gonna run this one in try catch. So again, if we have any issue, we dispatch the error here with the get user fail error.message, and here we're going to call the API, and before calling the API we're going to dispatch the get user pending. We don't need to pass anything, and after calling API, if everything is fine, we will call the get status. Let me just save that and call this function inside our login component here. It's inside the pages slash dashboard slash the user action. Here we have get user profile. Now we can use dispatch like how we dispatching other function here. After this dispatch login is successful, we can also dispatch the get user profile like so. So what happens when we dispatch get user profile, it will invoke the function in action. I think we have an export that. Let's go and export that first. Okay, yeah, we will this will create this function called the function, and whatever we pass inside the first parameter here, whatever we pass here, this parameter will be coming in this parenthesis, and the dispatch itself will come as a high order function here, not component guys, high order function. And now using that dispatch, we can dispatch all the action creators, and in our case we already done this too. Let me show you, and then let me show you how it works here. So if you see in our action firing zone and the state here, state won't change anything, but just check here. So we need to have a correct login information in order to activate that, trigger that action. See here, we have a login pending, login user success, and then we have a login user pending. That means we are triggering our action, this action. So since this action is triggered, now we can call the API to get the user information. So to do that, let's go to our API endpoint and see what the endpoint we need. Okay, on the API user backend API here. So we need to call this URL endpoint with get method, and we also need to pass the authorization access JSON web token to get the user profile. Okay, let's do that. Let's go to our API, user API. Here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna const user profile URL equals to. See guys, we are keep repeating the same thing. So maybe it's a good idea. We can just gonna say for now const root URL equals to until here. Take that out and put there. And what we can do is simply concatenate them. Same thing with this and concatenate them. And now we can use that. So what we do is I'm going to copy this user login hold function and rename it to fetch URL. Sorry, fetch user. And we are not receiving any parameter. We will return the promise. And we need to use XUO get method now. And the URL is now URL user profile URL. And we don't have any data, but we have authorization header to send. The way you send that is open the parenthesis and write headers. And inside the header as an object, we need to write authorization. And here pass the session token. So what we can do is get the token first. Let's get the token that we have in our session storage. Remember, we have done before. I mean, store before. Before we did set item. Now we need to do get item. And just pass the key that we have used to store it. That was access JWT. Let me quickly show you. Application, then storage, this key we need to provide. Okay, let's go back Redux. And okay, if we don't have, you know what we can do? Just in case, let's say, if the token doesn't exist, then we just simply reject, right? We can do that. Say for now. And how we receiving here first? In error, we are not receiving error.message, so we're gonna receive error as a message string. So we just send the string straight away, like so here. Okay, that is done. So in our case, before resolving, let's do console.log the response, and inside now we should be able to see our user data. Let's see how the user data is coming. Let's go back to our input form, sorry, login form. Okay, when I log in our state in user, is there anything? Not yet, but what about in our console? Okay, yeah, we have logged in, we have the state, but what is our user data? That's not right. Let's debug it together. Instead of actually rejecting, okay, get item, access token. Oh, sorry, let's go more further. So we don't need this stuff first. Let's delete that. And I'm gonna say error.message here. And then I wanna see what happened. As you can see, we are stuck in get user pending. We are not getting user. So let's go to our action. Oh yeah, because we have not called the bloody API function here. Let's paste the user. Let's import this API calling function in our user action. And here we need to import that. Let me close the sidebar. Import, that's from the API. I think, yeah, we need to go couple folder up, API/user API. That is the function name here, fetch user. Now we need to call the fetch user here. So I'm gonna say const user equals to await. Fetch user, we don't need to pass any parameter, but make sure when you use await, we make our parent function async. And the user, on us now to console log, we have a user here. If we do, let's save that and quickly run one more time. I have the correct login here. What's that? Okay, in our state, maybe we don't have anything because we haven't done. Okay, we still got the user pending. What about in console? Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to know, how the data is coming. So inside the data, what we have is, okay, inside the data we have user, so we need to go one further step down. So the user will have another user. Actually, let's do response, and and let's invoke the get success. Let's dispatch that one here. We haven't dispatched, that's why. Oh, now I know. So the reason we are stuck in our where's the Redux, in our get user pending, is that we have not dispatched our get user success. So let's do that. Dispatch get user success, and here we need to pass the user object. To pass the user object, we have user inside the user. So instead of passing this one as a user, I'm going to say result, and the user is inside the result. So dot user. So we need to do this here in case if there is no user. So result dot, actually we can do ternary here. So if result dot user and result dot user dot underscore id, then dispatch this function successfully. Actually, let me put in if statement. So dispatch there, we return from here only. Just simply return it. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then we can dispatch again get fail with the message saying that user is not found. So now everything seems working to me. I mean, should be working. So logout, we have a user data. Let me see in the state if we manage to populate in the user. Yes, inside the user we have a user. Inside the user we got all the user information. So we don't need the refresh token and the password, so that we will fix later in the future, but we got the user. So I think you know what, since we are here, we only want the name, email and ID. Let's return that only. We don't need that many stuff. So where are we returning that from? I'm going to our API endpoint where we are returning the user data from get user profile. Here, instead of responding all user data, I'm gonna get okay, I'm gonna do one thing. Inside there, user dot underscore id, user profile dot name, user profile dot email, I guess. So now we need to provide value as well. Or I can actually don't have to do this. We can destructure them here, like unst underscore id, name and email from user profile, and save that. And now we should only have these three value. Okay, it's saying something is okay. We don't need to define user ID here because we have user ID already there. Okay, now let's call our application and do. If I hit enter, let's go to user. Right, user. Inside the user now we only have. Oh, we still got. Okay, now we need to go user pending. Okay, it's not still working. Let me see in my console. It did not print. Why? Okay, that's not right. That's wrong. Sorry, we have the application crash in the server side. We got the ID, we got the name, we got the email correctly. Yes, let me save it and let's put our data. Let's go back here and I'm gonna refresh this console to. Okay, now I have a correct login again. I'm gonna log in, and now inside the data we should have only email, name and user ID. Should be same in our Redux store. There you go. Get user success as they started with user ID, username and email. Okay, that part is done as well. I'm going to just remove few console. I'm gonna post this one as well. Okay, let's make a comment. Let's go console here. Let's see what are the things need to be removed from console. Okay, let's remove this console here. They are from the get user. We don't need that. Have that. Everything seems okay. We don't need that. Okay, I'm gonna save the file. Do one more test before we make commit to our repo. So when we go to our dashboard, when we are in dashboard, let's say if we log out and then our key is still there, our session key is still there. So we need to make sure that we remove that key. To do that, let's go to our header.component. So here, what happens when we go to the logout? When we click the logout menu, we are redirected to the client login page, but the key hasn't been deleted. So to delete that, we simply call the session storage again and say remove item and pass the item that you want to delete, which is ssjwt. And we also have a delete API endpoint in our backend server. Logout here. So let's call this API with the delete method and the authorization to delete the access and refresh token from logout. You're gonna need this one in case you are logging from the somebody else computer and you are not going to use that computer again, so you don't want to keep the login information there. So to do that, I'm going to go to again API, user API. Yeah, I'm going to just copy, actually no, I'm just going to write export const user logout. I'm going to need nothing here because I don't have to return anything as well. So just to handle the error, I'm going to run try catch. So if there is an error, we're going to do console.log error, and on the top here, let's go on the top and define the logout URL. Root URL plus we need user and logout only. Yeah, and let's call the XO again in our try. I don't need to receive any return from here, so I'm going to say await xos.delete. Just pass the URL here, and we need header though, and authorization header. So just pass the session storage dot get item. That is, hey, you do that. Make sure you make this function async, and then await. Save that. Now this one should delete the key from the server as well, like a invalidate the key. Let's try to do that. So there is a key in our session storage, and let's go back to dashboard. So if I log out, there you go, now it's been deleted. We are in the login page, but if I try to go to dashboard from the URL endpoint, we can still go to dashboard. That's not right, so we need to protect our router. So this is the React authorization workflow that we are going to code today. We are going to use the React Router DOM, JSON Web Token, and the Redux toolkit to manage our state. So what happens in the application is that whenever user visits to any private page or the login page, first thing we will do is we will check whether access JSON Web Token is exist in our session storage or not. If we do have a access token in our session storage, then we will simply redirect user to the dashboard page because they are authorized. If they don't have the access JWT in their session storage, we will check whether they have the refresh JWT in their local storage of the browser. If they don't have that either, then we simply redirect user back to the login page so that we force user to log in to access to the private route. Otherwise, we protect the private route. And if they have the refresh JWT in the local storage, we need to make sure that token is valid. If the token is not valid, then we will remove that token from the local storage and we redirect user back to the login page so that they have to log in to get the access to the dashboard page or any other private route. Let's say the refresh JSON web token is valid, then we will fetch the new access JSON web token from server and we will update the state, and we will also save this new access token in our session storage, and we will authorize user to access the any private route, in our case the redirect to the dashboard page. That's how we're going to check the user authorization in our React application. And let's say if user logs out, then we need to remove the refresh token and the access token, both of them from server as well as from the session storage and local storage, and redirect user to the login page. Okay, I have opened my both the application, the backend and the front end here. So let me run the both of the application and npm start for the backend, and same thing goes with the front end. So if you have been following along, you should have all the code with you to start with this tutorial today. Otherwise, the link for those code is in the description below for the Git repo. Okay, our application is loading now. Just to make sure our backend is working, let's quickly try to do login here. Send our login request. By the way, it's in the rest.http file. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it's logged in successfully. Okay, so let's go back to we don't need this application. I mean, we need the application, but just we don't need to code here, so we can minimize that. All right, so this is the application. The first thing what we're gonna do is, okay, in order for us to type our email and password every time we need to do testing, how about we set this login email and password, save as the initial state of this component so that it loads automatically every time we load this component. Go and find where's the form. So if you want to find the form, I mean, if you are just jumped in here, always good idea to go to the entry file, which is app.js, and go to the path, which is this one, just a slash and loading entry page, go to the entry page or component. And here the entry component loads the login form. This is the login form, login.component. In here we have a local state called email and password. Let's pass the email as an email string and password is just the password, which is this one here. Okay, just minimize that. When we save this file, now we should have the email and password automatically loaded here every time we load the application. So now we don't have to do that every time we need to test login. Okay, so what's the problem we are solving today? The main two problems. Now we are not logged in yet. If we check in our state of the Redux store here, in our state you see login is auth is false, but we can go to the dashboard, which is not good, not right? We need to protect our private routes for unauthorized users. So first, that's the one thing. And the other thing we need to do is whenever we log in, right, we are logged in. The logged in is true if we go to our state and check is auth is true. But if we go to now, try to go to the login page, now we can go to the login page even though we are logged in. And if we go to our application, go to the session storage, see we do have access session web token, which we managed to store in our local storage as part of our previous tutorial where we did how to integrate login authentication in the React application. But today's task is authorization. The authentication and authorization are two different things. If you are not sure what is that, just a quick explanation. Authentication means you are checking your login email and password is correct or not. And authorization is that once you are logged in successfully, you are authorized to access to the some sort of resources in our application, like going to the dashboard or the ticket page. So these are the things. So we managed to do this in last tutorial. So as long as we have access session web token in our application, or we are logged in our state, we have, let's say, is login, so true here, we shouldn't be able to go to our login page like so. It should be automatically redirect to the dashboard page. And on the top of that, we need to work on our logout functionality. So let's work on that main thing first. First, I want to show you how we are using React Router DOM to wrap up the component. So let's make this one smaller. Let's go to our application again, which is the so our main entry page is the application.json, app.json. Here you see we are using, you might have already seen the previous tutorial. If you haven't, then I'll put the link for the tutorial series in the description below. So React Router DOM provides a lot of things: browser router, switch router, and link, and so on. So we don't need link here. Let's remove that. So here we can wrapping our whole menu inside the router, and we switching the route. So if we are just putting route like this, this is means public route, and we have created private route in the previous tutorial. So this is the component we created to wrap up our private route here. So let's say every time we come to our dashboard route, we go to the private route and we use dashboard as a child component, and we wrap up with the private route here. So what happens if we go to the private route? It takes the children component dashboard as a children here props, and rest of the props comes as a rest here. What we are doing with the private route is that we are importing again route from the React Route DOM, and here we passing all the rest props here as it is, and we are calling a function called render that runs the anonymous function, where we can basically check is auth is true or not. If auth is true, then we do load our default layout, and then we let user visit to the dashboard page, like in our case here, which is coming as a children props. And if it is not logged in, then we go to redirect to login page. If you see here, we are passing is auth true hard-coded here. That's why every time, even if we are not logged in, we could go to dashboard page like that. But if we mark this one as a false, now we won't be able to go. See, it redirected back to us to login page. So if you try to go to dashboard, it will redirect us to the login page. So this is not this is what we need to do, but not with the static code here. So we need to grab this state is auth from our Redux state, and based on that is auth, we will decide whether the user is logged in or not. First thing first, let's grab this is auth here. So in order for us to use that grab that is auth from our state, we need to use something called use state from React Redux. So import that. Sorry, you need to use use selector. So we got that selector. So what happens? Let's go just under the form declaration. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get back to here in a second. So the use selector function provides us whole state, but we can select only some part of the state to return here, because we don't need all the part of the state, right? So to do that, simply access to our .login, because it's an object, whole big object. So we just want the login from whole state. So if we do state.login, now we will receive here login object only. But since we only need the is auth, we can destructure that here like is auth, like so. That means we don't need to import any other property here. So now we don't need this static isauth here. So just save the file. So what happens now, we got the isauth. So we need to let our component know that if isauth is changed, the component should re-render. To make our component re-render based on some part of our state is changed, we need to use something called use effect. Let's use that use effect just under this isauth declaration. So use effect will only invoke whatever we write code here once before the component is loaded. But if we pass some, let's say, variable here, some part of the state, and if anything changes on that state which we have passed here, the use effect will make whole component re-render again. So in our case, what we can do is, if it is auth change, then we can make the component load again. So since the application is loaded, our state is probably reset to default. As a single page application, every time you reload the application, it will reset all our state to the initial state. So if we have anything such as is auth true, it will reset to the initial state, which is auth false. Now if we log in dashboard, so dashboard, now let's say if we click this home is just let's go to the breadcrumb first. The home is basically taking us to the initial entry page, which is the login page. So when we are logged in, not only in the state, so because the page is refreshed, so we are probably isauth is false. But in the previous tutorial, if you go to the application here, we have stored our JSON web token in our session storage. See this one here? So as long as we have access JSON web token, we should be able to detect the user as an authorized user, so should be able to go to the dashboard automatically instead of we are hanging on the client login page. So here what happens, we are just passing breadcrumb here. So let me quickly show you. If you see, now we cannot go login because we logged out. Let's log in again. So if I click home, you see this person is going to load. That means whole page is loaded. So as a single page application, every time we reroute between the pages, we shouldn't load whole application. So rather we have to make internal transition. So to make that work, let me show you one thing first. If we go to our header.component to manage that thingy, let's see if we are logged in. So if now I am in the dashboard page. If I go to ticket page, it will not load. See, it will simply change the router. And if I go to dashboard again, it will simply change this one, but it does not load. So we could achieve that with the help of link container, which we imported from the React Router Bootstrap. And we have to wrap the function, the menu, the link with this link container like here, and pass the destination of the router. So I can simply copy that and go to our breadcrumb and just use this link to wrap up the home link tag inside the breadcrumb. So let's use link container and just wrap whole component. Now we don't need href here, take that out and make sure to change to, because it uses to, not href. Now if we save that, let's log in. Now it should not load the page, but now still we are redirecting back to the login page. So we should prevent that thing first. Let's work on that. So as long as each auth is true in our Redux store, in our login, true, or as long as we have the session storage has the SS token, then we should be automatically redirect back to the dashboard page. So to do that, we have to work on this client login component. Okay, let's close this for now and let's go to the login component here, and here call use effect here as well, and that we're going to do just below where we have declared the component, and let's use under this T structure from the stage. So let's make use effect here. Again, let's remove this boilerplate code. So we're going to need few things. One, we're going to need use isauth. So let's say if we have if isauth is true, right? Or we have, let's say, session storage dot get item. The item name is ssjwt. That should be as a string, guys. If we have these two cases, then we can redirect our application to the dashboard. So we can say history.push, and we pass the path to the application, which is dashboard. Okay, and dashboard here. So let me show you what's happening here. So the history is coming from use history hook, which is provided by React Router domain. So every time you do history.push and provide the path, so this path is the path you provide here, like after the application, the root URL, whatever comes after that. Okay, so isauth, we need to pass this one, as a dependency here, and we also use history here. We need to pass that too. Save that. So okay, it should now actually it's wrapping automatically to these two, but we need to wrap these two condition in one case first, because if one of this one is true, then we push to our history the dashboard. Okay, that's done with the login component. Let's go back to our private route, because it will not work yet, because it's like from private route trying to throw the application to login page, and from login page throwing back to the dashboard page. That's what happened here. So let's go fix that from our private route. So here we are just checking if it is auth or not. We is not true, because if you go to our state, application state, in our state now login is probably false. That's why it's trying to send the application into the login page. So instead of just doing that here, so what we need to do is, let's go to our use effect. So here what we do is that, so let's say for example is auth is false, but we have our JSON web token in our application local storage here, so session storage here. If we have that, we need to dispatch the login action creator from this component, so that we can update our login state in the Redux library here is true. So if we go to our login slicer, that's in our login slicer here, we have an action creator called login success that marks the is auth true. So that's exported here as a login slice as an action creator. Let's import that in our private route here. So I like to import functions and defaults on the top, and then the one that we wrote. So let's import here. The action creator is in the login component. Let's go to login, and inside login we have a login slice. Okay, from there we need this login success action creator. So in our use effect, okay, we are not only taking is auth from the state anymore. So we need to take if it's not is auth, that means is auth is false, but has the session storage.get item. If we have this case, okay, we can just do inline. Now we can dispatch the action creator to mark it as a logged in. So in order for us to do that, we need to, let's see, import already. Okay, we need to import dispatch. Let me do first anyway, and then dispatch this function, not dispatch even, just dispatch. So we need to import use dispatch hook from React Redux, and let's define this use dispatch right under the function declaration here. Simply say const dispatch equals to use dispatch a function. So if we save that, now it's saying it's missing dependency dispatch. Let's make the dependency happy, and now save the application, and it should now update our state. Let's refresh the application. I think it might have gone too many loops, so let's stop the application and run quickly, just in case the application got code between ping pong between two pages. So I don't need that. Okay, now our application is loaded again. Let's quickly open our inspect Redux. So let's log in. Okay, now if we try to go back to our, if I click on the home, did you see that you can see like quick flash of the login page, and it will redirect us back to the dashboard page again. Let's try to go to the login page from here. So did you see that login, the action is triggered here, and the state is updated here, is auth is true. That's happening because of this one, because we do have the JSON SS token. But if I remove this one, and if I go to dashboard, so try to go login page, it will stay there. So that one problem is solved. Now if client is logged in, and if they go home, they shouldn't be in the login page anymore, should be in dashboard, regardless which page they are on. Even like in the ticket page, now if they go to home, now they will come back to dashboard page. Okay, one problem is solved. So what about the other problem, which is if we are logged out, cannot log out because it's not updating few things. The first thing is, okay, session storage is updated, but our is auth is still logged in. I think it's true. So let's work on logout then. Let's not check is auth at the moment. We only check if the session if we have a token in our session storage. So we don't need that actually. Just save that, and everything should work fine. Let me try to log in. Okay, we are logged in here. So if I try to go to home now, we will redirect back to our dashboard page, regardless from which page. Okay, but now if we log out, now there you go. Yeah, we should be able to log out. If we go to our application session storage, we don't have any token, so that's why we cannot go to any of our private router. So this one is sorted as well. Now there is a problem. So we don't have a session storage JSON web token, but we do have a refresh JSON web token. So in that case, as long as the refresh token is valid, the user shouldn't have to log in again and again. So we should be able to use this refresh token to fetch the refresh token and update our state or our local storage and then update the application. So we need to do that too. So let's quickly go over what we did here. So in our login page, in our login component, we are simply checking whether we have SS.JSON web token in our session storage or not. If we already have that in our session storage, we will simply redirect our component, our page to the dashboard, because we assume that the access token is valid and user is authorized. So I don't need this one. Let me delete that and save it. And when we go to the private route, which is basically wrapped out all the application in our app.js, all our private pages is wrapped within the private route. In our private route, what we are doing is that if we have a session storage as the token, we dispatch login as success. So we don't even need this one here. I forgot to remove that. Save it and application should work. Now let's log in. Okay, if we try to go to dashboard again, sorry, the login page again, it should redirect to our dashboard page. Yes, that's fine. But if we log out and try to go to the login page, sorry, dashboard page, it should protect us not from letting us go there. Okay, yeah, that's what we did here. And here we are just rendering based on the, if authorization is true, we render the child component which we wrapped in the private route from our application here, app.json, and otherwise we redirect back to the home page, which is entry page, which is the login page. Authorizing user is done, but to make the user experience better, as long as the refresh token is valid, we need to be able to redirect user every time they revisit the site within the expiry date of the refresh token. They should be able to go to the dashboard automatically. Okay, let's work on that. So to do that, first we need to know what's the URL endpoint to get the refresh token. Let's go to our server application, this one here. Let's see if we have any get refresh token. There you go, we do have get refresh token. So what happens, let's say, let's do login quickly first. Let's say if we are, where is the login? Okay, I just want to log in because I need the refresh token. So if we have a valid refresh token, and if we pass this one as authorization header to our get refresh token here and send it, now we get the access token, valid access token. So we need to work with this URL endpoint and get this refresh token and store in our local storage, sorry, session storage. I want to just copy this link and just minimize that, and we need to send the authorization header. So where we're gonna work is that I think we have an API folder, yes, where the user API. Let's make that API call in our user API here. So what we're going to do is, let's copy this fetch user and then modify that. Okay, let's fetch user here and let's call fetch SSJWT, or let's say new SSJWT, and on the top here, this is our endpoint we need to call to. So let's say const new SSJSON web token URL. So that would be root URL plus, we only need, I think only need token here. We don't need anything else. Just remove that. And let's use this URL endpoint in our XEO call. So, okay, let's come from top. So here in our fetch new SS token, we are going to return as a promise. And since we're going to use wait for the XEO call, we need to define as a async. And we always have either resolve or reject from the promise. So I'm running everything in the try and catch. So in case if we have an error, we reject the error message. And in here, we need to get the access token from our storage here, local storage. To do that, let me close the site. To do that, instead of using session storage, we need to use local storage.getItem, and we need to provide the name. So in our case, we have CRM site, but here we have object. So we need, this is as a string, as you can see here, this is stored as a string. So we need to parse that. So let's do JSON.parse. When we do parse, now we will have this whole value as an object. Let's close that. And now we will get the refresh JSON web token Now we can basically destructure here, and now we will have the refresh JSON web token if there is any. So if there is any problem, definitely it's gonna throw an error. So okay, that's done. That means now if we don't have the refresh token not found, we just reject that. And after that, definitely we need to call the xio get method. Okay, now we need to update the new access JSON web token URL that is in here, and in the authorization header we pass this refresh token instead now. So let me console log here as well just to see. I'm gonna do response.data here. Before we do anything, if you go user login, I want to show you something. So what we have done before was that as long as we get the login successful, and whenever we have that login successful coming with the access token, we have stored them in our session storage. We can do that exactly here. In here, it's right after the rest is coming. Let's check how the data is coming, and then we work on that. So I'm going to call that one from the private route. Let's just invoke one time only and then see what's coming. Save that, and it's in private route. Let me make it smaller. Now it should be in our console, and if I invoke the dashboard, okay, this is the console we are getting from. So okay, basically if status equals to success coming, we have SS token, we can do that. So basically what we are, let me close the side, what we are doing in our login function here. So that means I can simply just copy this if part code down here right after our response coming back from the xio. See, when we did console log rest.data, this object is printed. So that means rest.data has the status, which is success. In that case, session storage.set item is now we need to set the SS JSON web token, and which is now inside the rest data, and that's the access token. So we don't need to do the local storage part this time. So we save that. When we save that, every time we log in, it will update our the application here in our session storage. So automatically done here, and then we response. Actually, we don't need to response the data. I'm just gonna response true here, just to know that, just send the indication that it succeed. Otherwise, reject false. Before that, I wanted to check one more thing. Let's send the invalid token and see what's the message is gonna come to application. Actually, in console. So I want to send the invalid token here instead of sending valid token. Where is it? Instead of sending a valid token here as authorization, let's invalid. So basically I turn that variable into the string. So if I save that, so when you send the invalid token, let's say the token could have expired, right? Even though refresh token. So in that case, we need to handle as well. So the message we're gonna get is 403. Let's see what's the actual message gonna be. So maybe just to dot message, and if I save that, let's see the dashboard. Okay, request failed with status 400. So if we have this message here, if statement, if we have the error dot message equals to this string, then we need to remove this refresh token which in our local storage because it's expired. So 403 means the token is invalid. So that when we have a next round visiting as a dashboard here, it shouldn't send the request. So it should force client to log in here. So let's remove that. So the way we remove that is simply say local storage dot remove item now and pass the token like so and save that, and here simply response false in our case, just to sending the indication. So I don't need this message anymore. Save that. What happening is, let's check. Okay, now if we try to go to our dashboard, the token, this one should be removed. There you go, because token was invalid, it's removed. Okay, great. In our state everything is normal. Now we need to force sign in. So since we are sending the false and the true, so let's catch that event false and true to update our state so that application know that there is a new token refresh, new access token in the session storage. Now client should be able to redirect to the dashboard page. So that should be done in the private route way we have. So we just call here, let's handle this one, that here. What happens with that, we cannot run here say const result equals, we cannot use await in the use effect. So the way you use that is if method. invoke immediate function. You can do that. There are a couple of ways you can do. You can create a function here, another function, and then run that inside it, or call as a immediately invoke function. To do that, let's create a function maybe here called const let's call it update ssjwt. We'll take no parameter, and here we're going to call the anonymous function, and here now you can call async like that, and inside you can do wait here. So from this function we are returning true or false. So let's say if it is true, that means if result is true, then now we can invoke the dispatch the login success function here, right? And we call this function right under here. Okay, now that should make it work. And let's go back to our application again. Okay, let's copy this URL. So if we open a new window, and if let's say go inside our dashboard straight away, let's say we're revisiting page after let's say 2 days. In that case, because currently in this browser we don't have any access token or refresh token in the memory. So let's say if we just visit to this site now, we should automatically redirect to the dashboard page, because refresh token and we do have an access token, we managed to store that, but application is not re-rendering the component because application doesn't know that there is a new state in the application. So if we go to our Redux store, now isAuth is true. Remember before in the login form, I think earlier I said we don't need that, but yeah, we need to provide isAuth in the login form just to involve the re-render process. So if we go to our login page, yeah, initially we had isAuth earlier and we thought we're not gonna need it, but just in this case we need it. So let's use this isAuth and provide in the use effect. Go to the use effect as a parameter of inside this array. Just let login component that okay, when the isAuth is updated in our state tree, make sure to re-render the component. Then use effect will understand that there is an access code. Otherwise, what happens if I just simply do this? Let's go to the application again. If I remove this token here, so if I refresh this token, you'll see, okay, even if I go to the, let's say, dashboard. So if I hit enter, let me remove that and then refresh, put the token again. Did you see that? The application loads before the token. And so once the token is loaded, we need to re-render because this one causing our is state true, is our true in our state. But we need to again re-render this component so that we can detect this the access token is in our session storage so that we can push to the dashboard. So just put this one back here again, save the application, and now if we revisit into the new tab again, so if we have a valid token, we should be able to log in. So let's say if we don't have a valid token, let's invalid the token. Let me go to again to the API here. I think this is the one, fetch user, no, the fetch access token here. Let's say send the invalid token this, and if I try to go to the new window and try to load the page, it will not load. Only it loads when we have a valid token. As long as we have an invalid token, it deletes the token from the memory. So let's log in. Now we have the valid token. Let's go to the new browser, try to go dashboard. There you go, now we can go. So if we try to go to the home page from here, it will always redirect to the dashboard page. That is done as well. And if we log out, now we shouldn't be able to go dashboard page. Okay, we are not logged out properly. Now let's work on logout. I think logout is in the menu, so it's in the header component. Here, remove SSJSON web token. If we go to our, let me close the entry page. So when you log out here, and if you try to go to, what happens whenever you log out, we are removing the SS token from our session, but we do have a refresh token. In order for us to completely log out, we want to remove the local storage refresh JSON web token, and also we can remove the token from the server as well, so that we invalidate the tokens. So let's go to, okay, let's go to logout first quickly. Again, go to the header component. Instead of only removing item from session storage, we can do local storage dot remove item. So we need that CRM site. Yeah, if I save that, and now if you look at here, let's go back to dashboard. Now if I do, okay, we do have a token in local and session storage. If I do logout, the both of the token are removed. If we try to go to dashboard, we are not allowed to go to that dashboard because we are protected. because we protect the route so that unauthorized user cannot access to that. So this is not enough to log out, so we need to invalidate the token from server side as well. So if we go to our REST API here, we do have a logout endpoint. We have worked on that. There you go. So in our logout endpoint, all we have to do is just call this endpoint with the delete method and make sure to pass the authorization key. That should be the SS token. Let's call this logout endpoint. So let's go to our front-end application and go to the user API. And here, let's say logout user. Let's make a new function. Okay, user logout already here actually. That means we can call this, already we work on the, I think probably previous tutorials, can't remember. So what is happening here is that we are creating a function called user logout. It's we are using await here, that's why we're doing async here. So we have to, as you see in our API before, we had to call the delete method to this endpoint, right? So that's what we are doing, delete method to logout URL. So that's user/logout, which is defined here, user/logout. And here we are passing headers, the authorization header, which is session storage.get access item. So what it does is it will call this API endpoint and removes the token from the server. So that way we are safe even if you are logged into the system from somebody else's computer. So simply we call this the API call, since we don't need to receive any feedback really, because I think that really not needed any feedback here. So we still run in the try catch in case if there is any network related error, we catch the error and just simply log out. And let's simply call this one in our header component in this log me out function, which is here. Let's import that. So import, go to the API folder and go inside the user API, and we need to import this user logout function. And before you pushing to the entry page, the login page, let's call this function and do so and save that. Now let's quickly do the test one more time. So let's start fresh up. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, open this one. We still have everything in there. Let's log out. Now try to go dashboard. Cannot go dashboard. Let's log in. We could log into our account, and let's say we revisit the application after a couple days. We are able to log into your account. Great. Our user authorization part is completed here. So what I'm gonna do is, let me quickly check in console if there is an error that need to be fixed. So okay, login. Okay, since there is no error, I'm going to commit this change in our stage. We did a lot of coding here just to git add all git commit. I have said user authorization added with React Router DOM, JSON Web Token, and Redux. I'm just gonna keep that much so that you can check that commit change to check your code against mine. Okay, that is done. So the backend API here and the frontend API here. So let's run them with npm start, and the backend seems already working. So okay, our application is loaded now. So I want to show you something. Last week we forgot to put something. Let's fix that before we go ahead. So if we go to our Redux dev tool, whenever we log in, we have login success once here. And let's say if you want to go to any other page, let's say ticket, and if you want to go back to home page, you'll have a double login success. Or let's say if you revisit to the site, you'll have like 4 times login success. That's very bad in terms of performance. So I realized that as soon as I stopped recording video last time. So let's fix that first. That's a simple fix. So what we gotta do is we need to go to the private router API here, private route component. And here where we are firing update access JSON Web Token, here we need to check few things. We only going to trigger the update access JSON Web Token action creator when there is no access JSON Web Token in the session storage. So let's do that first. Session storage.get item, we get the SSJWT. If we don't have that, right? If we don't have that, then trigger it. And before that, we need to also check one more thing. If we don't have access token in our session storage, or also we need to have the refresh token in our storage as well, so local storage. So let's do end part here, and here let's do local storage.get item. Okay, so just do that, and here session storage get item dispatch. So we only need to trigger this line of code if our isauth is false. So let's pass this isauth is false, and then since we're using isauth here, we need to pass as a dependency here, and then just save the file. So now let's try to see if it has fixed our issue. So now we have only one time success. If I try to just revisit the site, now we have one time login only. Now no matter where we go, it will only does one time whenever you come to the home page. Okay, that's done. I will quickly add in our commit this one so that you can also have the history. I'll just quickly do this and I'll come back. That's done. So let's start working on our dashboard. So in our dashboard, okay, before start working on the dashboard for the fetching data, let's see what are the available APIs we have. If we don't have enough API, we may have to create one. So in the previous few previous tutorials, I showed you how to use Postman to use as an API calling application. So here we have like a different endpoints for the tickets. So what I'm going to do, instead of switching over between the application, I'm going to quickly copy all of this URL and the whatever we needed and put in our Frontend the rest.http file, how we did for user here. Here bottom below here, I'll put all the API for ticket, and then we'll go from there. Okay, just give me a second and I'll get back to you right after done it. Okay, I have already transferred all of our API endpoint from the Postman to our VS Code inside the rest.http file. So what this extension does is that it will allow us to make an API call from within the VS Code. So it's a very handy tool. So what I have done here is putting all the API call from here, ticket API. So the first one is open new ticket. It will create the new ticket in our database, and this one will get all the tickets from database, and this one will get a specific ticket. We have to like here provide the ticket ID, and this is the authorization, the access JSON web token. And then similarly we have a put method to update the ticket, like a reply onto the ticket message. Similarly we have close ticket as a patch, and the delete method to delete the ticket. Okay, so I'm just gonna save this file so that we can come back and have a look at the endpoint. Let's minimize that. In our application here, I wanted to talk about the dashboard a little more later on. Maybe to just start simple thing first, let's go to the ticket and start working on the ticket. So here we will fetch all of our ticket and then we'll display here. Let's work on that. So it seems like already firing few action creator here. Let's see what's going on here. So to do that, let's go to the ticket first, ticket page. I want to close everything here. So the ticket page is ticket list here. Let's go to that ticket list, and here what we are doing is dispatching fetch all tickets from the use effect. So the fetch all ticket is in our ticket action. Let's maximize it. Okay, let me open the sidebar. Okay, the ticket action, let's go to the ticket action. So we have already created our Redux store for the ticket. So here we have the ticket action, and here we are importing the action creator from the ticket slice, which have fetch ticket loading, fetch ticket success, and fetch ticket fail, and also source ticket. So what we're gonna do, let's see why it's failing. Go to the ticket action, and it's calling the fetch ticket success. Before that we are calling the get all tickets, and here we are getting error. See the fetch ticket loading is going on, and then we have a fetch ticket fail saying the request failed with the status code 403. That's because of the invalid JSON web token. Let's go to the API and see. Let me close the sidebar. So go to the get all ticket API. Here we are actually calling the API. Oh, here we are providing static JSON web token, so which is not correct. So what we have to do, basically we have to get the fresh token from our session storage. So simply update that with say session storage.get item, and the item name is ssjwt. Get the file, and let's go to the application, and let's go to tickets, and there you go, we have the ticket. Now you can see the ticket, fetch ticket loading and fetch ticket success. And if we go to our state, now we do have a list of the tickets here. As you can see, we have 3 tickets in our database, and which you can see in our application here. So now our basically the ticket, the listing ticket, all ticket listing page is integration is done. That's all you need to do. And I think every time we have one integration, I'll add the commit message so that you can see as well. So I just increase the font size, guys, so that you can see clearly. So commit part is done. Now go to our application. So the next is we're going to work on the ticket landing page. So this is the ticket table, right? So we should be able to click onto the ticket title subject, and it should take us to the ticket landing page where we have all the ticket information. So if I click here now, see, this is the ticket landing page where we should have our ticket subject, ticket open date and status here. And then if there is any message should be populated here as well. And now we should be able to reply the message here. Let's work on those one first. So we have to fetch the single ticket information. So we could get the single ticket information from the state and populate here. Or if you want to make sure the ticket is up to date, you always get the ticket ID from here and then fetch the single ticket from the server. So let's do fetching single ticket from server so that we have all up-to-date data in our application here, that including the reply from the operators. Go to our ticket. So as we did in our ticket listing page, we will go in our ticket page. This is the page which basically loading all of our ticket here. I mean single ticket here. Here we have message and ticket used from state. Okay, so the first thing first, we need to grab this ticket ID from our router, from our URL, so which we have already done here in our one of the previous tutorial. So when we use params, that is the hook provided by React Router DOM, we can basically get the ticket ID, this one, like so here, because if we go to our app.js file, here we are passing ticket / TID. So this is the parameter coming from here. So whatever it comes after this /, this value will go into this ticket ID. So to grab that ticket ID, underneath that, we are writing this code here. So if I simply do console dot, you can see that. Just to make sure you are in the same page, let's quickly check this. And in the console message, we have the ticket ID. Here you go. Okay, now based on that ticket ID, let's go grab the ticket from our server. So let's see what we have done here. So in use effect, so basically in the previous tutorial, what we are doing here is that we're grabbing all the ticket from our dummy ticket. So we don't need to do any more of that because we are getting ticket from server now. Go to our ticket page here. So we don't need this one. Let's remove that. I want to go to ticket API first. So this is what we're going to do. First, we create the ticket API that will fetch the single ticket. And after that, we will create the action that will make the call to that fetch ticket API and updates the single ticket in our Redux store. And from Redux store, we will pull the data in our component here. Okay, so let's go to our API folder. We have a ticket API. Here we are already doing get all ticket. So let's just copy all this code and we write down get single ticket here. Single ticket, and we do need the ticket ID though here. And if you remember in our API, we do have a endpoint that pastes the single ticket. So the method is get method, and this is the URL endpoint. And we need to send the authorization header, the access.json web token. So you just want to copy this one here just to make sure. Okay, here again we're repeating. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna just do here const root URL. We should be putting this the root URL in our environment variable so that you can use it everywhere, so that we don't have to keep writing here. So this is our root URL, and I'm gonna need const get single ticket URL. I'm just gonna say like that. So the URL endpoint would be root URL plus the this one. We have to go ticket and / the ticket ID. So we only provide ticket here for now, and we provide the ticket ID from the function inside. So let's remove that. We don't need it. So all we need is the single ticket ID variable. Just here what we are doing is getting single ticket ID here, and here we are returning the promises, and we are using async because we are doing wait here to get the call here. And the method we need is get, and we need to pass the URL ID here. But instead of just sending that hard-coded URL ID, we already have the single URL ticket here. And plus, we need to also pass our ID, because as you remember, we need to pass the single ticket ID on our URL endpoint. And headers is just like that. We need the session storage and get SS token, and everything seems okay to me. I just want to do console log in case if we get any error here. Just save that. Okay, now we can call this get single ticket in our ticket. Let's combine the single ticket and the list of the ticket action, and then everything inside the ticket slicer. So let's go to the ticket action here. We have a fetch all ticket here. Let's copy that. So I'm gonna say only from here, so we know that. So instead of fetch all ticket, let's do again here fetch single ticket, and again we need ID here. We are going to call this action from the component later on, and we will receive the dispatch because it's going to be high order function. Okay, so now we need to, before we work on here, we need to create some actions. Let's go, this function must be on the top. That was from the previous tutorial, so let's leave this one. So what we're gonna do here, first we're going to import this get single ticket API function here in our ticket action. So we already have got this function here, so we can simply pass the another function because it's in the same file. Okay, I think that's all with the ticket API. We can close now, and we will going to call this function from here. I'll just put this one just like that first and save the file. So now we need to create the fetch single ticket, like these three stuff, like an action creator in our ticket slice. So let's go to the ticket slice, and here we already have fetch all, fetch ticket loading, fetch ticket success, fetch ticket fail. So let's add more reducer here. Even though this is the reducer for all the tickets, let's do for the single ticket as well. In order to do that, what we have to do first is in initial ticket, let's provide one more property called selected ticket, and which is the again the object. And here what we're going to write in the source ticket, let's leave the source ticket there. So we're going to do three stuff again: fetch single ticket pending, fetch single ticket success, and fetch single ticket fail. So I'm going to just copy three of this reducer here. So I'm gonna say instead of ticket here, I'm gonna say single. So I'll just copy this one and put on all of the reducer first, and we need to update here something. Okay, we can utilize this one is loading, and we can also utilize the error. That's fine. And now we have to take only this one. So here we only need to update the selected ticket in our success fetch single ticket success. So instead of state.tickets, now state.selected ticket equals to the action payload where we will be sending our actual ticket. So again, we can simply destructure the payload here, which I have already talked about it, how it works in one of the previous two tutorials. Okay, so source ticket, we don't need that actually. We only need selected ticket and is ticket loading false, and make sure to pass the error is empty as well, in case if there was an error in the previous attempt or so. So if we save that, I think that should be fine. Now we need to just export these reducer as an action creator here. So again, let's copy these three down, and we have to pass this single to match these three reducers. So from here, I guess, yeah, I'm gonna say like that. So now we have these three action creator are exported from this file, which now we can again import in our ticket action, like so how we did for the fetch all tickets. Let's just pass here, and now when you go down here, we are dispatching fetch ticket loading. So now we can say fetch single ticket loading. Just comment it out, fetch single ticket loading, and then we will going to run try catch in case if there is an error. Okay, and now we will going to pass the ticket ID to the get single ticket API call. So we will receive the result or the error. So if we get the result, if we have the ticket ID, then that means we can dispatch fetch ticket, not fetch ticket, now fetch single ticket success to here, and we pass this ticket result. And then if we fail to get the ticket, we have to say fetch single ticket fail, and we simply pass the error message. Now if we save that, okay, it's saying already defined. Let's see, where is it? Okay, I think I might have incidentally copied this portion as well. Just save that, and then let's go to our app. Okay, here now we have to call this fetch single ticket action in our ticket page, where we are basically going to fire up this action. So let me copy this, save that, and go to our ticket page here somewhere on the top before all the component stuff, or at the bottom of that, doesn't matter. Import the ticket action from ticket list. Go to the ticket list / ticket slice, and that's where we have our ticket action. Just make sure the path is correct. Okay, now we're going to dispatch this ticket in our use effect. So we don't need to do all this selecting stuff, which we did in our previous tutorial to get the dummy ticket from dummy ticket file. So simply we need to dispatch the ticket, the action here. Dispatch the action, not dispatch event, and we need to make sure we pass the ticket ID here, which we have got from the params. And since it seems like the dispatch is not imported, the dispatch is the part of the React Redux, so let's import that. Here we need to import use dispatch hook, and we need to define here the dispatch equals to use dispatch hook. And now we are going to use this dispatch down here to dispatch our actual action, and we pass our ticket ID. And since we are using dispatch here, we need to pass as a dependency and save the file. And now when we load this component, we should see some action triggering. Okay, there is an error saying ticket list ticket.slice is not exported in ticket.page. Let's go fix this issue first. Go to the ticket page, which we are already there. We're trying to do fetch ticket, single ticket, which this one, it's saying it's not exported from our ticket list.ticket.slice. Let's go to the page and see, yes, we are not supposed to import from the ticket slice, but from the ticket action. That's supposed to be the ticket action. There you go. That was the wrong path, that's why. Okay, now our application is fixed. The issue is fixed. So when we go to the ticket, let's see our action triggering. Go to the first tickets. We got all the tickets. Yeah, let's go to the single ticket, and now you can see that single ticket loading is true and single ticket fetch is success here. And if we go to the ticket, and in our single ticket, actually in the state, go to the tickets, and in our state we have a ticket inside the single ticket. It's selected ticket, so this is inside the array. So we actually not passing array. So what we can do to fix that, because this is passing as an array, so it should be just object. So to fix that, go to our action. Here we just pass first ticket because it sends as a array if there is a ticket. So we can just select the first ticket, which is only one ticket in that array. So it should fix that issue. So again, go to our tickets, go to single ticket, and when you go to the first ticket, now you can see the ticket is successful and we have the ticket information. Let's populate this ticket here, including the is pending and the error message. Okay, let's go to the component here, the ticket again. So we don't need the ticket action at the moment. We can close that. We can close the ticket slice. We can close the app as well, and the ticket listing page also not needed unless we can. Okay, never mind. And now let's go. So in our ticket page, so we don't need our dummy ticket here. We can remove that and go down here. And first thing we need to do is use selector from our Redux, React Redux, to get that value from the state. So let's use selector to get the value first. Just above the use effect, I'm going to write, okay, above the state here, I'm going to say const. I'll get back here again, equals to use selector. It will provide the whole state of our application from the Redux store. And here we're going to only return the tickets. And what we are interested in is actually inside the ticket is loading error and selected ticket. So we can destructure that here. Let's type that out here. So I'm going to say is loading first, error if there is any, and the selected ticket. Okay, so when we have a is loading, we can always run the spinner somewhere here. Maybe I just create one new row just at the top of the file. Actually, not here. So just I'm going to copy this breadcrumb here, and instead of breadcrumb, I'm going to run the spinner here. So let's run if it's loading, then we can run the spinner. We need to import the spinner from the React Bootstrap. So let's do spinner and use that spinner here. Spinner takes 2 parameters. One is variant. That's just the color, which color you want. I'm gonna say primary for now. And the another one is the animation. So I'm going to use the border. Okay, and just make sure to close the component. And if we have an error, we can simply do same thing in the same column, row and column. So if we have an error, which we are getting in our fetch state, ticket state, this one will give us error if there is any error while fetching the single ticket. We can do alert. Let's import the alert as well from React Bootstrap. So say alert variant. I'm gonna say danger. Danger gives that red background thing, and just pass the error message inside the component as a child component. So just pass error here and save that file. So it should work now. Let's try to see if we can see any of that effect. It's gonna be pretty fast when it's loading, but try to see if you can see the spinning logo here. Did you see that quick flash? Okay. All right, that's done. Let's work on our actual populating the ticket value here. So just going to expand here so that I want to see what we needed. Okay. Let's make it a little smaller so that we can see side by side. Okay, in our subject here, so what we have is the selected ticket in our in our variable, in our state, which holds all the ticket information. So here, instead of ticket, we are passing selected ticket to all of this variable and save that. So now we have the ticket is basically updated. So subject is from issue, ticket open is not updated yet because the property should be open at, not edit at, and the ticket status is updated as well. And at the bottom, close ticket is for this button, and if there is any message, we can populate the message. So go to the conversation here above this reply, and we populate all the conversation messages. So let's go down here. So what we can do, instead of ticket here, let's pass that ticket list as well. Sorry, selected ticket as well here. And here, instead of history, we do have a conversation. So we made a little bit change on our server side, so we need to just follow so that we get the right property. If we save it, now we should see some difference here. Okay, now I can see the ticket is populated here. That's the first message, which you can see in our conversation. Okay, we only have one message in the conversation, so we can only get one message. So we need to here, let's see, there should be something showing up here. Let's go and see what is supposed to be there. Go to the message history component, which takes the actual message history, this whole array, not this one, the conversation array. And we are just console logging. We don't need that. We already know what's coming from our state. So just remove that. And here's row. Okay, we are just basically mapping through this array. And if there is any message, we are just putting message in this div, and also putting the date. So in our case, seems like we are not getting a date. So let's see how the date is coming. So just click on this and see the raw. And here you can see, let me make it bigger. I don't need this. So in here you can see the date is coming as a message 8. So we can simply pass message 8 here and save that. And also we need to send one more property here. Who send that message? So if you go to select the ticket again. So we have the message and the sender name. So we need to pass sender name, not message by sender. When we save that, now we have all the value we needed for our ticket. So by and the date and the message, this is not definitely looking good. So this has to be work on that. So I think in today's tutorial, we probably just do the integration part, and we'll try to do refactor and then make it a little nice later. I don't want to spend time on this one at the moment, but hey, you can do this one too, right? And now let's just the simple design, simple CSS just put on here. It should work. Now the next thing, okay, this thing is done. The fetching single ticket is done. I'm going to commit that change as well. So the next thing we need to do is we need to be able to type the message, hit the reply button to update the message history here. So what normally happens in this page is that we haven't worked on the admin side yet. So whenever we finish with our admin section, as long as the client opens the ticket like this, admin will see this message and admin will reply, or operator will reply onto this message, and that message will appear down below here. And after that, again, if you have any more query or message to send, you can send here, or you can update your message on the top of this one from here. So all we need to make it happen now is type the message. Don't worry about the crazy triggering at the moment here, the action triggering thingy. So all we need to make it happen is that type this message, send the reply button when the form is submitted, and update that ticket back here and update that ticket in database. And when we go to the individual ticket, we should be able to see those update messages here. To make that happen, let's go to checkout API and see what are the information we need to send. So this is the reply message. So we need to send the put method to this URL endpoint with the ticket ID. And of course, we need authorization header, that XSJSON web token. And we need to send the message and sender. So that means the sender name should be coming from our user profile, from our user state. Let's check what do we have first in our state. So we need to make sure, we haven't looked into that, but we need to make sure we have user in our state. Okay, user seems empty, even the user is authorized here. So it seems like whenever we're reloading the page, it's overriding the user information to the initial state. So what we're gonna do here is, every time we check the is state here in our private component, we can check the is user available or not. So let's go to the private route here. If you remember, just in the beginning of the tutorial, we had to update these two things. Here we can also do one thing. So let's get the user from state. So to get the user from state, we need to go to user and users. So grab that user. Okay, so we are already grabbing the login. Let's copy that line and then say user, and I'm gonna get user. So we have a double user here, user and another user. So another user, the inner property of the user, will have actual information about the user. So in the case of, let's say, user should have ID as well. So what we can check here some way, if not user.id underscore ID actually, if not there, we can dispatch the get user profile, which we have not brought that in here, but I know we have in our user action. Let's do search. I just do Control P to search the file. So you can search any file you like from here. So user action there has that. See this one, the get user profile. We just need to call this function and it will do whatever it has to do to get the user. So if it is not user and it's fetch user. Okay. Let's save this file and let's go to our private component and import this get user profile from this page and dashboard and user action. And let's import that here. So we need to go to the pages dashboard / user action as that action called get user profile that we need to dispatch in our, actually should be, yeah, here. We don't need to pass anything or like that. So just like that, save that file. And let's see if the user gets updated. Now we can see get user pending, get user success in our user state. We should have now user. Let's go to the ticket page. When we went to the ticket page before, we missed that user. So we should have user now right there, right? Name, great. So now we can grab that name and the message as well in our reply box here to send to the API. So it's complaining we need to provide the dispatch. It's there. It's saying missing user underscore ID. Okay, just pass that then. And yeah, now I can close this for now. User action is no needed now. So let's go back in our ticket again, ticket component. Here we ticket update component. So let's grab this message. So basically what happening, we are sending, handling all the action of this box and reply through the parent component of this whole ticket page. So we don't need to do that. We can simply pass, do all the action within the local state of this component because we are using the Redux. That's the beauty of the Redux, right? So ticket page is calling the, not ticket page, actually, I need to go to the ticket.page. and here message history, and the update ticket. See, we are passing these three stuff here, props, so we don't need to pass that. So let's remove that first. And since we remove here, we need to remove from the top as well here. So handle on change and handle on submit, we take it out from here and we put back inside our update ticket component, just inside before the return under the function declaration, component declaration. And we don't need to use as a props here, just remove that. And I think we were using props type to check the props, so we don't need that. Comment it out for now, and just to comment this out too. Okay, so now since we are setting the message, the one whichever we type here, we need to update in our state. So let's call use state first and define here, let's do const use state to provide to hold the message that we are typing. So initial message is nothing there, just the empty string. And let's pass the variable of that message we can access as a message. And what happens, we don't need double const here. Okay, so every time on handle change, so whenever we input anything here, every time we type, it will trigger the onHandle change, sorry, onChange method that will trigger the function called onHandle change, and it will receive all the event, and from the event we can get the target and value. Value is the actual value that when client types the message, and we are setting that message in our message variable, and we can use that message variable here to display back in the box, in this box here. So that thing is done. So now when we click, we will trigger the onHandle submit event of the form, which will call the onHandle on submit function. Yeah, we simply just alerting the form submitted, but we can also just alert the message here just to see everything works fine. Make sure there is no any error or something like that. So if I type this one, now nothing crazy happen here. And if I submit the message, now we can get this alert. That means we receive the message. So we need to grab our user profile. So if we go to our state, we have a user. Let's get that username here. So to do that, you need to use selector that need to be imported from the React Redux library, and that's use selector. Let's go down just before the okay, just under the use state, or above the use state rather. I'm going to say const, we'll get back that in a second. So as you already know, use selector will give us all state, and we are going to only return the user object from there. State.user will return the user object, and inside the user object we have another object called user. So let's destructure that. So when we destructure that, instead of getting user is loading and error everything, we will get user only. So from is user, we can even do further destructure like so, just to get the username, for example, name like so. That way we can only get the name out of everything here. So now we can use that name in our handle on submit. Let's make an object, like if you remember in our application here, we need to send message and sender. So let's do the same way. Let me copy this one. Yeah, we need to, okay, so that's mscobj, let's call it, and has to be, we have to send like this way, message and sender. So we don't need the inverted comma here. So what we're gonna do, the message is a message coming from our state here, so we don't need anything else. We can simply remove this part, and the sender is the name. Now we have this one here coming from our state. So that means our we need to make sure we provide the const here. So our object message is ready to be sent as well. So let's remove this one. Okay, now our object is ready. So where to send? So let's go to the action, and we create the action where that action can handles the submitting this message to our API. So we have to basically create the action, create the reducer, and then create the API to make this functionality complete. So the next thing we are going to do is create the reducer. Okay, so if you are working on the large project, and if this function is a separate feature of the application, you should be creating the separate separate slicer, reducer, and the action. But in our case, we are only replying one message in from the form of that page, so we can combine this one with the ticket slicer and ticket action. So let's go to the ticket slice here, and here before, as you can see, fetch single ticket loading, fetch single ticket success, and then fail. Now we can use that same function, reducers. Just make a copy of these three, and we're gonna call them, instead of now fetch single ticket loading, I'm gonna do Control D to select multiple similar text and simply say the reply ticket. So when we have a reply ticket loading, reply ticket success, reply ticket fail, that are the reducer for our ticket replying message. So in our loading state, we can say is loading true, and in our fail state, we can say is loading false, and we can pass the error message. And when the ticket reply is success, all we have to do is reset the error message to empty in case if there wasn't any error, and loading is definitely false, and we don't have to pass any payload at the moment here, because we can check if there is error or not, and based on that we can provide the feedback to the client in our component. Just save that, and we need to export this reducer that will become action creator here, that we have talked about it already. So let's rename them as same as the one we have created, reducer here. So again, I'm going to select the first part of this name, to Control D to multi-select and Control V to paste, and I'm gonna copy three of them actions. Save this file and copy this action creator and go to the ticket action again. First thing first, import them here on the top. Since they are in the same file, we can simply pass here like so, and go down to one of the function. Okay, let's copy this one, and we just reuse that and then rename the things we need to. So here I'm just gonna say action for replying on single ticket. I don't need that only thingy. So here, instead of single ticket fetch, we said reply on ticket. Yeah, that's it, reply on ticket, that should do. So here we need to receive the few things. So let's see, again, go back to our app, the API. Here we need the ticket ID and the message, the actual message that to be sent to the server. So we need to receive these two things in our action so that we can forward to our API call. So let's do underscore ID for the ID and the MSC object. That's all we're gonna need. So, and in the initial state, we're going to dispatch the is replying ticket loading state that will create the is loading true. And then when we have an error, first thing, let's do console.log to see the error if we got any. And we dispatch the reply ticket fail action creator here with the message here that will come from the error here. And in the success case, now we have to create the API call here. So let's say if we are success on doing that, let me get back to that in a second. If we are success updating ticket, we can dispatch the reply ticket success action creator. We don't need this one, and now save the file. So let's work on that API that updates the reply. So we haven't created this API calling function yet, but let's write here anyway. So let's say update reply ticket, and here we need to pass both the ID and the message object here, and we have not created this one yet, but I will get back to this later, but we're going to create soon. So in our API, ticket API, let's import it first, and then let's go back to the ticket page, ticket.api file, and we call the API here. Let me make a copy of that and rename first so that we are exporting the function that we needed. And here we are receiving ID and the message as a message object, and here we are again returning the promises. So we need async and wait to wait the API call from the server. I think we are using the put method, so we need to change that get to put, and our API is v1/ticket/ticket ID. So I think that is already in use. If we check this URL, get single ticket URL, that is basically v1/ticket only, and on the behind that we can just add the ticket ID, so that will make our API correct. So, and as a header, of course, we need to send our access JWT from our session storage for the authorization purpose, and we need to send this object message as well. When we send that, it should do the work in the server and it should be fine. So let's save this file and go back to our action. which we have already worked on. Everything is fine. So on a console log the result and see what comes in the result. I think it just comes the message saying the success or fail. That's all. I just want to see anyway. And now let's call this action in our component if we haven't already. So let's go back to our ticket component here on handle submit. We need to call that action. Before calling that, we need to import it. So let's do import, and it's in the ticket action, which is inside the ticket list inside the pages. Make sure we get the path right. So let's go to the pages first, slice the ticket list and slice the ticket action actually, and this action has this reply on ticket action, which we can now dispatch here. So have we imported the dispatch yet? Use selector? No, we need to import use dispatch hook from React Redux, and we need to define that use dispatch is a dispatch variable so that it's easy for us to use, like so. And now go down on handle change, and here simply say dispatch the function, actually the action, and pass the ID. We don't have ID yet, and the message object. So the ID of the ticket, where are we gonna get that from? I think that ID of the ticket we can do two ways. Either we can pass as a props from the parent component, because our parent component has ID, right? Let's quickly check that ticket page, ticket list page. We have the ID. We can pass this one as a props from the ticket, the parent component. Or I think we can get it from, okay, we'll get back that one. That's the one I said we didn't have yet. Or we can grab it from the our state, which is inside the selected ticket. It should be inside the selected ticket. Maybe let's do passing, see, so that you can choose whichever option you want. So I'm just showing you all the possible options that you can use. So let's do ID equals to, I think the variable name is TID, and let's use this one, props, in our update ticket here. We can destructure and just use that straight away. And now this ID we have here, and you can use that props type just to check if we are receiving that or not, like so. We don't need this too, and this is not function, this is an string is required, and since we are using props type here, you're gonna need that. Just say that this will give us the error message in case the component is not receiving the proper types of the ID. So now we do have ID as well, so we should be good to go and see what happens. Let's try first. We've been coding a while without testing. Let's do some test, and probably I want to go to the ticket page. Now when we type and submit the ticket, few things should happen. First, let's say second time reply on this message, and hit reply. Okay, few things happened, but it just went off, couldn't see much. Let's go to the ticket and see what happened. This was the ticket. I want to see in the console. Let's open big one, and then we try, and then we check in the console. So our state is our component is updated re-render again, so that shouldn't be happening. Let's see why it's re-render. So if we go to our submit on handle, let's prevent the default. So receive the event, and we do event.prevent default, so that it doesn't have that loading effect. Okay, now that solved that one issue. So whenever we send the message, we are getting reply from the server saying error, the sender is required. Okay, we have some error sending our data properly in the format that we send, so that's fine, we can work on that. So that means we should be able to display this error message here some way, just on the top. So let's grab that message. Let me check in our state what we have first. It's loading there. Ticket, replying ticket success. That's not right. Need to check. Let's go back in the console again. So if we see in our status error, we need to check this one. So let's do, I'm gonna copy that. in our data, go to the API call, where we have called our API to update the ticket. Here on the result, we are just resolving. So what we're gonna resolve here is, okay, that's fine. We can only resolve the data, so we only get that data from here. And in our action, so we can check here if we have in result dot status equals to, if we have that error, that means we need to dispatch the error message here saying error result.message, I guess, result.message. Other than that, then we return from here so that we don't execute another line. So if we have an error, then we do that. Other than we just reply the success, save that, and see it should at least show that error message. There you go, sender is required. That's okay. Now let's check. Oh, okay, I think the object message, it's try to send this first, maybe the order, because of the orders. So, and that's supposed to be outside this bracket for the headers, that's bracket for the option, so that has to be outside. So like that, and save it and try to send one more time and see if it works. So let's go to the application again, try to reply the message and see. There you go. Now we have the update message successful, and your message has been updated, status success. So now we can display that message here. Let's get the message here saying the message is updated. So to do that, we need to get the, okay, go to the slicer, ticket slicer here. Actually, let's receive the message saying that reply message. Okay, let's create this reply message new property in our initial state, and I'm just going to use that for reply ticket success case here. What we're going to do though is pass the payload that we are going to receive in our function. So we can just, we're going to receive the action, but we can destructure the payload here. But now we need to pass this message in our ticket success in our action. Ticket success. Okay, if fail, yeah, we're sending message. If not fail, then we should have a success, and that success comes in the result.message as well. And now we can say expected assignment or function call instead of an expression in our ticket slice on line 53. What happened is, sorry, that's supposed to be the assignment is a regular variable that for the state. I'll just save that. And now we need to get that property from our state using use selector. Let me show you quickly first. That's in our tickets. Reply message is empty. Let's grab that in our reply component. Where is our reply ticket page? Not in the ticket page. We need to go to, I'm just going to close that for now. Message history component actually, yeah. So we need to import use selector from the React Redux. And now go just below these the message null thingy. We just grab that reply message. So we're gonna say const. We're going to come back that in a second. Now just get use selector to get all the state, and just response as I return the state dot tickets. So this one will return this object, this object only, and from there we're just going to grab the reply message only. So if we have that reply message, let's create a new div here. So inside this div, let's say if we have a reply message, then we're going to show the again alert, and okay, we need to import that alert from our React Bootstrap. I'm gonna say success. I think it has success as well, and just pass the message here. And we need to wrap whole element inside one div. We cannot return multiple div from one component. So this div wraps this div, and then that's all works. Okay, let's put this one all the way up here and then save it. Now let's try to send the message and see. Okay, now we have the message. Oh, okay, that means we are doing in the wrong place. This is not what we want. We only want one time. I think let's display on the top of this form here rather than there. So go to our update ticket component, and here let's grab this component with div again, like how we did before. I'm just gonna copy paste here the code. So from the, let me delete all this slice and action at the moment, making confusing here. So let's take this one out and put it on the just below this function declaration. And we need to again import the use selector from Redux, and we need this message. Take that out. Now we don't need this div here, and remove this div as well. I think just save that. Yeah, it's back to normal, this component. And also copy paste here, and make sure we close this whole form inside the div. What's wrong inside the div? And we need to do one more thing, that is make sure we import alert from the React Bootstrap here. Save this file, make sure there is no error. Let's check that everything works. If it does, then let me send one more message. There you go, your message has been updated here. Great, that's what we wanted to see. And now we are not receiving all the message yet. So what happens is that as long as we get this success message, we will invoke the fetch single ticket action again from the action. So let's do that so that we can receive this message. Just to show you that, see if I just put, let's say, just to see that, yeah, this message, send it. I'll get this message, but I cannot see this message on the list. So we should get that result instantly. To do that, go to the message, update message component here, where we have called the send message code is the use dispatch. On handle submit, we got doing the reply on ticket. Let's go there. In this action, so this is the error part. So when you have error, we just return it. That's it, nothing to do more. So if there is no error, that means there is success on the replying ticket. That means here we can call that action to fetch the single ticket, fetch single ticket. So let's dispatch that, call that function. We need to dispatch this because we need to use the thunk middleware to work. Otherwise the asynchronous call will not happen. So let's do that, save it, and do one more try again. So now let's say last message here. So when I reply that, reply ticket success and fetch single ticket fail. Property 0 of undefined, because I know what happened. Okay, first thing, go to our ticket action where we are fetching single ticket. Here we are passing the first item of the array. That before we doing that, make sure we have the result first. Let's check that. If we do have result.length, if we have this one, then only get that person, otherwise don't send anything. So okay, that's done. Now let's make sure we pass the ID to our function where we're calling fetch single ticket here. So we are getting this ID here. Let's copy this ID and pass that ID and just save that file, and let's see if there's an error or something. Okay, last two. There you go, last two is updated now. And if you see now state the action, now fetch single ticket success has been triggered to get that last two message here. And every time we submit, I think we need to reset this value as well here so that there's nothing in the form. Let's go to the form again. Where is that form? On submit. So we need to go to update ticket component. Here we can reset this message. Once the dispatch is done, we can reset this to empty message. Let's set that. And so now let's do last three. There you go, our last three is updated here. Now the message box is empty. We have the feedback as well. So there are a few things definitely need to change. The date, I think just change the date, at least looks nice. Let's simply put the date in the ISO string so that it looks much better. Where is our date? Date is in the message history component. Let's get to the message history component, and on the date, if we have this true, then we can say new date, pass that row dot message add to local string, save that. Yeah, so I'm just gonna copy this one, save that, and then go to our ticket listing form. So which is in ticket page. Where is the ticket list? If anywhere, okay, if open at is there is a date on the ticket here as well. You can change that. Just simply say and I'm just gonna copy paste and then get this variable down here. That should update our ticket here, date here as well. And if you want to update in this list as well, you need to update in this ticket table. Let's go to ticket table. I think ticket table component is here. Where is the open at? Yeah, here. Just to end, let's do new date row dot open at dot to local string and save that. You should have that date here now. There you go. Okay, now and make this close button work. Let's look into our API, see what we have to call or send to. Close ticket is here. We need to send this patch request to this URL endpoint with this access JSON web token. Now again, let's go to our ticket API and let's open one of them. Okay, get all tickets, single ticket, update reply ticket. Let's copy that and let's go up here and create the URL endpoint. So we need b1/ticket/close ticket and the ticket ID. So let's create a new variable called close URL equals to root URL plus we need to give the root URL plus ticket/close ticket goes here, and then we'll pass the ticket ID from the function itself. So just remove that. I'm going to copy this, go down here, and in the recently copied function, just update the URL first, and then let's do close ticket. Just say close ticket. Okay, actually say update ticket status closed. Yeah, we only need ID, we don't need any message. And if you remember, we need patch method, so we need to do patch here, and we only need the ID, we don't need the message as a body, and we do need the access JSON web token from session storage, and yeah, resolve the result or reject the error. So save this file and just copy the function name, and now we go to ticket action. Here let's create a new action to close the ticket. Okay, action for closing ticket, and let's import that function from ticket API. Update ticket status closed, and go down here again. Here let's say let's call this action name, okay, close ticket only. So close ticket, and we need to receive the ID as a parameter and the dispatch because this one going to be the higher order function again. So yeah, we need to create this all of this stuff again in our reducer. So let's go to our ticket slicer. Yeah, let's again copy these three stuff down here, and now instead of replying ticket loading, say close ticket. Okay, so again we need to, these are the reducer, and we need to export them as a action creator. So I'm gonna just copy one of these here and just Ctrl-D to select three of them and save the file, copy all of this and go back to our ticket action and then import them again here. And now again we need to dispatch them one by one. So okay, let's uncomment this all. So the first thing we'll dispatch the close ticket pending, and then let's go down here, and then if it is, we need to now actually call that function, this one was the API function, this one we just created in our ticket API in here, and we just have to pass the ID, the ticket. If error, then we'll dispatch with the error message. Okay, so let's get the close field action creator for when we have an error here, and success and error in here as well. When we have an error message, we need to dispatch the error as well. And when we are success, we need to get this part done, dispatch as a success. Yeah, and we can again dispatch the first single ticket, same ticket, to get that updated ticket display in our front-end application. So let's say that we need to call this action in our component again. Go to in our ticket page, let's see where is the close ticket. Okay, so this button has the close ticket, this is the button. So we need to trigger a function here. So basically we can call on click event, we can basically dispatch our function here only. So simply say dispatch that the function, the action we need to import first. Let me type here anyway, and we pass the ID as well for the ticket. So that function is not imported here, so we need to import from the, okay, we haven't imported anything. Okay, yeah, ticket action, we need to import that new close ticket action, and it's saying it's not defined. that is basically not in ID. We have like a TID actually, not underscore ID. Let's pass TID and save that. Actually, we need to call as an anonymous function and then run that dispatch. So let's try. Let's do close. Okay, fail with status code 403. Let's go to our API call quickly. Ticket API, are we sending the correct header? Yes. Okay, patch is the method that we needed. So with the patch method, the XUO expect to have body with the data. Even if you don't have a data, you need to provide the empty body. If you do that, it will now send the header as a header. Otherwise, it will mess up with the header information with the body information, because the sequence of the parameter matters here. Okay, if we save this one and now go to our application, let's say our ticket status is now pending operator response. Let's do close. Now status is closed. You would have seen the spinning as well. And I realized that the message is at the bottom here. So I think we should put this message on the top somewhere here. To do that, let's go to the ticket landing page. Update ticket page. In our ticket page here, we can pull that information, reply message. Let's copy this, go to ticket page. Let's go under the form declaration. It has to be, when you use selector, make sure you use before you are returning any function anyway. And also let's use that alert message. We already have message shown here. Let's do that there. Yeah, that's probably all we need. Just save that and let's remove a few things here. We don't need this one in our update ticket component, and also we don't need alert. Save that file. Go to ticket page. I saw this message. I don't think we need this one. Let me remove that and see if it is used anywhere else. Save that one and let's see if there is an error. And if I try to close the ticket, there you go, ticket successfully closed and status is closed. So it's a bit funny now. Even the ticket is closed already. It's saying closed ticket. We should be able to disable this button when the ticket closes. Ticket status is closed. Okay, yeah, we can update that too quickly. What is the button? The button is here. Disabled equals to. So here, do if selected ticket dot status is equals to if the selected ticket dot status is closed, then make this button disable. See, now you cannot do anything with that. If we go to another ticket, now you can close this ticket and status updated successfully, ticket is closed. There you go, guys. The close ticket functionality is done as well. I'll commit this code as well in our stage, and I'll get back to you in a second. Okay, the git commit is done. I think I just thought there is some issue with the way that we have used our ticket slice, where we have used this message, slicer, where we have using same error message for all the event. So I think so. Let's quickly have a look at that. So for example, this ticket. Okay, let's go to the ticket and let's generate some error. So if we just try to send the message, we will get an error saying the message empty is not allowed to be emptied, right? So this is the error generated by this component. But if we try to go to now ticket, now that message is carried over because we are using same message property in both the case. Maybe it's a good idea to just at least separate them so that we don't have this issue. Now we cannot see any ticket even though we do have a ticket. So just to fix that one is a simple fix. So instead of error only, we do like that. This is the reason you should separate your reducer as per the functionality. Once we define this, let's go to the reply ticket option where we have a error case. Reply ticket fail here. Instead of error, let's pass this option, and now we pull this reply ticket in the ticket page, and here we need to pull that information from the ticket. So actually we are using two state here, which we don't need it. Let's comment that. Okay, let's pass this variable, and we can use this one into the same. We don't need two different places calling use selector, and yeah, just like that. Now instead of, okay, let's check this message only in one place. Let's copy danger part, and now if we have this reply message, then we display this message. Save that, and it should avoid that error now. Okay, we do have that error, but if we go to ticket, now we have the ticket, so that is fixed. Okay, now the next one we need to work is add new ticket. Now we need to be able to fill up this form. Oops. And send this one form to the ticket page. Okay, I think let's create the separate reducer and action for this add ticket. So let's quickly see what's happening in ticket first. We have a state with the subject issue details, error, and an initial message. Subject issue details. Okay, send form on handle submit. We have set from data to error, set from console.form submitted received. Okay, sort text issue, add ticket form. This is the actual form that is called into the page. Okay, that's fine. We could strip all this on handle submit and on handle change into the add ticket form by itself here. So this component itself, or you can do on the add page. The best practice is just to, since we are using the Redux, we don't have to use parent component to pass anything down to the children component. So better just strip everything into the add ticket component. Okay, let's take everything from this file, because so I think we need to like take out this utility function, initial state, and this state, and the onHandle submit, onHandle change, all this stuff should go into the add ticket form. Let's take them out. I'm going to close the sidebar. Okay, start with the short text, goes into the add ticket form. Hopefully the path is still the valid. Yes, it is valid. Yeah. Okay, and we're going to need this initial state. Take both of them, put just above the form declaration, and we also need these two states. Use state just under the form declaration here. We don't need this console now before the return, and we need to take this onHandle change and onHandle submit all the way till here. Take everything out and put in just under the use state variables, and here we don't need use effect as well. Just take this one out. We put use effect just under the use state. Put the use effect, and we need this use effect and use state. We don't need here. Take that out and put on the top here. Save the file and remove this comma. Save the file, and before that we need to remove all of this. We're just calling the form here. Save that and go to our ticket component here. We need to first remove all this thing. We don't need, probably. I'm gonna comment it out, and also the props type comment out. And let's see. Okay, form data initial. Okay, we don't need this props to be destructured here. Save that. So what we are doing is basically we are now defining initial form data state for subject, issue date, and detail. That's that sort of things coming from. Okay, well, let's fix the error first. And a ticket form component requires the error. Let me show you the error first. It's saying form data is not defined, because before, remember, we had the form coming here, form data as a props. So now we have this form data we can use straight away. So instead of frmdt, I think we have in 3 places, just replace with form data from this 3 input field. One to this 3 input field. It should be good to go. Okay, the error is fixed. Everything is working as it was working before. So it doesn't do anything. So everything is good. Set from error, yeah. So that means we do have the form data. The form data has everything here. This is the message printed here. So this form data need to be submitted to our API. So let's go back to our API and check what data, how we need to send that to. Go to our rest.http and see create new ticket. Okay, open new ticket. Okay, we need to post URL to this first thing, and we need authorization, and then we need just the, okay, simply we need the subject sender and the message and the date not sending. We need to send the date as well, the issue detected date. Okay, we can look into that. And we need post to the ticket with the SS JSON web token. So right, let's minimize that. So okay, so what we're gonna do first, we create the reducer slicer, we'll create the action, and we'll create the API endpoint, and we will connect them all. Let's do that. Okay, I want to open this file. So in the add ticket form, this is where everything happening. I'm gonna create a file called, okay, add ticket slicer, and here we need to import few things. First, we need to import create slicer from Redux Toolkit, and then we need to use that. Let's define const new ticket slice equals to create slice. It's a function that takes object with few properties. The first one is the name. I'm gonna call it to new ticket, and the other one is initial state. We haven't created that. And the third one is the reducers. So that's an object. So let's create the initial state. So in initial state, we need to think what we're gonna need. First, we need the is loading equals to false, and if there's an error, of course we need error. Let's put empty for now. And success message, maybe the success message as well. Okay, that's gonna be the error message, and this is going to be the success message. I think that's all we need for now. I don't think anything else. We'll go ahead and code and see if we need anything else. We can add that. Okay, now reducer. Inside the reducer, again, we're gonna need three reducers. One is open. I'm gonna say open new ticket pending. That takes state. Doesn't need anything else. Yeah, I'm gonna say state dot is loading equals to, sorry, need to do equals to here, true. And okay, yeah, that's it for this one. Let me make a copy of this one, 3 of them. So the last one is if fail. So fail means we have an error coming. So let's destructure our action with the payload, and inside here we have an error. Now let's pass that payload. That should be again the assignment and has to access with the state. Okay, and oops. Now the next one is this. So what we're gonna do here is loading now false, and success message is payload again, which we need in here. Just destructure that, and don't forget to the state here dot success message, because this is how we're going to access this initially defined property. Save that and make sure we change this one to success. Okay, now we got our reducer created. Now we need to export a few things here. So let's do let's do export default reducer first. So, and we also export action creators. So now this all the reducer will turn into an action creator. Okay, save that. Okay, our our new ticket slicer is ready. Now let's import this one in our Redux store. So we need to import that here. Import that's in the page in ticket page. Was it in ticket page? Where is it? Okay, it's inside the component and add ticket form and add ticket slicer. Actually, it's not page, it's component. Let's call it to new ticket reducer. Make sure the path is correct. Yep, it's open, that means it's correct. Yeah. Now call this one a new ticket. Add open ticket, and they pass this reducer. And if we save this file, everything should work unless grid size is not exported. Okay, I think this is just a typo here. Just fix that typo and save that. The error should be gone and application will still be working. Okay, nothing gonna happen yet. Now let's import this action creator and create an action in our new file called action. Let's create the add ticket action.js. And here let's do a few things. First, import those action creators from the add slicer, ticket add slicer, and import all of them. And next is let's create an action. So let's const add. Oh, I'm mixing up between add ticket and open ticket. Maybe let's say open new ticket. Let's say open new ticket, and it will receive the form data as an object, and we will receive dispatch as well. Again, this is the high order function, guys. We have already talked about that. If you are still not sure, you may need to go back to the other video and watch that. Okay, here we're going to return promise first. It has either reject or resolve. Run the error function and do everything in try catch here. And in case of error, I'm going to do console.log to see what's in the error. And here, first thing, we're going to dispatch the open ticket fail state that will take the error message. And before running the actual action calling to API, we always dispatch the is loading state. So that's open new ticket pending, because we just initiate our action. Here we need to call API now. So I think in our ticket API, let's go to ticket API. Do we have a API ready for that? Update ticket close, update ticket reply. Oh, let's copy this one and create new function called open new ticket. I think it's gonna collide the function name. I don't need this one. No need. Okay, it's just I don't need this one. Let me close that. I'm using open new ticket so that I make sure that I don't use the same name for the function, both the function. That means I think I have to use create here again. Create new ticket. Okay, that's the function name. I'm gonna receive the form data, and again it's a normal stuff. And here we have a post method, I remember, so we need to do post, and we need the URL that sends the post. So the URL for the URL endpoint for creating new post is just the ticket with post method. Let's create that one. So we just need v1/ticket, v1/ticket. Okay, I could use this one to use that root. Yeah, maybe just rename this. Just to Control D to select every instance of this variable, and instead of doing get single ticket URL, just say ticket URL. Yeah, now I can use this one as well. Now everything should not be broken here. Okay, now here I can say ticket URL, and here I need to pass the form data. Since this form data is an object, we're gonna send as an object. We don't need that to put in the brackets, so that's fine. And then header option, of course we need to send our this node token to be able to create the data as an authorized user. Everything else is same. Let's copy this one, save the file, and import this one in our add ticket slicer, not add ticket slicer, add ticket action, and we need to import that here. Go to API, go to ticket API, and that's where our function is. And now just call this function after this dispatching the open new ticket pending. Here I'm gonna say const equals to await this function and pass the form data. This is the data we're passing here, and we need to of course pass the async here. And if result dot underscore, I don't know what's gonna come out. Let's console log first what's the return coming from server, and based on that we can definitely dispatch our open ticket success event. Let's save that open ticket. Let's export this one first, and we need to import this action in our component. So this is inside the component add ticket form and inside there. So save this file, go to add ticket form.component where we are outputting this thingy here. Here we need let's see if we have imported dispatch. No, we have not. So let's import the dispatch from our React Redux, and let's define that as a const dispatch equals to use dispatch, and use that dispatch to dispatch that action, and make sure to pass this form data now, this form data, and we don't need this, and make sure we are importing this function as well. Let's import that. It's inside the same folder and add ticket action, and that will be open ticket. Yeah, let's submit. Let's put this function on the top here together, and let's put next to it. We don't need the space here. All right, okay, save that. And now we try to create new ticket and see what happens. Okay, we forgot to update this again. Let me update this one first. I don't like it. Okay, this one is updated, but now we need to check why subject is this one. This is error coming from our server. Let's go to our server backend API and check that out. Okay, this is what we're receiving: function, form data, native code. So definitely something wrong with our API call. Let me quickly check here. Okay, result xu ticket URL is the ticket URL here, and this form data is coming from there. In our ticket API.js, we are using form data, FRM data, so maybe just use the same parameter to be consistent. Let's go to our ticket action. Okay, let's send as a form data here. We're just calling the API to send the data, and we're console logging here for now. Let's see what comes out from server. Okay, status error, sender is required. Let's see in our API server how we're receiving. Okay, yeah, this is the data we're receiving in our API server. So, but aren't we sending sender? No, we are not sending sender. So we need to send sender as well. So let's grab the sender name and add in our object. We have done that before, right? Go to the add ticket form where we are calling dispatch here. So here let's call the sender name from state. Get the bring the use selector from React Redux. Put this up there, and let's use that use selector just after the use dispatch. Const use selector state return state dot user. That will return us this user, and we need user and name. So to get that name, we need to destructure user. One more nested object with name property. Now we can pass that name with this form. So what I can do, simply use the spread operator to spread all the property first and provide the name. When I save that, this has to be in sender actually, because this is how we're receiving in server. Now let's try to send new form and see what happens. Okay, open new ticket success, but we didn't get anything. Let's see in console. Okay, status still is error, message is required. Check in our server. Issue the details. We're sending as a details, but it has to be. Let's quickly check what we need. In our validation here, we need the subject, sender, message, and the date as well. I think we have to put date as well. Have we defined the date? Now let's quickly define date here as well. dt equals to joy dot date. That's it, because we have a date coming as well as a issue date. Issue detected date goes here probably. Order really doesn't matter. dt dot required as well. Now subject, sender, message, and issue date, but we are sending different ways, so we need to change subject to details. Go back, and in our ticket form we have a subject in details. Let's change this detail to message everywhere we are using here. So just do Control D to all the way to the bottom and do message. That shouldn't have any error with that. Okay, we have a status success and message new ticket has been created. Let me see if we have in our state now. Open new ticket is loading false. Okay, now we have to update that message because we are not calling the dispatching the success properly in our action, a ticket action here. So when we have a open ticket success in our console, we saw that status success. So I think if we have error, we'll have error. So check that way then. So if result.status equals to let's do error, then we dispatch the open new ticket fail with the message. This is how it's coming here. The message, we have success message. When you have an error message will come. So if that's not the case, then we don't need console log anymore. We just need to send this result.message here and save that. Now this one should update our state at least pending success. When we go to our open ticket, now we have success message. Let's pull this out and then do the spinning error and loading here. So go back here again. So we need to import few things first. we need to import use selector from, not here, component. Let's see, we need selector, we need spinner component, we need alert component, yeah, and yeah, that should do. Here what we can do with the use selector, we are using the user, but we also need other thing from the open ticket object. Open ticket, from open ticket, what we need is loading, error, and what's the success message, I guess. Yeah, so we're getting these three property out of this object. And now when we have a is loading, we can put the spinner just above the form here, below the add new ticket. Maybe I'll do one quick div here. Yeah, we do three stuff. If error, let's do error first, and then we do alert variant danger. This is the bootstrap class, okay guys, and the message, just pass the message here. Okay, let's do same thing with the success as well. When we have a success message in our state, if we have a success message, print that, and otherwise we'll print the spinner. If is loading is true here, then we do spinner. Spinner takes two props, so spinner is self-closing and don't need any of this stuff. Close the sidebar. Yep. So the variant is I'm gonna say primary, that's the blue default color, and it takes animation. I want this the border. Save that, and now let's try a few things. Okay, if we try to create new ticket, we'll have a quick flash of spinner loading. As you can see that we have that, and new ticket has been created, but with the background should be other way around. When we have an error danger, when you have a success message, should be primary. So let's do one more time. There you go. And if we go to our ticket, we should see all of our new ticket. There you go. These are the new tickets just created today. Okay, add new ticket functionality is done as well. Okay, just remove this stuff from console and we can commit this change as well. Okay, the commit is done as well. So the only one thing we need is the dashboard. Dashboard has the ticket as well, loading, but not done yet properly. See, when we come in the beginning, the dashboard is missing the ticket detail. So let's fetch that ticket when use effect event of this component. Let's go to the dashboard. I don't need any of this one. So just go to dashboard page. Here we should have breadcrumb pending. Okay, okay, ticket table. Let me see what is ticket table expecting is loading. Okay, source ticket list. What we can do then, we can call the source ticket wherever we are using in tickets state. In our ticket state, maybe just call to get this ticket, fetch the ticket, all the tickets, and then from there we will do the work. Okay, so let's go to the tickets action. Should have something called fetch all ticket. Yeah, let's call this action in our dashboard page, just under the dashboard declaration. So what I'm gonna do, let's import use selector first. I want to do something. Import, and we also need use dispatch. So I want to first and import that action as well. This fetch all ticket from this one is inside the page ticket list ticket action. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's import use effect as well, and let's close the sidebar. And just under the form, I want to grab the ticket state and see if there are any ticket or not first. Get const tickets from use selector state dot
tickets. And now let's use effect. Here I want to check, let me copy, we need that. So if not ticket dot length, so we are basically checking if there is any ticket or not. If we don't have a ticket, then we can call the dispatch this test ticket. So simply do dispatch. Okay, we need to define the dispatch before we use. Let's go define here. So const dispatch, use dispatch function, and here use dispatch and just call that function. And let's also pass the dispatch as a dependency. All usual stuff. Result ticket is used there. Cannot resolve the in. Make sure the path is correct. Okay, let's see. Okay, there wasn't space before, that was the problem. Okay, now there you go. In database, it just fetches the tickets. See, now even if we go home page, if you just try to visit, now we have automatically fetching that. And now what we want to do is we want to see how many tickets we have, how many tickets pending we have here. So let's do the calculation here. In here we can simply say const pending tickets equals to, we can use the map to see that. So if the status is not closed, then they are all pending. So what we can do, use filter. So in our tickets dot filter, it returns the row, and what we are checking is if row dot status. So if row dot status equals to closed, or that means the ticket is closed, that's not pending ticket. So that means if not equals to closed, that means that ticket is, those are the pending tickets. And I can simply do const total equals to, simply get the tickets dot length variables here. Total ticket will have a total ticket, and the pending ticket will have the pending ticket. Let's set that, and let's see. There you go. Total ticket 8, pending ticket 5. There you go. This portion is updated as well. All right, guys. I think we are all done integrating the API, but I can see there is a lot of things to be can be improved here. So that is more like a CSS and styling stuff. So I'll let you guys do that thing, and if you find something interesting that you want to do it, and if you have done it, or if you want to do and then want to show me, you can definitely let me know in the comment section below. I'm more than happy to check it for you. Or if you want to make it and expand something more from here, I'll be more than happy to have a look for you as well. But write me down in the comment section and provide the link to your repo. Okay guys, and yeah, good luck with the whole project. I'm just gonna make a quick commit. Okay, I'm going to push this code to repo. So let me do that one right over here. There you go. Now the code should be available in the Git repo in there you go, right away. So let me show you the bug what we are going to fix today. So if you are running the application and then log in already, this is what you're gonna see. This is the dashboard. So the problem is that when you go to add new ticket, and let's say you create a new ticket, yeah, this anything, and open the ticket, you see the new ticket has been created, successful message. So if we go back to the home page or ticket listing page, and let's go again, you want to open new ticket, the message is still there. The message should have been removed from the state. And the similar problem in the reply ticket as well. So if we go to any specific ticket, and let's say you reply onto that message, and if you do reply, see the message is here, that's good. But when we go anywhere else, any other pages, and if we visit back to any ticket, we still see that message, because this message has been updated in our state and is still there. So it happens with same with the closed ticket as well. So let's go to pending ticket, and if we do close, okay, the message is still the same. So even if we do close ticket, the message will still stays there. So no matter which page you go, when you come back to this ticket view or the create new ticket, the messages are still there. So this is like a lazy bug. We need to fix it. So let me show you how we can fix this bug. Okay, so let's go to this, go to our code editor. Let me put this side by side. Let's go to the front-end code editor. Again, guys, if you have been following along with me, so you should have all the code with you. If you are not following along, then I will put the link to the code repository in the description below. You can find that in the description. The first thing, let's find out where is the message showing up. So this is inside that add ticket, add new ticket form. So I'm gonna go and do Control-P to do all search and say add ticket page, and inside here we are calling add ticket form. So this should be showing here. Scroll down, there you go. We have like success message. This is the success message actually. So if we open our Redux dev tool, in our open ticket, if you see success message, new ticket has been created, and this is the one showing up here. So we need to clear this one out on our component did onMount method. Let me show you how we do that. So first, what we're gonna do, let me make bigger. This message is coming from our open ticket. Open ticket is the main reducer in our store. Let me quickly show you that too. So open ticket, this one, which is basically referring to this add ticket slicer. We can go to that page, and here what we can do, we can basically run another function. We can basically create another action creator that resets the message. So what I'm gonna do here, let me copy this one, and I will say, okay, reset success message. We need state, we don't need payload, and basically in our initial state, we have the success message. That's we have to reset to empty like here. So let's put that, and no payload, just the empty string. So we don't need this one too. So we do have this one now. We export this one as an action creator from here. So if you guys don't know how the action creator works and why we exporting like this, you may want to go back and start watching the tutorial series. Okay, so let's export this one out from here and we save the file. So just remember this, the file is in the add ticket slicer inside our add ticket form component. Now let's go back to our form, the add ticket page, not this one, this form. So I don't need this thing. Let me close them. I don't need that too. Okay, and not the dashboard. Okay, so add ticket form here, what we need to do is we need to run a cleanup function inside our use effect. So the way you run the cleanup function is you return a function. Basically, it's an anonymous function, and you just write whatever you want to write. So how it works is that if you know component did onMount that we used to do in like before, we have like hooks in our old style of coding in React. So this method, exactly that's what happens. So when the component is onMounting, then only this method triggers. So here what we can dispatch, sorry, here what we can do is simply dispatch that method we created in our ticket slicer here. So in order to use that, we need to import first. So you can see they are in the same directory. And when we import, I'm gonna just import just right here. So in same directory, and it's a ticket slicer. So we are exporting as name function. So we need to pass exactly same name here, and which we can use now. So oops, not here, sorry guys. Take this out. So this is just the parentheses of the function. So we need to run inside the curly brackets. So run here and save that. And we need to pass dispatch as a dependency, otherwise it will show the warning. So let me show you what has updated in our code. So if let's see the action trigger here. So now if we go to any other page, let me refresh this first. So we are in the ticket form. So if I go back out of here, you see the reset success message action is trigger, which is actually action we have created in our ticket. Let me close the sidebar. Ticket. So this is the actually message. If you see here, reset success MSC, this action has been triggered. So even if we, for example, provide some message just like that, for example, if we save and reload the application, see there is a default message which we just put it here. So if we go back, let's see what happens. See, this message has been triggered, and if we come back, the message is not there anymore. So what we need to do is just remove that. And if you realize that every time we go out, this method is keep triggering even though there is no any message here. So in order to avoid that situation, let's go back to here again, and where we are calling our, not here, the ticket form, where we are calling our cleanup function inside our use effect. So we just check the condition. If we do have this message, then only run that cleanup function, otherwise don't run it. So if you do like that and save the file, so now if we go to our form, and when we exit, it does not trigger that action. But if we do have a message, it will trigger it. Let's save that. There is the message. So if we exit it, you just watch here. There you go. The action has been triggered. But if we go back in our a ticket, there is no message here. As you can see that the message has been reset to the empty string. Okay, that bug is fixed. I can just save that file. And let's fix the another bug, the reply message bug. So let's go to the individual ticket. Let's just open any. So again, let's see the bug. So if we reply this ticket message to this ticket, maybe let me make bigger, and you will get this, your message updated. That's the message coming back from server. And let's say if you go back to any pages and come back to any ticket, message still stays there. So we need to do exactly the same thing what we did before. So let's find out where the message is showing up first. So I'm gonna just make it smaller here and go to our code base. So this one is the ticket landing page. Let me quickly find what pages we are in. Close this one. So Control P and ticket page, I guess. And here is loading, yeah, error and reply ticket, error message, yeah, that's the one, and reply message as well. So that means even if we have any error, we'll still see this error message. So this is coming from our tickets. So if we go to our store, the tickets is from this ticket slicer. Let's go to that file. I don't need the store anymore. So in here again, we can basically do the same thing. Let's reset the error ticket, reply ticket error, and then reply message. Let's create another action creator here, and just copy that. I'm gonna say reply message. Okay, response message. So we don't need any payload here as well. So just delete that. We do need this step though. And I just like to leave the is loading false in case if there is anything still loading. And I'm just gonna copy these two stuff here. And I'm just gonna fix in a second. So we don't need this too. Okay. So reply ticket message and the reply message we have to access as an object's property from our state. And it's not the colon, guys. It has to be equals to because it's assignment. So that is done. Now we need to export this one as an action creator here. Save this file. And now we need to import. Just remember that this one is this file inside the page, ticket list page. So we need to access that from this page. So we need to go inside this folder and refer to this file to import this file, the function. So to do that, we import here. So it's one step up, and it's in the ticket list, and it's in the ticket slicer. And this is again the name function import, and let's run same thing in the use dispatch. So we need to return an anonymous function as a cleanup function. This function will run every time the component is on mount. Here I'm gonna again dispatch this action creator here, but again like before, we don't want to trigger every time we unmount that component. So we just make sure we have these messages in order for us to run this on reset the reply message. So in our case, we have the reply message and reply ticket error. So we need to put our condition. So if we have any of these two, then we read this one. So basically we need to put this both inside the brackets. so that this one condition and this one is the another condition. So either if we have a reply message or the error message in our state, then only we dispatch this reset response message. Let's provide this to as a dependency because it's asking us to provide the dependency here, and save the file, and let's go and test it out. Okay, it's complaining is not exported from our ticket slicer. It should be. Let's quickly check. Go to this file, and okay, there is a tiny bit error here. We need to fix that. We don't need this comma here. We forgot before, I guess, to clean up that. And let's save that file. I didn't realize we had error down here. I should have made it a little bit bigger. Sorry about that. And now let's go back and let's go to any ticket now. Let's go any ticket, and let's reply to this message. And if I hit reply button, we do have a response reply message here. Now I'm gonna unmount this component by exiting this page, and we'll come back to this page. So let's say I go to the ticket list again. Now let's go back to the ticket again. There you go. We don't have that message anymore. So this bug is fixed as well. So another one we need to fix is this close ticket. This is the message here. Let's go to dashboard, and if we go to any ticket, the okay, actually they both using same message in our state. So the both error has been fixed. Now we cannot see this close ticket success message here. There you go, guys. The bug is fixed. And if you are also following this tutorial, and if you have any issue with this project, please just write in the comment section, and then we'll definitely fix it. Let me show you what actually we are going to build today. Okay, this is the form we are going to build. So this is pretty long form, but the cool stuff here is that the password that we are going to force user to type something that we need in our password. So let me show you how it works. So let me fill up the form. So on the side, I am opening the React dev tool. As I go through the form, you can see the values updated here. So I'm just gonna fill up quickly and then get back to you. Okay, in here password. So when I'm typing the passwords, have a look here. So basically now we are getting message saying that password doesn't match. Minimum character, it require at least one uppercase, lowercase, one number, and the special character, one of these ones. So we need to force client to type this one in order for this submit button to be active. So now you can see the button is disabled. Keep your eye on the button as well. So it will turn in enable as soon as all the error is gone, and you can see what I'm typing here. Okay, so I'm gonna just type random. So we have at least one character, lowercase, yeah, let me type the uppercase, yeah, and let me type a number. Okay, number is done, and let's type one of the special character as. Now you can see my password has the lowercase, uppercase, number, and the special character, but not 8 character yet. Let me make it 8. Okay, they all pass, but button is still disabled because the password does not match yet. So I don't know what I type here, so let me copy this and paste it here. So the password doesn't match, is gone, button is enabled. But if I type something else, so it does not match and it's disabled. Let's get back to the correct password. And if I submit the form, if we go to our console, that there is the user data. There you go, that's what we are going to work. Okay everyone, so here's my front-end application in this folder. So I'm just gonna open in VS Code. So I'm gonna use VS Code code editor to write the application. Actually, I'm using VS Code for writing a whole project. So let's run the application first. Simply say npm start. Okay, our application is loading here now. I'm just going to put side by side so that we can do the coding and we can see the changes. Meanwhile, let's open the app.js file. So app.js is the entry file of our application. So just leave it open for now. Okay, our application is up now. As you can see, like our entry page, first page of the application is the login form. So now we need to create the registration page. So there is nothing on our registration page. So that's what we're going to create, and we're going to sort of follow up same layout where we have like this blue kind of greenish background and then the floated box for the registration form. So we're gonna get some inspiration from this space so that we can speed up our typing. Okay, so first thing we need to do is create the route so that we can load the registration page. So this is the entry page which is currently loading here. We are in the app.js. So we are using React Router DOM 2
handle our router. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to say the path is the registration, and we haven't created the registration page that we're going to create, but I'm going to say registration here first. And I'm not going to save this file yet, but we go to the folder called pages. Here I'm going to create a folder called registration, and inside the folder, okay, registration, and inside the folder I'm going to create a file called registration.page.js. so this is the page. So I'm going to call react arrow function here export. So here I'm gonna say just the registration, we don't need registration page, and here I'm just gonna say I am registration page. So I'm gonna save that, and let's import this page in our app.js file here where we have already put registration here. So I'm gonna go up here. Okay, we are importing all the other pages as a name import, so we do the same thing. Just go under the entry, import. It's from the page directories, pages / registration/registration.page, and this is the name import. So we need to make some changes. So go to the registration page. Instead of making it default export, let's say inline export here. Now save that. Now we should load that page when we go to the registration URL. See, now you can see I'm the registration page here. All right, so let's first put the background. I want to put the background for it. So in our entry page, let's put side by side. Okay, we are calling the Jumbotron. So this is the component that is provided by the React Bootstrap. That's the component UI library we are using. Okay, so here I'm gonna do the same thing. So let's, instead of just saying that, let's call Jumbotron, and we need to make sure we import from here, but my IDE automatically importing it. So just close that, and inside there we need to have the text for now, and on our div I'm going to give class name registration page, and let's give that kind of blue greenish background. So this is the utility class come from the Bootstrap page info. Yeah, that's probably should give us that layout kind of background. Yeah, I can see that there is. So what we're going to do to make this page in the middle, so I'm going to create a CSS file here. registration.style.css, and I'm going to copy from our entry CSS this one, because I'll tell you what's going on here anyway. So we are calling our class here. If you remember, we call our registration-page, P-A-G-E, page class name. I'm going to use that class name here and provide the vertical height. We don't need the, okay, we keep vertical height for now. And then we are providing flex container because, okay, make sure to put the dot there, because we want to make the form in the right and the center. So justify content, we'll put the form inside this class, whatever element in there, in the center, in x-axis, and then the align item will center the item in y-axis. And form box, we'll put this one is the shadow around the box. I'll show you that in a second. Let's go back to our registration page, and yeah, here for the Jumbotron, let's provide the class name as well, the form box class. So this is basically this the box shadow property here. Now we need to import this style sheet in our component here. So since it's in the same page, we can say, so same folder, we can say // and registration.style.css. Yeah, I think that's the file name. Yeah, if you save that, here you go, you can see the changes now. The background, we got the background, and we got the form center in our page. Center in our page vertically, horizontally. Okay, now we're going to create a actual different component for the actual form, and where we'll have all our input and submit button and all the forms element. So to do that, okay, before doing that, so if we are to come to our home page, there is no link we can go to the registration page. We have to go through the URL, so that's not enough. So let's put the link here so that we can click and go to the registration page. All right, so let's go to our login component, that one. So Control P to sort everything from the file structure. So I'm gonna say entry, actually entry page, that one. Inside the entry page, I think we are calling a form called login form. Inside the login form, we have that forget password, so we want to write just below that. So let's copy this row. First thing, I want to provide a utility class called py padding in y-axis by full. That's the utility class from the Bootstrap. And we're going to put here, say you new here, and then I'm gonna put some space, otherwise it will put whatever we are writing here and that this text next to each other. So this one is just putting one space between the text like this. So here I'm gonna say register now, and we don't need on click event at the moment, we don't need that, but we need to go to our registration page, right? Okay, just save that. So we should have this ready. Okay, there you go. Now you can see, are you new here? Yeah, you can see that too. Register now. So if I click on this page, now we are taken to the registration page. So now what we're going to do is create an actual form. So let's go to our component folder. Here, how we are doing login form like this, which we have already seen here. So similarly, we are going to create a form in our component folder. I'm gonna say registration form, and inside that folder, let's create registration form as well. I'm gonna say comp.js. That's the component. So here I'm gonna do again a React arrow functional component. Here I'm going to just say registration form, and this is I am a form. Save that. Now we need to import this one in our page inside the registration page. So import that here. So it's inside the component. So we need to go to two-step I up through the folder and go to the components. Oops. And inside the component we have registration form. Inside the registration form we have registration component, and let's call that actually I want to do it default, this one, registration form. Yeah, so I want to make sure this one is the export default in this file here. Yeah, not like that. I want to do export default. So export default and the component name. Now we can import like that, and inside here, instead of this text, now we're going to replace it by this component. So we are kind of done in the registration page. So now you can see I am a form. Let's close that for now, and we need to work on our form, building up a form. So when we build up the form, we are going to use React Bootstrap component library. So let me show you. So this is what we are going to use, components. And if you go to the form, so this is what we are going to use. So I'm just going to copy the whole thing, and I'll show you exactly how we can use it. Just copy this one just to save the typing. Let's copy that. And in our, let me make it bigger here. I don't need entry page here. I just want to put the login component on the side just to see the class name that we might need it. Okay, so in our registration form inside here, I'm going to first use the container. Let's use the container from the, again, the React Bootstrap. If I hit enter, as you can see, this one is imported from React Bootstrap. And okay, and we also gonna need row, and we also gonna need column. Okay, so we need to make sure that we import row and column here. Okay, now in here we can provide the text saying in h1 user registration. That's like a heading on the top of the form, and I like to provide hr, the horizontal line, just to separate the form and the text on the top. And now let's create another row. I'm just gonna copy this and go one step down. Yeah, and here actually we are going to put the form itself. So I'm gonna do like that, and another one we just copied from our browser here. I'm just gonna paste here. and we will go through them again. Okay, save the file, and you can see the form, and they are under the red, underlined by the red line. So basically now we need to import them here because they are not defined yet. So we are using form. We are going to use button. We need to import the button too. Okay, save that. So here basically we are declaring form, and inside the form group, this is like a form group is like a sets of text, input field, and any message you want to put, like so. So let me show you in a live. Yeah, this is the user registration form. This level is from form level here, and form control type email is here, and the form text is here. So in our case, we don't need this one here. I'm just gonna remove that. And yeah, we're going to need password, but we don't need the check me out. I'm going to remove that as well, like that, and save. Okay, now let's build a few more forms that we need. So sorry, a few more inputs that we're gonna need is for our user. So we're going to need 6 different input fields here. So let me copy them first. So we got 1, 2, let's make 4 more. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, the first one is email. No, not email. So I'm gonna say full name, and type is text, and here I'm gonna say your name. That's the placeholder. As I type here, I'm gonna save the file so that you can see the changes here as well. And after that, I'm gonna need the company name. I'm gonna say, I don't need this ID, control ID. I'm gonna select all of them and delete them. There you go. Okay, we got full name, we got email address, yeah, email, type email. Okay, so we need the company name, type text, and the placeholder, company name. And after that, I need the address, just in type text again, and the placeholder, I'm gonna say full address. So, and I'm gonna need phone number as well, say phone. And so here in the type, this time we're going to use number so that client only can put number. Phone. Actually, I want to put phone number before the email address. Yeah. Okay, we got name, we got phone, we got email, we got company name, and we got address, and we got password. So, and we also need the confirm password, right? So that client provides the correct password, matching password. We don't need this to delete that. And in the second one, let's say confirm password, and type password, yes, and the placeholder, confirm password. There you go. Our form is ready, but it's touching on the top. I don't like it. Let's put some margin on the top. So let's go to our registration page where we are calling this actual form. So let's go to registration page here, and I want to let's wrap this jumbotron within another class which has margin top, another div which has margin top 5, and I'm going to wrap it up. That jumbotron. Okay, now I think we need to go to the style sheet of this one and remove this vertical height 100, otherwise it's gonna keep touching there. Okay, yeah, that will do for now. When we load, we have a little bit space. Okay, I want to change the text of this user registration. So let's go to our registration component here and give the class name text info. So our form, there you go guys, not yet. So I want to put some condition like if you have recently registered any form, you have seen like a number of limitation password is required, put minimum X amount of lowercase, uppercase, character, blah, blah, blah. Let's put that thing here somewhere. So let's go, I'm going to close the side one. So let's go before the confirm password here. I'm going to create a UL list, and I think let's put 5 li. I don't know how many we're going to need it. I'm going to say 5 for now. Times 5. Okay, so I'm going to need main, let's say 8 characters, and at least one uppercase, at least one lowercase. I don't like this capital here. One lowercase, and I want at least one number as well. At least one number, and at least one of the special character. So i.e. I'm just gonna put some random characters here. Okay, one of these character. When I save that, and you know what gonna happen? Yeah, okay, yeah, we got that. Okay, I'm just gonna put again utility class called py4 so that they are not too close to the adjacent elements. Actually no, margin button 4. I want close to the confirm password here, but okay. So, and here what I want to do is I want to provide the class name to all of this list, and the class name is text danger. This is the utility class from Bootstrap again that makes everything red, so that means nothing has matched here. So when we will make a functionality which checks the condition of this password, whether all the condition is satisfied or not. Okay, basically our form is ready, guys. Our registration form is ready, just thumbs up UI. Now let's put every entry of this form in our local state, and we manage form data from local state. Okay, so let's go on the top of this page. I think I don't need this. Let's close that. Okay, here just right under the form declaration, sorry, the component declaration, we need to do a few things. Before that, we need to import something called use state, because now we are using local state. Okay, so use state, and when we use state, now we can create a state that we can hold the form data. So go here and say use state, and this is how we have to use the state. So first the variable where you want to hold the data, and the function that help us to update the object of this state or the data of this state, and we have an option to provide initial state. So what we should be doing for the best practice is we should create the initial state. In our case, we're going to need a few things. So in our initial state, what we're going to do is provide, if you remember the name we have given here, or actually we have not given name to each field. Let's do that first. So name equals to, so you know what I'm going to do, I'm going to just keep copy of this one so I can use it later. So here this input field is name as a name because full name, and we need for the phone, we need, let's put phone as well. So this is how we're going to access the input data of this input field through this name. Okay, we name is important, and here we need email, and here we need company. I'm just gonna say company, and here we need address, and here we need password, and we need here the confirm password. Here you can give any name you like, so try to make that is meaningful according to the input field though. I'm gonna just say confirm pass, and now let's use these names as our initial state here. So we have a name which is initially empty string, and I'm just gonna make 5 more copy, I guess, because we're going to need all of them gonna be empty string at the initial stage. So name, I'm gonna just look here and then just put it. Name, we have phone, we have email, if I can type and talk, that's my problem, and company, and address, and password, and we also need password, confirm pass, right? Yeah, and now we can pass this initial state to this state here. So what we're gonna say here is the new user. You can name anything you like here because this is another like a variable. So I'm gonna say new user because this is the data for the new user, and I'm gonna call the function name also set new user. And now we can access this value and pass on to our form, so that when we input the form, we can update our state with that value and then use that value and populate back in our field here. Otherwise, what happens when we type, we can't see. Let me do that. So let's use this state to access the value. So for our name, we need another attribute called here value, and I'm just gonna put, actually this is like that. I'm just gonna copy this one because I'm gonna again save some time typing. So here, so value.name, and similarly value.phone. Let me do quickly and I'll come back. So we have to do all like that, okay? In React, this is called controlled input field. So now we need to capture the value and then assign this value in our state.
So let's do that again on each field. So let's go, let's create a function for all first that will help us to capture the input value and put the value in the local state. So I'm gonna say const handle on change, and we will receive the event, and that's the arrow function. And inside the event we will have two things, name and the value. So sorry, not in the inside, so inside the target we'll have that two value. So the name is this name here, and the value is whatever you type here. And what we're gonna do, so we can assign this value back to our state. So if I call this function called set new user, and inside the user, let's open up the object and let's spread out all the object here first using spread operator. So let's put all the value. So this way we are not mutating our state. So that's the main thing you need to remember. Try not to mute, basically never mutate the data directly, always make a copy of it. So that's the new user. So when we do this, it will spread everything what we have in our state, and plus we need to pass this name. So name, in our case, if we type in our name, so we need to pass name like so here, and the value in there. So to get this name from the name, we need to pass inside the square bracket and the value. So if you just pass name only, it will not keep the name and next time phone. So it will always keep name as a key of this object, key property. So we need to pass this one in the square bracket so that it will act as a variable here. Now save that, and I'm gonna console log here the state new user so that we can see that. And every time we have make some update here, to see back in our component here, we need to re-render the component. To do that, we need to use something called use effect. Let's import that use effect as well. And the way we use effect is just go under this declaration. So I'm gonna say to use effect. So we don't need anything at the moment here. So just pass this variable of the user new object. So what happens is with the use effect is that if use effect finds any update in this variable, it will make this whole component re-render, and with that we can see the changes in our form every time we type or cut the text in the text field. Okay, so now let's call this function in our each input field. So in our control, under the value, I'm gonna say on click event. So this is one of the event, native event provided by the input field of the form. So on click event. So now we pass this function. So I'm just gonna put exactly same thing for every input, and I'll get back to you in a second. Okay, save that. Okay, I mean it's not on click, sorry, this is on change event. So every time you input, you are changing the value in the info field. So this one almost supposed to be on change event, guys, sorry about that. On change, that's why we write function called handle on change. Okay, so let me show you how it works. Let's go to the console of this application and go to the console here. And so if I reload the page, you'll see this already printing out the log. This is whole state. And now if I type anything, you'll see, let me clear the console. So let's type something in email. See that you are getting all state, and there is something in name. Let me type in the company. Now there is something in our company as well. There you go. So that means they all working fine. If you want to become better at React, so you probably want to download the React Dev Tool. I mean, that is really handy tools. If you install React Dev Tool, you have access to this component and profiler. So when you go to component and then go to the form, let's say I want to go to the registration form. Here in our state, you can see. So now if I want to see the phone, here is nothing. If I want to type something in our phone, you'll get that value here as well. So this is your local state from the React. Okay, our form is done. Our input field is done. So now we need to do is, let's work on this one. Make sure the password client puts are like a strong password, cannot be hacked easily. All right, let's work on that. And then after that, we will make this submit button work.
So in our unhandled change, what we can do basically is that every time we input something in our input field, we check where this data coming from, which input field, and based on that, we can create a new state variable which holds the error. So let me show you that one. So you can basically, okay, let's do that way then. Let's create the another initial state called pass verification. And inside this is object, so I'm not going to put anything at the moment here, just save that. And let's create another use state. Or I'm going to copy this, and instead of new user, I'm going to say new user error. So I'm going to say same thing, new user, sorry, not new user, password error. So yeah, I'm going to say set password error. And here I'm going to pass this password verification error actually, and pass here. So what we're going to do in our unhandled change, so if I'm going to check if the name equals to the password field. So what we're going to do, every time we enter the password, we're going to check all the condition, and if they are satisfied, we change them to green. If not, we leave it to the red, and later on, if they are still in red, make sure we disable the submit button. So for that, we need to define the condition here. So I'm gonna have let's put few property in this object so that we can access to that and change whether it is true or false, those conditions. So I'm gonna call for the minimum 8 character, I'm gonna say is lengthy, false. So everything going to be false for now. So I'm gonna have a is let's say is upper for the uppercase test, and is lower for the lowercase test. Let me do it quickly and come back. Okay, so I changed from is to has. So is lengthy for this one, and for this one has uppercase, has lowercase, has number, and has special character here. They are all false. So this one already passed. Here is the initial state of our password errors. So now what we can do, if you remember in our UL list, we have provided text danger for all. So now we can pass the condition. So I'm going to wrap this one all in the curly bracket because we are going to do type some JavaScript here. So what I'm going to say, now we can access to our object called password error, and dot whatever is the case, we're going to write for each. In our case, this one is lengthy. So is lengthy. If it is true, then we're going to, let me make big this. If it is true, that means if it is true, because initially they are false here. So that's always going to show the red. So if it is true, where is it here? If it is true, so that's ternary operator. We're going to say text success. This is another bootstrap utility class that makes text color green. So if false, then text danger means red. So let's copy this part and put for all of the following ones, because the condition is same. And here now let's access to the different properties. So in this case, we have has upper, and we need has lower. It doesn't have a has upper. Okay, we need to has lower instead of both upper. That means for lowercase test. So let's go back here, and this one is number, has number, and this one has a special character. I just put in short form so we can understand that still, and let's save that. There should not be any different still. Okay, now what's gonna happen is every time we input the password, we're going to check those conditions and update our state. So let's go to on change event. On change event here, like before, we put if the password is if the name is password, that means when only we are typing this input field, then execute the code inside this block. So what we're gonna say is, now we're going to change this one true or false all here. Now I'm just gonna copy paste, remove this equal sign. So, and instead of dot sign and the false, I'm just gonna put equals to for now. Okay, so is lengthy means what is the value y. Okay, so value holds the actual input data. So if value dot length is greater than 8,
that means it will pass the value to true, otherwise it's passed this is lengthy false. Make sure we define this one const and provide to all of the others variables. So okay, let's define all, and okay, that's for the checking the length of the text. So to check the uppercase and lowercase, we're going to use the very simple and basic regex check. So the way we use is that, so regex provides something called test method that we can test the condition against the value. So in our case, for the regex, you always write inside these two forward slashes, and inside there I'm gonna put square brackets, and I'm gonna say capital A to capital Z. If that's the condition, so test the value that we are typing in our field. So what it checks is that whether there is any uppercase or not. If there is uppercase, it will give us true, otherwise it will give us false. So we can do same thing for the lower as well, but we need to now pass the lowercase. So this is case sensitive, and for the number we can do the same thing with 0 to 9. And for the special character, we can pass those character inside this curly in the square brackets. I'm just gonna copy them and pass it to here. Let's separate them by comma and save that. Make sure we have, okay, everything is done here. Now let's, whatever value we have here, let's update to our state here. So like we did here, set new user, we're going to do exactly same for this password error as well. So the function to update the password is set password, and inside the curly bracket we need to first spread out all our initial value, which is password error, and after that we pass all of this property is lengthy, comma has upper, comma has lower, comma has number, and the has special character. Save that file, and now we are ready to test. So if we have, let's say okay, let's check in the state what we are typing, right? Let me open the state, not this state, the error state. Okay, they are all false here, right? Oh sorry, I wanted to open not that. Okay, what we're typing, we see here the password field. So in our password in the password, let's type 1234 123 5 6 7 8 9. Oops, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So we got up to 9 here. So because these are the number, our at least one number condition is passed, but we should have passed this minimum 8 character. Let's see why. Okay, there is a typo, that's length. You guys would have seen already. Okay, now let's do that again. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. There you go. Now this is green as well, so that condition passed as well. So let's put one uppercase. I'm gonna say capital D. Okay, that's passed as well. Now let's put small d. Okay, now with lower is pass, upper pass, everything is passed. Now let's put any of the one character there. I'm gonna put has. There you go. Now this one is passed. If you delete them, now they'll start turning back to red. There you go, guys. So that means the password check condition is true too. So you can basically leverage this test and do the same thing with these all the input field as well. If you want to make something fancy, like so the red text under here saying this field is required or something to make it looks more like a cool, you know. Okay. So that is done. So now another thing we need to do is, like, unless they are all green, let's disable this button. So I'm gonna say, okay, let's work on to making this button disable when the condition is not satisfied. So to do that, let's pass the disable here, and if you save that, the button should be disabled. Now you cannot click. Now this is disabled forever. So we need to check in the condition. So what we can say, we can pass true or false here. If true, that means it will disable the button, and if it is false, it does not disable the function. So what we can do is, based on this our condition we have in our error here, in our state, in this state, we can check if there is any error inside that object. If so, then we pass false, so true, otherwise we pass false. So what we can do, there is something called object dot values. This one will pass, if we pass this object here, this one will pass all the values that we have inside our object, this one. So now here we are getting false, all of them. So from there we can say dot, that comes as a array, and there we can do dot includes. If I
if we run include method here and pass true or false, if there is any false, that means there is an error. So what we are doing, let me again tell you. So the object.values, if you pass the object, the object.value give us all the value that is inside this object as an array, and from array this is becoming array now, and we can use .includes to test whether we have this value inside that array or not. So if we have false, that means there is an error, the button should be disabled. If it is all true, then button is not disabled. Okay, save that, and okay, now the page is loaded. So there is basically like as an initial state, there is all false and its button is disabled. Now we can start typing the password. As you can see, it will turn into the green, and you can see the password actually here as well. I'm just start typing randomly to make and satisfy everything, and now there you go. As long as everything is satisfied, become green, the button is able to submit, and if you check in our state, they are all true. Let's say if I make something false, this will like disable, and this one turns to red. Now there you go. So the form is ready, and our password confirmation check. Oh, we need to check one more. So we need to check the confirm password as well. Can't forget that. So let's go confirm password. Yeah, confirm password. Let's do it's false as well. So what we're gonna do in our onHandle method here, like how we did for if there is a password condition. So let's run another if condition here. If it is the name is equals to confirm pass, I think, yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Confirm pass, yeah. If that's the case, then we check whether the password we have in our state, new user dot password, is equals to case sensitive, again the value. This, okay. So when we are receiving the confirm password, that's the value we are coming here from the target. We'll have the confirm password value here. So if based on that one, then we update our this state. So what we're gonna do, similarly how you did set password error here, we can go down here. So we don't need any of this one, but we only need the new variable we just decided. Sorry, we just put here this confirm password new property. So just remove everything there. Make sure you spread out the other object, otherwise it will overwrite the object. So now here, so if this one is true, it will give us true, otherwise it will give us false. So now we have true or false again here, and as the initial state we have false. Now if you save and check here, it should update unless there is some error. Okay, no problem. I'll just remove that. In our error state, now you can see confirm pass as well. So now in our button, let's put that. Okay, no need to put that. So even if we make everything green here now, it will not make it this enable, because our one condition is still false. To make it true, we need to make sure we have the same password exactly in our confirm password as well. So I don't know what I typed, so I'm just going to copy everything and paste here. See, as long as we have confirm password, so now button is disabled, everything is true. There you go. We can put that condition here as well somewhere. I wanted to show you that cool stuff. So under the confirm password here, what I'm gonna do is open form.text inside here, new form error. If that's the case, and confirm pass, if this is true, what we can do, I can simply say, let's say dot text text danger, and pass the actually we can pass the AND operator here. If password is not, we need to do not, because if password is false, so confirm password is false, then show that error. So you can see this password does not match here. I'm gonna put margin button 3. There you go. So password doesn't match. So let's put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, a capital, a lower, and the hash. So let me copy that and put it there. There you go. The password doesn't match, is not there anymore, and everything looks fine. So great, our form is ready, guys. There you go. Now you can use this skill to make any big form, any small form. You can make fancy, so the error or whatever you like to do. So there's one thing we need to work more though. So now when we submit the form, it doesn't go anywhere, it just reloads the data. It's because we haven't handled the unsubmit button.
So to handle the onSubmit button, we need to go to our form here. Here form. Okay, we type here onSubmit. So this is the native event occurs when you click on the form submit. So we're gonna call. We haven't created this function yet. Let's create that and set that here. I'm gonna go to right on the top where the console is. We don't need that now. So I'm gonna say const on handle on submit. We're gonna get event. So what I'm gonna do, e.prevent default. So by providing this, what happens whenever you submit the form, it doesn't seriously have to type this password every time now. I had this myself. Okay, and go there. I'm just gonna copy that and then put every time we need. Okay, now if we submit, the form doesn't reload anymore, but it triggers the action here. So here what I can do is say console.log, and if we save the file and then go to our console, now let me clear the console, and I cannot submit the data, so we need to start filling up all the things. This is the password I'm gonna type, so I have in my clipboard so that I don't have to type again and again. Now if I clear the console and submit, there you go, we have the data in our onForm submit action. Let me show you. These are the, okay, so these are the data, our form data. Okay, now we have created the form. We have forced user to put the strong password, and now when we submit the form, now we can get the data from the state. So creating form in our React is done. Let's quickly check how it looks in the bigger screen. I want to close that, and let's go to the beginning. And when you go to the registration, everything is there. There's one thing we should probably put. If you have already account, we redirect to the login page. Let's do that and finish up with the form. Let's go at the bottom of this form and create another row. And inside the row, create another call. And let's say all have an account. And I'm gonna say login now. Let's provide the a tag. And this one goes to the root of the URL, which is entry page where the login form is. And we're gonna say login now. Save that. And I'm gonna put class name just to put some the padding on the top and bottom. I'll probably just put full. And yep. What else we need? Let's see how it looks here. Okay, they are touching each other again. We need to provide some space like so. And there you go. When we click, go to the login page. When we click, go to the registered page. There you go, guys. Now your registration form is ready. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna push this code to Git Repo so that you guys can see the code as well. And the code is ready by now. Right. So before we dive into the coding, let me show you at the end of the day what we're going to build. So we are going to work in two apps separately. So now you're going to be working like a full stack developer because you'll be working on our client-side API and a front-end React app. So we're going to switch between API side of the application and the React client-side application with React and the backend API with the Node RESTful API. So what we're going to achieve is, so let's say you are a new user, you want to create the new account. Let's say I'm gonna put email.8 and then create all the information, including password, valid password. So what happens once I submit this all data, say user is created, right? But if I try to submit again, it says the email address has an account already because I just created. So I have this email, right? Now, if I try to go to login and put the email, and if I put that password, now I cannot log in. It says your account has not been verified. Please check your email address account before you're able to log in. So what happens when our backend API registering user in our database here in MongoDB, it sends us an email. So we are basically using Node Mailer to send the email. The email sends with the Ethereal. So Ethereal give us the link to access the email. So this is the email transaction. So if you were to configure your valid email SMTP, this email should be received to the user who has provided this email. So I provided fake email, so of course it's not going to go anywhere. So that email will say, hey, please verify your account as a new user. And here it says, hello, please follow the link to verify your account. So in order for that client to be able to log into our system, they need to visit to this URL. So this URL, as you see before, it was loading. So that means it was talking to our backend API server to verify if the URL is valid or not. So now your account has been signed in. So what if they try to log in again? Sorry, verify again. It says invalid request because user has been already verified. Now let's go back to our app again and try to log in with the same information. There you go. Now we are able to log in. We have successfully completed whole transaction, and the backend, half of the backend, only registration part of the backend was created earlier in our earlier tutorial as well. So what are we going to do is going to connect this registration form to let's go to our API folder. Here we have, if you go to rest.http, again guys, if you have been following along, you should have all the code with you. If you don't have, I will provide the code repository link into the description below. Just check that out and you can simply clone the project. So we're going to send the request to this URL endpoint with the following, at least following data. So once we send this data to this URL endpoint, we will get either success message or fail message. So let's work on that. Okay, I'm gonna put on the side this first. So let's see what's our work process. Let's go to our, let me minimize that. Where the form is, src, and our page, our registration page. This is the page where we are loading our form. So the form is basically its own separate component. So maybe we work on registration form component. Let's go there. Okay, so this is the form. We don't need that for now. Okay, let's open this one. So this is our form. In the previous tutorial, we created this form, and whenever we submit the data here, let's do one thing quickly. Let's provide few default value here so that we don't have to individually type all the time. We need to do some testing. So let's go to our state here. We are in the registration form.component. Okay, so here what we're gonna do is provide some data here for now. So I'm gonna say provide my detail. If I save this file, we should have this form populated. So now you can see the data we have provided here. Now this one is tested on key on change event. So since we already have all the data here, it's not going to get updated. So what we can do, just put 1 at the end, and just to trigger this on change event. So I just put 1 behind these passwords just for our reference. Okay, so if we submit this form, all it happens now is just console logs the form data, which is here. That's coming from basically if you go to handle on change is the one where it detects all the password and stuff. Okay, here, handle on submit, this is what happened. Let's see our workflow. Let me quickly write down and then I'll come back here. So today's workflow gonna be this. We're going to connect user registration form that we just see to our backend RESTful API, which I showed you before, and manage the network status with Redux Toolkit. And we are going to email user the user verification link to confirm their email address. And then once they receive the confirmation link, when they click that link, user has to come to our front end, and we need to create that page to handle the link. And then we need to handle that user request and then make sure if the link is valid, user is active, otherwise user is inactive. Okay, let's work on that. So in order for us to manage the network status of our connecting the API, we need to start working on our user slicer. Let's create the reducer file and then we start working on that. And let's create in our registration page. Where is the registration page? Here, since this is the registration form is its own feature, let's create the reducer here next to the same file. So I'm gonna call it user registration slice.js. And here, first thing first, we need to import this one, the create slicer. So I'm just gonna copy here. And after that, we need to create the initial state. I think I can copy that one as well. So in our case, yes, we need our status, we need our error, and we don't need is auth now. Just let's remove that. And let's create this slicer. So I'm gonna call user again, same thing, const user registration slice. And we need to create call this create slicer to create the reducer. that will turn our reducer into the action creator. So this is a function that takes a huge object. So there are 3 parameters we must provide. The first one is the name. I'm gonna call it user registration, and the second one is the initial state that we just defined up there, this initial state. Let's put that here. And the third one is the actual reducer we needed. So we need to write this keyword, it's important. So inside the reducer now we can make our state. So we will have 3 states. So I'm gonna say registration only so that it's still meaningful and not too long. Registration pending. It takes state as an argument. Let's say state, and let's create a arrow function, and inside arrow function here, so we need to, okay, basically here we have 2 parameters we receive action. So this action will have a payload. So we will talk this about more later, but in our pending case, we only have to do is the is loading pending is true. So we only want to do that. And to access our is loading, we need to go through these states. So that's the part of the object. So we only going to say is loading true when the registration is pending state. And we're going to do same thing with the registration success. And here we don't need action because we are just assigning tree value and updating our state. And here in action, we receive payload. Actually here, we don't even need to receive payload. If it is success, we say the is loading. Okay, let's destructure the payload from the action. And I'm gonna say is loading false here. Now the state is loading is false because we already received the feedback from our server. Okay, let's also provide the, I think I'm gonna provide 2 more things. Let's say status. And actually we don't need the error. We can do message only straight away, right? We'll get the status here and we'll put the message here. Okay, so in the pending state, we don't need to do anything. In our success state, what you're gonna do is, so we're going to access the status here. So go to the, again, do the state dot status equals to, now it's gonna be success, right? And the dot state dot message would be whatever comes in our payload. Okay, so let's do same thing for our error state. If we have any network error or we got some issue, we can do, now we need to do this false, and this one gonna be error, and the message is payload. And now we need to export these reducers. So we created reducer here, but create slicer, what it does is that it will turn these reducer into the action creators. So let's do that. I'm going to say const. So basically with this function, now we can access 2 things. One thing is the reducer and the actions. So what does that mean? Let me show you. Const so the create slicer turns whole this object or reducer or the set of reducer, and then turn these reducers as action creators. So now we need to export them individually as well. So let's do const. Actually, let's do export default reducers first. Reducer, not reducers. So basically it's a whole object from this slicer. And now we can do name export here for our action creators, which we can destructure from our actions. So like how we did here, if you can see that. So these one will turn into action creator, as I said before. Let's write their name. Can be success both. So you guys should be error here. Okay, just save the file. So that means we are ready to import this file in our root reducer. So go to our root store.js. So here we need to import that so that we can see in our state. I think maybe I should show you that first. If we go to our Redux dev tool, in our state, we only have tickets, login, user, and open ticket, but we don't have a registration here yet. So we need to load our Redux reducers and load into our state here. So to do that, first let's import this, the reducer we have exported from our file here. Let's do that. So that's in our components inside the I think what was the this folder name registration. registration form, and inside the registration form we have user registration slice, and let's give them name registration reducer actually, and let's add this one in our root reducer so that it will be shown in the root store. So let's call it registration and pass the whole file here. Now if we save this file and go back to our browser, now we should be able to see our new state here. There you go, in registration, and this is the initial state. So based on this state, later on we will update the status here. Okay, that part is done. Now we need to start integrating that part with our form at the front end. What I'm going to do, I'm also going to create another file here called the action. So let me create a file. Okay, so what we're going to do here is not user action, sorry, let's maybe write user reg action. That's registration start form. So in this file, what we're going to do, we're going to do actual action, like what are the action that we're going to create. For example, send the registration form, right, data. So those kind of action we're going to define here, so that here, whatever we write function, that has the responsibility to do that actual action and then update our store. So first thing, let's, because since we're going to use our state, maybe let me make it smaller, see side by side, I don't need to see that. Okay, since we need to update this state while we're sending the form, let's import these action creators, which we have exported here in our user registration action. So import is from the same folder. So that's user registration slice. And what we need to do is import all of these things. And now we are ready to define our action. So first action, user registration. So what this function going to do is it will receive the form data from our form component, and then it will call the API to send the data to the server and receives the feedback from the server and then updates our Redux store. Okay, this is what it's gonna do. So let's do that first. Let's start working with update Redux store. So in our initial stage, so there are 3 stages we have: registration pending, registration success, registration error. So at the beginning, as long as client hits the submit button of our form here, so that is triggering the pending state. Since we're going to update our store, let's make it async. So what happens, we can create this user registration action as a high order function, which also receive the dispatch. So let's dispatch this one first, registration pending. We don't need to pass anything, right? Because in our slicer here, registration pending, we are not expecting any action or payload here. So we can simply do that. And now this one is done. And then let's make another copy. So this is at the beginning stage, and this one is the success state. So let's say, error state. You know what? Actually, let's write the code in the try catch block. In case if we get any problem, we can always dispatch the error state, and let's send the message. We'll have the error also error dot. Okay, so if we have any problem, we dispatch the registration error action creator. So we don't need this now. Okay, I'm gonna copy this out now. The rest of the thing going to be done in the try block. So now we haven't created the API that calls our backend API. So let's do that. Let's see if we have done already something. See, in API folder, we have Ticket API, user API. Maybe we can reuse this user API. Yeah, why not? Let's use this. Okay, so what we're gonna do, before we go there, let's have a look at our URL endpoint, which we checked earlier. Here. So we need to call the post method to this URL endpoint to send our form data, right? Let's copy that, go to user API. We could have created another API called registration API, but since it's related to user, maybe we can just utilize same file. Maybe before logging, we should have a user registered first, right? Let's make it in order. I'm just gonna copy the whole thing. I'm gonna say user registration. I think we're gonna have name collision issue later on in our action file, but we will fix that later if it does. So we will receive form data, and then now we're gonna use Xio to do the post method. So now we need the API first where to send. So this is where we're going to send. So we already defined root API like this. So now we only need user. Okay.
So that means user profile already has this. So okay, we can reuse this form. So I want to see where it's been used. Okay, use as a get method. So this is the good thing about the following RESTful API standard. So you can call same URL endpoint with different method for different purpose. So this is what exactly we're going to do. So we have to send the post data to this v1/user. Let's update our destination URL and we're going to send form data. So if everything goes fine, we will receive response definitely, and the data we will have inside the, so whatever server responds the data, that will be inside the rest of data. And if we have a success, we will not need to send to the do the session storage and local storage. That's from the previous. So we can simply say resolve rest of data. I want to see as well what it comes, so let's do that. And we can now export this function. Okay, its already name is exported. So this now function has been exported from this file. Let's go in our user registration action and import this API calling function. So import, it's in API folder. So let's go up a bit, go to API folder, go to user API, and we need to export this user registration form. So what it expects is just the form data. So what we can do now is in our API call, this part, we simply say const result. We can do await and send the form data to this function. So again, if we use wait here, we need to define async like so. Okay, so here in the result, we have I want to see what we have in our result, right? Let's see first, because it's been a while since I created that backend API. So make sure we know what it has. I want to just save it, and then I still want to let's say dispatch as a success regardless anything. Yeah, so success, I assume the result will have some message. If not, we will have an error. Okay, let's see what it prints out here. I want to now call this. Okay, before we can make it work, we need to call this action actually in our component where we have a handle on form submit. So go to our registration form. If you remember here, we talk about this consoling log. Now instead of consoling log here, we're gonna call, okay, here before that we need to import that function. Go on the top and say import, that's in the same folder, user action. So from here, it's called user registration like so. We also need to import use dispatch from React Redux, and then let's define the use dispatch. So just right under the form here, we can say const equals to use dispatch. It's a function. Now we can use dispatch to dispatch the form data inside our handle on submit form here. So what are we dispatching from here is the action that we need to, actually we have just imported this one. We're dispatching this user registration action here when the form is submitted, and let's pass the new user data. So we can comment this out, we don't need it. Now what we are doing is first we're creating the form, and when we have a form submit action handle, there we are calling the action that calls the API and then returns the feedback from server and updates our Redux store. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what we are doing now. Okay, let's save that and give it a try. If there is no error, seems like there is. Let's see. Has already declared. I knew that we might have this problem before, so that's not a problem. So what we have to do is go back to our action. Let's change the name. So I'm gonna say create new registration. Okay, user. Okay, new user. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say new user registration and save that. And we need to export this actually from here, and then we need to import this one in our file component file here, which we did before, but let's do it now. And we also need to update in our onHandle submit, and let's save that. Okay, the error is gone. Don't worry about this warning for now.
and let's see in our state what happens. Okay, so I can simply put 1 and 1 so that this condition is gone. Now I'm ready to submit. Let's see this something happens here. See, the user registration action, user registration success is triggered, but did not trigger the pending. I wanted to see the pending too. And let's see. Okay, success, new user has been created. Seems like we actually got that data from server. That means it's actually connected. So all we have to do now is just provide the feedback on the top saying that this message, the user has been created. Let's go back to our API project here, and let's go to this URL endpoint. So that comes, I think, user. Let's go from the app. Maybe let's make bigger. Okay, in our app, if you see the user router here, let's go to this, because we are accessing to v1/user post method. So that's in this file. We need to just find the root slash with the post method. This is where it is. So here, okay, this is first thing I saw. We need to update. So it will be status error. So in the success as well, let's pass the status and the success here. We can simply do console log for our debugging purpose. But here you can say where in here, what we can say, if error.message equals to, so what we can say, if we can say, because as we can see, we got this like a duplicate key error collection. So simply we can use this one and say, let's say if the error message dot includes this text of a string, then we can say, I'm just going to define message here. You know what, let's message right here. Let's do let message equals to, say, unable to fit new user at the moment, please try again or contact administration. Okay, so the reason I put let here is that if this is the case, we can override this message saying that this email already has an account. Okay, let's send that message. We don't need to do this now. If we save this one, and let's go back in our front-end application now, in our user registration. So we already know we're going to get the message with the status. If we have an error, we can invoke the error action creator. If you have success, we can do success message action creator. So let's do that here. I'm going to minimize that. I'm just going to make small on the side that, and in our front end, go to the user registration action. Here in the result, we have we have a status. Based on status, result status, if it has the success, then we trigger the success, sorry, not trigger, we dispatch the success registration success action creator. Else, I don't need else, but I'm just saying else here. We can dispatch the error. Yeah, this one error. But we can write this much better way. Okay, so what we can do basically, so if, let's write in ternary, so easy. So that means we can do if this one is true, if this case is true, dispatch this action here. If anything else, dispatch the error message. This is the ternary operator, guys. Is question marks. Before question marks is a condition. After question mark is the true condition, and after the colon is a false condition. Okay, so okay, yeah, I think that will definitely work. Now I'm gonna just leave the console out. But now if we save it, if we don't have any error, yes, which we don't, let's again put 1. So if we send same data, we should get the error message. If I send that, okay, it's not triggering, or it is. It's pending. Seems like there is some problem in our server side. Let's go quickly check that. Yeah, we have an error saying error.message includes is not a function. Oh, okay. I think the include, I think the spelling is wrong. Yeah, that should be the correct spelling. Let me try one more time. Send new request and see. Okay, there you go. Now status is error. This email has been already. Okay, this email already has an account because we created this before. If I just update this one new email, so we should have the success message here. The new user has been created. Okay, the error is fixed. If we go in our backend server, I don't see any error here. That was the before error. Okay, now let's display the message in our form on the top of the form. Yeah, so let's do a few things. So while let's go to the form now. We don't need anything else. Okay, so here we need a few things. First, I'm gonna import spinner from the React Bootstrap and alert. Okay, so on the top of the form, just let's under the line maybe. Okay, maybe let's do here new row. Why not, right? Okay, so the whole row will hold only few things. So we need to, okay, before we do that, let me show you something first. So you need to go to the Redux store first and know what is our state. So our state inside the registration, we can access this message. First, we need to pull the information out of the store on this component. And once we have this data, based on that data, we check the condition and we display the message here. So to do that, we need to use something called use selector. This use selector allows us to load whole state. And from that state, we can only get the data which part of the state we are interested in. So just import the use selector from the React Redux. And just right after the, okay, just before the use state, what we can do here is const. I'll come back to that later. So we can pass use selector, and this one will give us a whole state of the our Redux root store. So we don't need all the data. So simply we can only ask for registration. So we can just return dot registration only from the whole state. So if we return only state here, we will have is loading, status, and message. So we will receive this one as object. So what we can do, simply we can destructure those value here. So we can start with say is loading, status, and the message. So now we have these three variable. Let's make use of these three variables. So in here, what we can do, where we just created row here, if we have a message, right, then we can run alert, and alert has a variation. Okay, and inside the alert we can pass the message. We're gonna come back to this in a second. And if it doesn't have anything, if it doesn't have message, or we can simply do an operator. We don't have to do that way. If we have a message, we alert the message. Let's go next to the button, button here. After the button, what I want to do is run the spinner that we imported before. So spinner takes two properties. So spinner needs two props here. So we need to pass the variation. I'm gonna say maybe info. That's just the color of the spinner. And the animation, you need to tell what sort of animation we want to see. I'm gonna say border and save that. So what happens now, if we try to send the form, the spinner will load here. Let's try to send the form. There you go. The spinner is loading. And let me send some message as well. If we, in our user, I don't need API, we don't need user action at the moment. In the slicer, if I, let's say, mark something in the message here, for example, now we will see that. Let's say this is the success one. We're just marking the data here. And you are watching this message coming from there. Now I want to put in the background color. So to do that, we need to go to the message here, somewhere we have just put before. Yeah, we need to pass the variation. So in variation, so if success, actually not if success, the status. Where is our status? This status. So what I'm gonna do, if the status equals to success, then we're going to say the class name we're going to do, like variation is, let's say, success. This is the class name that provided by the Bootstrap. Otherwise, then we're gonna say danger. So the success will give us the green background, the danger will give us the kind of red background. So which we can just check now. See, you see this green kind of background because we have success message. But if we go back and update our status to error or anything except the success, it will be like a red message now. So our spinner is working, everything is working. So I don't like the idea spinner is keep spinning properly. And then of course, I think because we have put is true somewhere, we can definitely update that. Actually, we need to make the use of is loading. So we only want to show our spinner. Where is the spinner again? spinner if the is loading is true. So if you pass this one and put in the n operator and pass this one inside this curly bracket, and if you save that, we don't need that actually. Save that, that's still gonna be fixed as well. There you go, everything is done. Let's do one more. Okay, let's remove that and let's do one more real try, and so that we can finish with this. I'm gonna go to our user registration slice and just remove everything from there. So let's do one success and one fail test. So I'm going to make it larger, and here again we need to just put the password. So I think we're gonna have a fail state first because the email already exists. Let's submit this form. I think that was pretty quick. We couldn't see the spinner here, but it has definitely worked. And in our state, you can see the status is changed and action has been triggered to the registration error. Actually, I don't see the pending status here. That means there is something wrong. Let's go back to our action, which is user action. Okay, here, that's why we haven't called the action. I did call before. I think somehow I delayed it myself. Okay, so we need to dispatch our pending status first. If we save that, right, and now we should see what we are expecting. So we should see first the pending action triggered and then the success or fail. So if I submit, probably we're going to see the spinner as well. There you go, we saw the spinner. Now we can see the registration pending and registration error. The error message is here, which is this email has an account already. This email already has an account. I think you can write better message than this. And let's change the email address to email 1. Right, and if we submit this one, now again we get this registration pending and registration success, and now our message is updated to this. Okay, the new user has been created. If we click here, you can see this old message is updated by the new message here, and the status and the is loading as well. So this part is done. Probably I will just commit this one in our stage area so that you can see the git commit. And you can change the code, so compare the code with my code based on this commit history. Okay, I have said here, user registration form is connected with Backend API. So I'm just gonna commit that message so that if you see and compare your code with mine, you can go and find our commit history and check this commit message, and you can compare the code. Okay, the next version is one thing is done. Now we have already submitted our form. Now we are now going to work in the backend. So the front one is done. In the backend side, what we have to do is when the user is created successfully, let's create one unique URL and we'll send that URL to user email and then let user to click that email. And if the link is still valid, let's turn that user into the active user. So let's work on that. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on our backend API. So I'm going to put down our front end, which we are not working at the moment, the backend here. So first thing, let's start with let me maybe show you what happens is that every time we create the user, it will hit this router and we will use which will redirect the express to this router file, and everything happens inside this not get user, inside the create new user here. So here what happens, every time we receive the data, we destructure data from the body because we send the data as a post method, and we hash the password so that when we save the password, we are not saving plain password, we're saving like hash password so that even hacker gets their compromise our database, they can guess the user password. And then we will put everything inside our database. And once there is no issue, then we will response to our front end saying operation is successful, new user has been created, and also send the user result all. So what we're gonna do here, once the user is created, we're going to send the confirmation email here. We probably have to create another function that handles the email to send to the client and send us the response back here. So we'll work on that. But before that, I realized that we haven't do the server side validation for the data that coming from user. This is no guys, no. So we have to, no matter what, always validate the data coming from user. Never ever trust the data coming from user. So first thing, let's work on that. So we have a middleware that we've been working before, form validation middleware. Go to that file. So basically what we're using is we're using Zoe packets to validate the data. So what we're gonna do, we know we are expecting this data only from the client side, from front end, right? So what we can do is I'm just gonna go at the bottom and I'm just going to copy one of the above one, so to reduce the typing time, but I'll go over it. So I'm gonna call it, say, new user validation. Yeah, so since we are going to use this as a middleware, I'm gonna show you how in a second. We always receive request, response, and next from the Express server. So here we need to define what exactly we are expecting in our data object that coming from from the client. So these are the data we are expecting from the front end form to send to the client in order for the server to create a new user. So these are the only, like, let me show you. See, every time we send data, we send as an object, right? Like a key and peer value. So these are the key we need to provide here. And then we need to provide the condition here, say what type of data we are going to use. So in our case, the name, if we go up, we have, this is how we need to define the rule. So you can predefine here or type this one directly at the bottom with directly here, like here. So what's happening here is that if there is, let's talk about short string, because most of the data are short string. So Joey will provide, you need to say, okay, what's the data type? String or number. And after that, do you have minimum and maximum character? So, or if you have a date, you provide date like that. That way, the Joey validation test against the value. The one you're sending is a string or object, for example. And if it is object, you said, hey, it's not valid. And it will send an error message, which we can capture. So in our case, we have a phone number, name, and things. So what we're going to do is we're going to need only, I think, short string and number. Let's define the new variable, new condition for phone. Yeah. So phone number is a Joey, is a type number, and it has a minimum number. So in mean, what I'm going to do is in Australian number format, it starts with 04, and I'm just going to put some zeros. So at the bottom, at the end, I'm going to put 1 so that people cannot just put 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And the max, I'm going to put all like this, but I'm going to provide 05 like that. It should work, and it is required. We need to pass this required as well. And now I can use this one as my condition to the phone number down here, where, let me just, not this. Yeah, so for the phone, now I can simply pass that. So let's do same thing for the name. So for the name, we need only short string, and you see here required, that means it forces client to send this data, but this one doesn't force. So in our case, what we can do, I provide this one to reuse somewhere else, so that if I need any required place, I can simply type the required at the back. For the name, yes, short string and required. And now I'm going to copy that for other data. So let's pass. So I'm going to, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to see here just the value. So, okay, once we get that, this is the schema is defined. Now we need to verify that. So to do that, we just use schema.validate. This function will take the actual data that is coming from our front end and check against this condition. And if everything pass, we pass the condition. Otherwise, it will throw data in value.error. So we can simply console out this value. I'm going to return from here only so that code doesn't execute further, and send the data to check. Before that, we need to import this. First export it from here and import in our user router. So the way you import is like here, just pass like that, and you need to import on the top here. Let's see if we have any middleware with the form validation. Okay, yeah, file has been used already here, so we can pass there. And then the way we use middleware is just in the router here, just pass with the separation. So what happens, everything is passed here inside this validation. If everything is passed inside this validation, there is something called next. So we can response back to client from here, or we can pass the router to the next middleware with this key function, so that then the expression, or now the code is next code to execute is somewhere here. Okay, so we are just checking if there is anything on our value or not. So go to the registration, just gonna send it and see in our console log. It's not gonna get any value here. It's going to be spinning for a while. Let's see if we have any issue here. Okay, all right, now we have the data coming from the front end. We don't have to, okay, value, there is an error. You can see that phone must be at least must be less than or equals to this number. So that means we have an error in the phone. Our condition to the phone is, let me see, maybe it's too long. Okay, I think we don't need 0 anyway for the front. Let me go to our form and let's put 5 here and try to submit the data again and see what happens. Okay, still say, okay, now confirm that condition is pass. Now it's saying confirm password is not allowed. We would have seen this error. You know what I can do? Maybe to see that error at the front, maybe let's go to our validation again and make some changes. Instead of returning our process from halfway, let the function run until the error. So I'm going to let if there is an error, let the server return the error message so that we can see at the front end. So now did you see already it's working? So confirm pass is not allowed. That means we don't have to send the confirm password here. You can actually accept that if you want to, or there's two ways you can do it. We don't need this confirm password here, right? So basically what you can do is when we send the data from the front end, let's go to the front end for a second. In our on our registration form, we don't need to send this confirmation password. So we can basically we can remove this one from the, so let's update that here. On handle change, I'm gonna call it const new registration, and here let's pass only these data. So what I want to do, I'm going to destructure the value from this our state to const bracket from new user, and let's destructure the value that we need. Okay, I'm just going to remove that. I just copied from the initial state, so that, and now save that, and you just pass that, copy everything, and now pass this value for this object, and now we can, okay, need to be equals to here. So now basically we are sending data that we needed. So when we save this file, now we don't have that problem coming. So if we put 1 and 1 here, try to submit this, name is required. Okay, now we get another problem. Let's go to check the server side and see what it says. It doesn't say anything, but it says name is required here. Seems like it's not sending properly. Name is required. Okay, it's because we forgot to include the name here. Save that file, name, we got phone, everything. Let's try to send the form again. See, confirm password is required. Okay, did we just put confirm password while we're talking? Let's go to our server side, and if we have put that, now we don't need that, this one. So okay, first you can put here and you don't have to delete from front end, or you delete from the front end and check the condition here, because we don't need to store this one in our database, so I prefer not even receiving from the front end. So just like that, if you save it, now we should receive the data but no error. So this is the previous error, so it's still pending our response. Now we can, okay, we are now able to do the validation. So if we return this, remove this return keyword from here, now the router will go, Express will go and run the next middleware, which is, let's save the file, we close this part is done. Now start working on here. So the next thing we need to do is call the email function to send the email. So I think we have already worked on our email here. If you go to our helper folder, email.helper is the place where we have all our email. Okay, so this is, okay, we are using Ethereal for our, like just for testing purpose. This is like a fake mail server that help you with receiving and sending email with the node mailer. So we are using node mailer package, of course, to handle our email. So what we're going to do is, if you see here in our mail processor, we are using switch type, and here we're passing what email we're creating, because we have few cases that we need to send email to client. So instead of writing each file for each email processor, we just write in the switch condition and then process from there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy this case, for example, update password success, and just copy down, and I'm just going to rename this one saying, let's say new user confirmation required, and inside let's make the data. Okay, this is the default going to be in our email. The email is from the client. So what happening here is we're receiving email, we don't need pin number for the password, and the type. So in email is the email that client sends through their form here. And now in our subject, we can say, please verify your new user. And in the body, we can say, please follow the link to verify your account before you can log in. I think that's enough message. And this is for plain text version. The server, sometimes email server cannot receive or don't want to receive the HTML version. So you can always pass this plain text, and this is the HTML version. And down here, what we're gonna do is we send the actual link to click. So how am I gonna do is, okay, we are able to write this multi-line because we are using template literal within this backtick. So here we're going to pass the actual link. I'm gonna just write down verification link. Oops. So let's create that link. Okay, we can also receive that parameter. Let's say verification link. Just provide default as an empty string. Okay, that's should be assignment. Yeah. Make sure we have the same as spelled. Okay, now we can call this email processor to process this email. And once the email is processed, we have a method called send info, because this is written as object here. And what send info does is it will take this object and actually sends the mail with the help of our node mailer send mail function. So this one all will work together. Now all we have to do is just pass the email address, type, which we have to be exactly this one, and some verification link, and it should work. Let's go to our user router and let's import that mail helper. So I'm gonna go on the top and see if we already have mail helper. Okay, yeah, we do have that. Let's copy that, and okay, I'm just gonna copy from one of the other places we have used. Let's go to the function which we are working on is the here. So we are in the create new user router, and here let's call that function before we are sending message to client, or we can do even after that, really doesn't matter. So call this function, and then we need to pass email. We do have email, yes, we don't need pin, we pass type. So if you remember type, I said it has to be exactly this one in order for us to run this code. I pass that type, and we need to make sure that we pass this verification link as well. So I don't need the pin here, we just need the verification link. So we'll work on this link now. So what we're gonna do in our verification link, so this is whatever we provide here. When client click on this link, it should take them to the front end. So we have not created page for this one. So what we can do is simply do the registration and pass the registration, or create some page called verification. So which we haven't created yet. So I'm just gonna copy our front end URL, and I'm gonna just give a name on the top somewhere here. Say so basically what you would do is define this root URL somewhere in your environment variable, so that when you update this one in your server side, you can always get that root URL based on where your server is. If you have domain, you can provide the fixed domain, but I prefer using environment variable, and then pull as an environment variable here, and then pass whatever you want to pass here. So I'm gonna say I don't think we have this router at the front end, so we can use that. So I'm going to pass this one. So you'll see what I mean later on. For now, just pass that and save the file. So what's gonna happen if there is no error? When we send the form next time, if we send this form, it's probably gonna throw email already exists. Let's create something called email 5. I don't know how many we created before. So I don't even know password yet. So before that, I need to do one thing. Now, if you go to our user schema, when we create the user will be created, and any user can just sign in. We haven't before we didn't have verification. So I just put this one is verified as a boolean. So by default is true. So every time we create the new user, we have the is verification. Like before, we don't have that property. So that means any user can register and log in straight away without verifying their email. That's probably not a really good idea. So we're going to have this false now. as a default value, but when client clicks on that valid link, then we will update this one as a true. So to make it more like a robust, what you can do, you can also create another property called, let's say, random session string. So you can that is more like a more robust in order for you to protect the clients, because in our case in the CRM system, the user supposed not to be able to create their own account, admin supposed to create. So we're just creating this one for you to know how you can create the user from the front end. So in here, what you can do, you can create another property, say, okay, verification code, let's say random 10-digit code, and you can send this verification code along with this URL here, and then based on that one, when user visits to the page, we can grab that session ID and check in our database. If exists, then do verification. But in our case, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to create another random string, but I would like to use the user ID here instead, because user ID is always unique as well. So this is not the best practice, guys, but I'm showing you how you can do it. Now from there, you can definitely explore more options, and you can do exactly the same process, whatever I'm doing here. So behind that, what I'm going to pass with this string is, because this URL verification only holds the URL for our front end, but it doesn't have any ID. But it would be nice if we can send the ID. Let's say we just send some ID behind it. Okay, user ID here. Let's say user ID. So we'll work this one at the front end. For now, just leave like that. And what we do in our verification URL, I'm just going to concatenate our user ID. We have user ID in our result. So remember, every time we insert, we also getting the user ID. So I'm going to do user data. I'm going to do user._ID. If we do that, now we'll get the user ID as well. So now let's see in the action what happens. Everything seems okay. Let's go to validation. If we have removed that, the return from halfway, yes. Okay, everything should work. Let's go to our front end application and send new user. I think this is still new user. Let's submit the data. Okay, unable to create new user. Please try again. This message coming from, well, let me check. Contact administration. That is from user. Okay, so we have some error here. This is where we returning from. To debug, I'm gonna do console error so that we can see exactly what is the error. So to me, let me see what would have caused the error. New user, okay, that's nothing done, nothing. Console.log result. Maybe the user, okay, this is probably the problem because we don't have a user. We're supposed to have a result.id, but let's see if we can still get the error. I think we fixed it, but we'll see in the console now. Let's submit the form again. There you go. The email already exists. Now let's go 6. When we submit the data, now a new user is created. Great, but has the email been sent? Would we know? We know because there you go, we have printed. So what happened here, when we have user is created in our user router here, we call this email processor. So when we go to our email processor, we make our body template for the email, and we call function called send to actually send the email. And if the email is success or fail, to logging the actually email thread. This is where how we can access to our email. So I'm just going to click this literal link, and it will open in the browser, and it should give me that link. See, this is the link. There you go. So remember, this is the text we provided as a URL endpoint, and this is the user ID, supposed to be user ID. Now we can confirm HC2. Let's go to our database. We haven't been to our database for a long time. And if you go down here, we have starting with 602, HC2, and email with mail6. Okay, now we have our email as well. So if you have configured your email SMTP, the email should receive to the client, whoever sent that email to, whoever fill up the form. Now let's go back to our mail. So till here, our server side part is done as well. So what we need to do is, now we need to create a verification page where we should be able to grab this string and then talk to the server and say, hey, this guy say you want to verify the account. can you verify for him? And if this is a valid user ID, then we can update the user as a verified user. So if you see here is verified here, now false. So we can update this data. Okay, let's go now. We are not going to work in the client API side, server side, but we are going to work on our front-end application. So I see, guys, as a full stack developer, you have to now back and forth. I could have separated this tutorial in another few small tutorial, but guys, you have been doing all this same thing over and over again, so you should be able to do this everything comfortably. So I hope you are following along. If you have any problems, just take a break, have a coffee or tea, whatever you like, or drink, and then get back to the coding. You should be okay. All right, let's go to our front end. So let's go to the entry page of our front end first. I'm going to close everything out. The entry point is app.js. Oh, yeah, here. So we need to create a new URL here. Sorry, new page. So if I'm not going to need this one for now. Let me go. So in our application, we do have a registration page, but we do not have the verification page. It's just a blank now because there's nothing. So I should have said 4 thing, but you guys can do that, right? If not, let me know. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to probably copy the registration background, everything what we have in background, and just put the detailed information in the form here. I'm going to go to the registration form here, not this one. Go to the page, actually, page folder. And here in registration, I'm just going to copy this whole folder and rename to user verification. I'll say user-verification page. Inside user verification page, I want to rename that component as a user verification as well. And the CSS as well, I want to rename it. So since we are renaming the style sheet, so we need to update in our page as well, the component, because here we need to import the correct file, user verification style.css. Yeah, and we don't need the registration form, we need just the some other data, and we don't need this file. I want to keep the jump button and everything there, and change the name of the registration to user verification. That's the component name. So even though it's a page, it's a component. So here, if we go to that URL now, which is verification, we don't have here yet because we need to import this one in our app.js. Let's import this in our app.js. Let's import that. So this is in the page directory. Inside we have a registration. Is it registration? No, user verification. Yeah, that's the one. Inside user verification, we have user verification.page, and the name is user verification. I think we are doing default. No, we are not doing default export. So we need to wrap around with the curly bracket. And now you see this registration. I can just copy this code and pass our URL endpoint, not endpoint, the sub URL here where you want this component to be loaded, and pass this one as a component. And if you save that and if you visit that, see, you should be able to see that. Okay, what I'm gonna change a little bit here, go to CSS style sheet. I'm gonna say mean height 100, viewport height. Let's set that. And now let's go. We don't need to work on our CSS. Go to our page. Here we need to do a few things. First, we need to grab this value which is coming at the back. So the way you grab that in our router is go to the app, and now you pass the forward slash and pass the colon and provide the key. What key name do you want to use as a variable to hold that value? I'm just gonna give _idea only. And if we save that, and now if we pass anything slash like this, the page will load as usual because we have data. But if we don't have this person, now page is not valid. If in your case, if you want to make this one optional, you can always pass the question mark like that, and it should load the page. So, but in my case, I will make sure this one has ID, and now I can grab that ID in our not CSS file, in our page. So let's grab that. So for us to get that, the parameter, whatever, we need to use something called use param from the React Router DOM. This is what we are using. We are using React Router DOM to handle our router on our application. So let's import that first. So that one is called use. I think so. Yeah. In what use param does is that use param will keep all the value which comes behind this main URL slug, let's say, and pass anything coming as a parameter. So here we can simply say const whatever is coming, just pass that here and say use param, and now we can console dot and see if it's working. And let's do the use param is not exported from React. Okay, that should be use params, not param. Now it should work. Inspect to see in our console there is the data. If I, let's say, put something, hit enter, there you go, this is the param. Now there you go, we received the param now. So what we're gonna do here is, now we need to send this string to server to verify if that user has the email or not. So what we're gonna do is we're going to start working backward this time. So first we're going to create the API function to call our backend. Okay, this is even longer than I thought it's going to be. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, let's go to create the, okay, so here called API and send the _ID to verify user. Okay, let's do this person. So in order for us to get this verified, we need to create the API endpoint for us to make a call. So now let's go back to our client API and go to, we don't need anything, just go to user router where we have created user registration. So what we're gonna do is just below this one, let's create a new router endpoint. So I'm gonna say verify user after user is signed up. Okay, so here let's copy this whole code and we will go and modify that. So we don't need any middleware here because we are only receiving one data. I'm gonna use patch method here, and I'm also going to say verify so that we know exactly which router we are hitting to. So what we are expecting here is _ID from request.body, and this ID, what we're going to do is, let's remove this thing first. And now we need to, okay, now we need to write the query to update our user database. So now let's leave as it is here. Let's go to the user model. Here we have many functions. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna write a query that updates is validation. So I'm just gonna copy this password person, so password person, and I'm gonna say verify user. So here we're going to receive user ID. We're going to send from the router, and inside what we're gonna do is we're going to run try catch block. And here what are we doing is we are calling user schema. So in user schema is the schema what we have defined whole database here, and we are doing query over that schema, and we're running find one and update method that takes the source criteria. In our case we have a user ID, right? We can use user ID and we can update the data. So what data we are interested to update is the is verification. Now is verification, we want it to be true. So, and then this one will return the data after user is updated. Look, this way anybody can update anybody's data. So at least we should get another something to make, like, narrow down the user is the right user who is sending the request. So in our case, maybe we at least put the email. Let's also receive email from client side. So I'm gonna write, we are working like a backward, guys, okay? Email. So just bear with me. So what we are here doing is we are saying we are going to call verify user method. We're gonna send the user ID and email, and if the user ID and email sent is valid, is found, so this one will do queries like if there is a user ID, given user ID has the same email address, then it will update is verified true. Otherwise it will throw an error or send some other message saying null. So if there is an error, we respond to error, otherwise we reject. If everything goes good, we resolve the data. And now we need to export this from the file And remember, we are writing this code in user model. Let's import that in our user router. See if user model already imported. Yeah, model user model. Now we can pass this function as well here. Make sure, yes, it is imported. And now let's call this function from our verify user router here. So I'm gonna say const result equals to, we want to await, and we have to use async here, and call that function and pass. Remember, we need to pass two things, ID and the email. We haven't received the email, so let's receive the email here. Need to destructure value here. We receive the email as well as the ID, so we need to send these two things from our front end. So if we have a result.id, then now we can, that means the data is updated successfully. Now we can say res.send. Actually we do res.json because we send the JSON data, right? And we send the object with status success, and message is your account has been activated, you may sign in now. Okay, with that message. So if I think we should run this in our try catch block. We don't need this. This is just for you guys to information. So I'm gonna run everything in try catch in case we get an error, and this is the best practice as well. So this everything goes in try, and if something goes wrong, we need to console log for our debugging purpose. And here now in status we have to say error, and this in the message part we say error.message. Usually error is the object that holds the message property with the actual message of the error. If we have this case, yes, we return this res.json, this success. If we don't have user.id, then we can say again error invalid request. That's it. Let's say if it's not valid, or if user has been already verified. So actually you can even test one more condition here. So in here you can also test if the user is actually already valid or not. So if user is already valid, then they don't have to again be able to do the validation, so that doesn't make any sense. So that means if user has email, if user have the same ID, and user also are not valid yet, I mean is not verified yet, then only do this thing. Now let's save that and give it a try. I'm going to close that, and now we have a API endpoint to call from our front end. So let's go on our front end now. So guys, hop over to front end application. I know I've been switching around a lot, but I assume that you should be comfortable because how far you have come with this application. If not, let me know. I'll try to help. So go to the front end application. I want to go to the API folder, where user API folder. Now we can see, just wrote the user registration API earlier. I'm just going to copy that whole thing. I'm going to say user registration verification. So this one will definitely receive the form data, and everything gonna be same, but in our user profile URL, user verification URL, let's make it, we don't have it, we're going to create one now. So let's go up here and let's create that user verification URL. So that is definitely going to be this one, including user and the other things. So I'm going to say, so we need this one. So this one tells us go to localhost blah blah blah, and then user v1/user. So after that we need concatenate, and we need the verification, this URL. Save that. So our URL endpoint is ready. URL verification endpoint is ready. Our form data is sent. If everything is the usual stuff. So response data, otherwise, okay. If success, response data. If fail, response fail. So let's go to our API here. Okay, in this case, I'm gonna be a little bit, let's say, lazy or do shortcut here. Instead of creating, managing the server state with the Redux toolkit, with the Redux store, let's call it directly from this component and then handle here only. This is a little bit dodgy way, but it will do the work. you need to know all the way, right? So okay, let's do that. So we need to call this one. Let's import this API function call, user API function called user registration verification in our component. So I'm going to write import, and it is in the API folder. Go two-step up API folder slash user API. There is this function which takes the form data. So now we need to call this one in our use effect. So let's import the use effect from React, because this operation has to be done before the whole component, I mean on the life cycle of the component rendering. That means while page is displaying, actually before displaying the page, I want this operation to happen so that client can see the result. So now let's say use effect. Here we are going to call that function that we just imported, and we're going to pass the data from data, which is we have ID. Let's create a quick const. Okay, let's say dt only for data. That's the user ID, and let's pass the email as well in parameter. So the way we're doing that is go to app, and here we can pass multiple parameters here, like so. Save that. Now you can receive email here as well, and we get this data is ready, and now pass this data and here. So now what happens is, so we are calling this function. So here let's see, let's call this function and let's log this out, see what we have here before actually we're working at the use effect. So I'm gonna do console log, because I want the actual data, like I need to know what is coming. So rest.data. So if I save, and then now if I visit that link, so we don't need input here. Just want to make sure everything is okay, and we can console log this one as well, just to see here. I'm gonna go to our browser and check this. So go to the console and see if there is something for us. So if we visit this page, nothing happens. That's not expected. So when you save the file, we should see some change here now. Okay, we'll get back to this. First, you see we have received email and ID from our params, use params here. That's the console log from here. Now, but make sure that, guys, we haven't sent the email from the server side. We'll get back to that later. If you go to our network, this URL is not found because I see there is a user slash is missing here. Let's go to the API again and let's quickly update that. Go to user verification. Oh, I need to just pass this one, save that. And now let's see. Okay, whenever we visit to that, oh, we're not found still. Let's go to our server and see what we have written. Yeah, it's a verify only. Oh, actually it's a patch method, that's why. Okay, go to app, go to the front end, go to the API folder, user API, and instead of post, it's a patch. Now set that, and now it shouldn't say this not found. Okay, we have the call to verify, and the response is nothing. It says error, the cast object failed to blah blah blah. Okay, so what it's saying is that, okay, this is invalid. Maybe we should display that message as well. So what I'm gonna do is, maybe let's import the something from our user verification page and import two things from the React Bootstrap. That's gonna be the spinner again and the alert. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna run, let's create a state. I'm gonna create local state here. So we need to call use state here, and let's create local state here, and I'm gonna call this one is pending. Okay, well guys, this one we could have done through like a managed through the Redux toolkit, Redux store, but I'm showing you other way here as well. And I'm gonna copy 3 of this. I'm gonna say status, and I'm gonna say message, and also maybe don't need that. Okay, so here we will going to get the, actually I wanted to see something else. Hang on, go to the console. I wanted to see how it's gonna come. Okay, it's coming as a status and message here. I can see, maybe you cannot see, let me bring it here. So you can see the status and the message. This is how it comes. So let me grab the status and message. Here we can get status and message. But there is a big problem here, guys. Inside the effect, we cannot use await. So it's not allowed to use, even though you use async here. So what we can do is we can create a quick function, say const API call, and in this arrow function, now we can do the async and wait. So just remember that we are not allowed to write async wait inside the use effect. To handle that, we need to create a function, and inside that function we are now allowed. So what we can do basically, that's the result basically here, and then after this result we can console log here to see the actual result just to make sure this result is printed from here only. So we can just leave some marker, and since you are using await here, make sure to use async here. And now we can call this function right after this. You can use something called if method as well, immediately invoke function, but this is, you can do it as well. It's a more clear way. I like this way. Update this data in our state. So you know what, instead of maybe creating two different, maybe let's create one response state. Sorry about that back and forth, guys. I want to do this one and inside here create, it's an initial state which has actually not here, just write down here, say we haven't created that, we will do that in a second. Initial response, and let's delete the last line. And initial response, let's create just above the function declaration, where we're gonna have the status is an empty string and the mass is empty string as well. Okay, now we have the initial state that holds the status and masses. Now we don't even need to use pending because we can just use state straight away. So what we can do now is, so before calling the status, okay, there's nothing to do. When we have a result, we don't need to console that now. So we set this response, this result. So whatever comes in the result from the user verification, which function is this one? See here, it will respond the object like this here. And if everything right, it will respond the object that has the status and masses. We can do same thing in the error as well. Let's say if we got some error, then we can say status error, and the message is inside the message.error. And I missed this closing comma, sorry, the inverted comma. Okay, so now I mean either we have error or the success message from here. Now either way we will going to fulfill this object, so status and the message, and we need to check whether there is something or not in our response state in order for us to call, otherwise it will be keep calling. So we simply check if there is nothing in the status or message, then only we call this function. So to check that, simply say response.message status, let's say status, either way, it doesn't matter. If we don't have that, then only we run this function. So in this current state we run, so as long as there is something here, don't run that function. So once we have this value, it will be updated with the status and the message here. And so once we have updated that value, we need to render the component so that we can get feedback down here. To make that happen, we need to pass this one inside our square bracket, so that use effect know that we need to re-render the function, the component, once this one is updated. And when it's updating, it could again run this function if we don't provide this. Now with that value, we don't need this one. Now with the based on that status, we don't need this too. Status and the message, we can write something inside here. So what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna first call the spinner. So if again, exactly this case, if there is nothing in there, I like to run the spinner, the one we imported from React Bootstrap. And the variation, I'm gonna put just the info, that's the blue color, and the animation. Animation is the border. Okay, that is enough for the spinner to work. And for the message, we're gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna go in the second line and say Now before, if we don't have the message in status, so the spinner, now let's say if we do have some message or status in our state, then let's run the alert, and here we pass the message which is inside the response dot message. Oops. And now the alert expects few things, including variation, the background color, variant. So the variant is if the status, this one, is success, just leave the success, right? If this one equals to success, then the class name we're going to use is success as well. If not, we're going to use class name called danger, that's the utility class. Now we can expect to see something. First spinner, and there you go, the error message. The spinner stopped and error message popped up saying that cast to object failure. This is something to do in the server side that we need to look into it in a second. So our front end is kind of covered up. Now all we have to do is go back and then fix this problem. It's saying object ID fell for value blah 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 blah. Or in other words, we'll update that message. Okay, our front end is done for that purpose. Let's go to our backend again now. See guys how many times running back and forth. So we are in client API application, okay, where we return this error message from here. So instead of sending this error message like that, the system generated error message, we're probably gonna just say this same thing, invalid request. I don't want people to see the system generated message. Okay, invalid request, yeah, that's what we wanted to know. I mean, so the client. But when we look into our error, there is something, let me see in bigger. So it's basically saying that the ID we send is not the valid ID. Of course, it's not valid ID, right? Let's assume we have a valid ID. Let me just copy this for now and pass down as ID. Okay, so now that's saying, so if you go back to user router, so it's saying that it doesn't have a user.id of null. We couldn't, the model, this function, there's no such a record that has this condition, that matches this condition. That's why you got null. So we can simply do if result and then result.id. In case we have result and result has the ID, then we say success. Other than that, we said invalid request. Yeah, and let's save that and then refresh the page. And we should see invalid request, yeah. Okay guys, that is probably done. I'm just gonna remove too many console here. Maybe leave this one. I'll probably save message as well here for you guys to see, because sometimes you don't know where the error coming from. Okay, this part is done as well. So let's pretend that we have a real user. So before that guys, let's go to user router. Remember how we send the user email on the verification propos, like in verification, create new user route, new user here. We need to now send the email as well, because here we only send before the user ID. If we check the literal here, we only send the user ID, but remember we need user email as well here. The second parameter should be email. So let's update that as well. Here we simply concatenate the backward slash and plus the email from the user. Now I think everything should be done if we don't have any error. Let's do testing. So I want to go to our first homepage. Let's go registration, and this time let's do user 7 and password I don't know, we will see from the back. I'm just putting one at the back and submit the form. Okay, the user has been created. We have success message, and in our backend we get the user success verification response, and at the bottom we also got the email send transaction. So if I open this link,
this email is supposed to send to the client email. In our case, we are using just this ethereal to make our like simulation of sending email. So now we have this link. Now when we visit this link, there you go, our user has been activated. Now you can sign in. So if we go to, we should have checked our database before, but that's fine. Now refresh the database, and if you go down, see email 7 is verified true, but the previous one is still not. But what happens if user try to visit again? Let's go to our email again. Let's reopen that. Say invalid request. There you go, guys. The email validation is done as well. So there is a lot you can improve. I done is like a very basic way so that you have the fair understanding. You can now use this skill to make as complex as you want to make it. But the fundamental is that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to leave all the console stuff, everything as it is, and you guys can see. So I'm going to push code for this front-end change. Okay, before adding that, I want to tell you one thing, guys. Now let's go to our front end. There's something I need to show you first. If we go to registration form, we have our fake pre-filled data here. So this is the email. Let's pick the one which is not verified. Is verification false, which has the email 6. So if we use this email, we can still sign in. Go to login, and our password is this one with 1 at the back. See, we can still sign in, which is not good practice. Why? Because when we sign in, we have inspect. Let's go to inspect and go to the network tab. Guys, I'm showing you something like very in detail, actually the process. This is good to know. Okay, there is a bug I can see already. Okay, let me log that out first. I cannot see anything. There is a bug. I'll talk about later. And what I wanted to show is that even if you are like not verified, you can still log in, because when we do the login in our backend API, let's go to our backend API. If we go to user router where it says login here, when we log in user, so we able to log in regardless we verified or not. But what we can do here, since we have a user here, we're gonna say if the user.isVerification is not verified, then now we can copy this whole message, error 1, and say, hey, you haven't verified your account. So what I have written here as a message is, please verify your account. So now if we go back, we need to make sure we need to return this. If we go back to our browser and try to log in with the unverified email and log in, this is what you're gonna see. Your account has not been verified. Please check your email and verify your account to be before able to log in. So all we just did is check that condition before we going anywhere further to our password verification, getting user, and blah blah blah. Okay, that is done. Now user cannot log in unless they verify their email. The next thing I just realized, so a quick bug is, let's say our email 7 is verified, right? Before we saw that. If I log in there, check here in our network tab, and our server is keep requesting data. It's never ending. It's gonna crash the server soon in the future. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to see why it's keep loading. This is to do something in our use effect. So I need to go to dashboard and fix this error. But before fixing, let me save this before it crashes. Okay, I need to log out before it crashes here. So that happens in dashboard. So before I go and fix that error, I'm gonna commit change this one so that you can go to the commit history and compare your code if you have to. Okay, let me quickly do it and then I'll come back to you. I have put user registration and verification added in the backend API. I'm gonna do exactly same for the front end as well. Okay, that part is done. Let's check that bug. What is it? So let's go to the front end of the application, go to our dashboard and see in use effect if there's any suspicious code. You can basically find out. So it dispatches get ticket if the ticket length is okay. I know what happened. So basically it checks, okay, when I log in, okay,
I can log in and show. Oh yeah, I will, doesn't matter. So if we go to our state, in our state, see in the ticket, it's basically checking if the ticket has any length or not. If there is no ticket, it's gonna keep firing the fetch all ticket item action, which is causing this page to load. So what we can do, when we go to, let's go to the fetch all ticket action. In fetch all ticket action, hang on, even before going there, see what happening every time it calls, right? And then it will re-render the application, and it checks if there is no ticket length. Again, it re-renders. So this is going forever. Anyway, let's go to the ticket action. When we get the fetch ticket here, we can only dispatch this one. We can only dispatch this one if there is any length. We can simply do that. I think that should work. So if the ticket data.result.length, then only dispatch that, because if there's no data in the ticket, so we don't probably need to dispatch it. Login with the valid. Okay, now I cannot log in with my old login detail. Great. Let's copy. I think the email 7 does not have any ticket and is valid. I mean active. Let's log in with 1. Okay, it's loading here, but only trigger once. That means, okay, we don't have that bug. Okay, that is, there are many other ways you can optimize that code, but that will do pretty much what we need to achieve here. So now in order for us to see all ticket, in case if you need to go back and check, so you need to go back to your database and find the main account that you've been using before, what like user login detail you used to log in to do all the adding and doing ticket CRUD operation. So go there and then edit that record and simply add this is I can put that is verified property and pass the value to, just change this to boolean and set true and update that. Now you should be able to log in with the default detail. So let's log out and try to log in with the default. Now everything working as expected. Wow guys, this is a long tutorial. If you are really following along, I'm really proud of you guys. Now there is one more thing to add on this app, one more functionality. So that is when we go to login, we have this forgot password, but we never work on this functionality. This is another one. I think that's the last one, actual last tutorial going to be for this whole MERN stack series. So let me quickly show you what we are going to do here. So what we want to achieve today is, when you go to our reset password here, we would be able to, let's say if we send some invalid email, we can send it. And if we send this email that is not valid, we will get error message saying email must be valid. And you can see in our state what's happening as well, because we are using React Redux store. And let's say if we send the email valid, so the email valid email is, I think, e2@e.com. If we send that, it says if the email exists in our database, the password pin will send shortly. This will message we get regardless if email exists or not in our database, just to prevent the privacy of the email. And now if we go in our console of our backend API, we have integrated our ethereal email. That's where we're gonna receive our one-time reset pin, our OTP here. So with that OTP, now we should be able to change our password. So if we just send random number, 6-digit pin, so say unable to update the password, please try again later because pin is not valid. Now let me get the valid pin from here and send this valid pin. And if we submit it, now your password has been updated. Now this password, you can log in with the new password. So that's our main goal. So there's a lot going behind here. It's gonna be a little long tutorial series, guys, but if you stay all the way to till the end, you're gonna get a lot of value from here. Okay guys, our application is loaded here. This is our application. So making our forgot password, this feature is integrated with our backend API, and then make sure user can reset the password. So you see this form is basically in our main entry page, but I want to strip this form out and make a separate reset password, separate URL for the reset password. So I'm gonna quickly write here somewhere our workflow of our tutorial today, and I'll get back to you. Okay, so this is what our plan is. Let's go create the password reset page. So I'm gonna go in our folder directory, and now we are not working under the client API. We'll work under the CRM frontend. Yeah, I'm gonna go under the SRC folder. We have something called
page here. So in page, I'm just gonna go and create a new page here similar to this entry page. So let's make it bigger for now so that you can see. Since I want to utilize this background and the way the form looks, maybe I can do is I can copy whole folder and paste it here. Now I'm gonna rename this to password reset, and inside the files I'm gonna change the name as well. So the component, I'm gonna say password OTP form, I don't know, maybe just like that. And here I'm gonna give the style sheet the same thing. Yeah, I'll just change the file name. I don't like that. I'm gonna say OTP. Okay, since we changed our style sheet here, now we want to import that style sheet inside the password OTP form here. So I'm going to update this one so that we're referring to our local style sheet here. Okay, so I don't need anything at the moment. So since now we have created our page, let's go to our app.js where we have handled all of our incoming router. App.js in our front end. So here we handle everything including our main entry page. Let's copy that. Now here I'm gonna change the path name, maybe I'll say password reset. And we import that component that we just created here. Okay, and make sure we import that. We need to import that from, I'm just gonna do under entry because they are kind of next to each other in our application. So that's inside the pages actually / folder, and inside that we have this password OTP form. So make sure we have our component name is as we have defined here. Let's go to that page component here and let's change the name of the component because it's just saying entry. So this is not entry anymore, and just leave everything, just make sure it works first. Okay, just make sure the path is right. It's going an error. Let me redo the path. Maybe the path is not right, maybe the spelling error there. Okay, now all good. So if we go to our app here, app.js, where we are, so basically we are going to load this component, page component, when we visit to this this URL of our web page. So if I just put there, so we have our same thing here, but we only want to load our forget password here. So I'm gonna go down to, we don't need app just now, we can close that. Go to our password OTP form page where we have a switching between the form. So for now I don't want anything. I'm gonna delete this switch part, and we don't need this login form info, and I don't need this one, and we can close this one as well. So all we need is just the reset password form that we saw earlier. So we don't need any of that. We don't need form switcher, and just leave the handle on submit at the moment. So it should load our password reset only. There you go. We have our design still there, and when we click on login, so it's probably not going to work because in the form itself we have put this on click event. So I'm just going to remove that on click here, and maybe just put the path to our entry like a root folder. So whenever we click on there, now we can go to the login entry page. Whenever we click now, let's fix that too. We need to go to our login page, and whenever we click on our forget password, instead of on click, we don't need all this. So we just need to say we visit to our reset password reset actually. So now whenever we click this, it will take us to our password reset page, and there we only have this thing. Now the form is switching. Basically it's the not component transition is a whole page loading new page. So in our reset password, this thing is all okay. Now let's connect this one with our backend. I'm going to show you what is our backend first. So let me close all here so that we don't get confused. If I just go to our client API, we have that rest.http where we have the collection of all the API endpoint. So password reset request endpoint. So if we send, let me send it here. If I send the request to here with the valid email, so I will get the message saying if the email is exists in our database, the password reset pin will be sent shortly to the email address. So basically we are using Ethereal. So Ethereal is, if you don't know what is Ethereal is like a fake email server where you can kind of do all your application testing with the node mailer, so it will give you the email simulation, like you sending and receiving email. So if we are to implement this application with the real SMTP server, so the email should send to the client. Let's hook this part. So what I'm going to do was that, and I'm going to just leave that. And now we need to go back in our front end. Let's flow the backend away. Front end in API, because we're going to call the API to this. We need to call this API endpoint. So we have a separate folder called API. Here we are basically, what we're doing is we're calling the API endpoint from here, so that we're separating the functionality from our component. So I'm just going to copy one of these so that I don't have to type everything from beginning. But we're going to open a new file called password API, so that all the password related tasks and API connecting to the backend server will be done through this file. So we need XEO to make a HTTP request, and this is our root API. So if you remember, our endpoint is this one. Let's copy this one anyway, and it's a post method. Okay, so here we have this is the request where we need to send our email address to get the OTP. So this is our root endpoint. That means we only need to concatenate this part of the URL. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to delete all of this one and say const OTP request IDQ API, or just say URL. And now we need the root URL, and we need to concatenate this specific endpoint, so that now we can call, okay, I'm going to just modify this function and then to explain you what's going on here. So now we need to export and create a new function that basically calls API endpoint to request the OTP. So I said request OTP, password OTP maybe. And here we're going to receive email. We have to, otherwise we won't be able to know where to send the OTP. And we're going to return a promise. So whenever we use whenever we want to return promise, this is how we do. We say return new promise, and we only either return result, means everything is okay. Reject means if there is something wrong in our system or on our code, or if there is an error. So we are using async because we want to wait while we getting the request from our server. So we are running this in try catch block so that we can catch if we have an error, and we're going saying result equals to await, because we have say async here in our immediate parent function. And XEO dot, we need to do post method to the URL endpoint. So basically when you do XEO, you need two parameters to provide. The first one is the URL endpoint, and second one is the data. So we don't need this. So imagine like that. So you're supposed to send data here. This is XEO.post is a method of the XEO. And here first one is the URL endpoint, second one is the data. Data always goes as an object. So we have to send email. Email is like that, but since the name and value has the same variable, so we can just say email here. So once we have a result, so what I'm going to do here, normally the result will hold the data. Result holds a lot of other network status as well and information. So here we only are interested in data that is coming from server. So we're going to say result dot data, or we can even destructure here. It's straight away data. So from data, what we are interested is if data dot status, because the result will have a status. If triple equals to success, then we will resolve the object with the status. Actually we can just the data will have I think data will come with the status and the message. We can simply resolve all data. We don't need to do anything. We don't even need to test success or error here. I'm pretty sure we can check that. We can do console.log data. Let's see how data gonna come, and then we will response based on that. We don't need this. And if we have an error, so what we're gonna do, we're going to response as a status error, and the message is the message that error holds. The error that message holds the error message. So you're gonna see what's coming. Let's leave this part here and let's go back in our form first. So there are a few things to be done in our form. So we only created a page here, and we have imported the form. We haven't checked what's in the form. So this is previous one. So let's go to, I'm gonna leave it open and go to reset form. And reset form is another a lot of things going on here. So basically in our reset form, we have an input field where we have an email address and the submit like this. Here you can type email and send it to reset password. So on submit button here, let's handle on submit. Where is the form? Handle on submit. So handle on submit basically coming from parent here. So since we are going to use Redux toolkit, some of the data we are going to hold in the Redux store state and some data we are going to hold in our local state, especially the form input data. And we don't need to get this handle on submit event from the parents. So we can simply just call this reset password component and we handle everything within here. We will do something else later to switch the form. So what I'm going to do, leave the switch form switcher and remove this one. And we don't need, I think, state here as well. I'm going to remove that. And we don't need this login form. Okay, I'm just going to leave everything here and we go to our reset back to password. So we are basically not receiving anything. We can remove all of that and we don't need to check any props type because we are not receiving anything. And we're going to still get some error. Don't worry about that. So on submit here, we supposed to handle the, let's create that function first. So we will receive the event actually whenever we submit the form. So in that event, what we can do is event.prevent default to prevent the default behavior of the browser. So whenever do submit, click on the submit button, the form supposed to submit somewhere and page supposed to reload. So we don't need that to happen. Okay, that's out of the way. Now we can basically call this API method and send here and call from here straight away, or we can create a separate function or action and we can do from there. So since we want to learn about the Redux toolkit properly, let's handle this part from the Redux way. Okay, we're going to create something called Redux store, Redux slice, and Redux action to handle this part so that you understand how Redux toolkit works and you can implement that feature in any way. So we want to do something. So let's leave this one here. We're going to create something called password reducer. So I'm going to go in the same folder and let me show you here how we did in the registration page. We have like a registration slicer. How we do this, we create the slicer so that they will turn into the action. So this is how we work with the Redux toolkit. So let me type out and show it to you. I'm gonna just save this file. So this is we're going to call and handle through the Redux store. And now on handle change, let's call this on handle change. Excuse me. So we're going to receive event here as well. So that event will have our input field and data. If we can destructure that, it will be inside our either target. Let's create our local state to hold that receive the email when we are typing in our form. So I'm gonna go and import. We need to import this, use state in order to use it, and we need to create our local state here. Oops, sorry guys, this one we've been typing in wrong place. So this is the component declaration. Everything has to be done inside the component before we return any HTML here. So I'm just gonna put it there. And here, let's create our local state. Let's call it email. So if you do use state, you get this bracket one where it gives us the code snippet. Yeah, I can call email. And since the function one, I want to write this one in camel case. And the email in our initial state is empty string. We don't have anything. And let's pass this email down to our component again as a value so that whatever we type, we can see. The way we're doing this one is called control method. It means it's a controlled input field because we are controlling every input here, receiving in our local state, and then we providing back to the input field so that we can see it. So now if we save that, not yet. So now since we have an email, let's put that in our state. The way we put in our state is simply calling set email and just pass the name. Actually not name, value. So we don't even need the name here. That's it. And let's see why form is not working. What's the error? So set form load is not defined in line number 22 of password OTP page. Line number 22, set form load. Oops, we don't need that at the moment. I can just comment out and save that. This was part of the cleaning up before. So our form is there. Now whenever we type, the form is working. Now on submit, we haven't done anything. Let's go back to our password reset component. So on submit handle, we can simply just console log our email that we have in our local store. If I can type and talk, that would be great. So if we go to our console There is no error. That's good. There are a lot of warning though. So if we type some email and send it, we have that email here. I just want to make sure it has a require, so that we need to type it. Okay, great. So now we received the email. So remember before we created a password reset API here. Now we want to send that email to here, but instead of sending directly from the component, now let's do a little bit long work, okay? But that's better practice. According to the Redux toolkit, they prefer put the slice next to the feature. So let's follow them. Let's say, I'm gonna say password slice. Yeah, that should do .js. And basically this is gonna be something similar to our registration form slice. This is, I'm just putting here just for me to see. So like we're just gonna have similar, like we have an initial state and then we need to create some reducer here. I'm gonna show you how we do that. So go to our password slice. So first we need to import create slice from our Redux toolkit. I'm just copying this one to speed up the typing process. Okay, once we import our create slice, let's create a slice for our reset password. So we can create a function called const. I'm gonna give name just password reset. So this one will create the slice. Sorry, the create slice will create the slice. So whatever we do here, we are storing our password reset variable. So the create slice takes a huge object. That object has at least 3 things. First is the name. I'm gonna call it to password reset. And the second one is initial state, OTP state. I haven't created that. Let's create that on the top here. So basically it's gonna hold few things. I want to see if it's loading this one for checking if we have got our response back from server or not. I'm gonna say by default false, so that we can show spinner later based on this. And we're always gonna have status is empty and error, oops, and the message is empty as well. So this is the message we're going to store that is coming from our server. So okay, this is our initial state. And the third one is the most important one. It's a reducers. So this has to be reducers here, and inside we can put multiple reducers. So this reducer now we are creating will turn into the action creator later, and you can call in our action file to make update our state. So the first one I'm gonna call is OTP IDQ for request ending one-time password reset pin. So this one is a function. Let's create the anonymous function for this. Okay, so we can have 3 of this. I'm gonna make 3. 1, 2, 3. So one is OTP pass request is pending, and the another one is success, and the third one is fail, because whenever we are requesting data from the server, we can first test we always pending, second test we get succeed, and the third one is maybe we got failed, we couldn't make it because of that, like maybe network error or server side error, or there are many things we always encounter. So now here, in order for us to update this data here, we need to receive state as a parameter. So basically state is a copy of our local state. So we can always draft as a local state. Now we can always update that, so we don't directly mutating our state data. So first thing, I'm going to say state dot is loading is true equals to, actually, because now we have started requesting the OTP and everything else is fine. And so once we succeed, we don't need this comma, and once we have a successful response back from our server, now we can update this whole thing again. So I'm just gonna put that and make sure, oops, no. So again here we're going to receive state and also we're going to receive action here. The action holds actual data. The data will come inside the payload, so we can destructure it here so that we can utilize it here inside. So A is load. By the time we received response from server, now it's loading, should be false, and the status we will be success, because this is the success condition, and we need to do state dot, otherwise we can access to those property of state. And the third one is the state dot message. So message is the message that we are receiving from server, so we will receive here as a payload. Here we can just pass that. So we have our status is loading false, status success, and message is payload. So I can do same thing on our fail.
here I can simply do, now this one is error. Yeah, everything else same. So that means in our payload we need to receive just the message, we don't need anything else. You can combine response back and then just get the status and the payload start away from the action later, and then just put both of them here. But for me, I like this way, it's more cleaner. So we have a three different reducers that working in our three different status of the network, pending, success, and fail. So we updating our state data accordingly here. So we have created this one. Now we need to export few reducers and the and the action creator, like how we did in our user registration. We can basically destructure reducer and actions. So basically everything else, everything here is a reducer, and the action are the action that are defined here. These reducers will turn into actions. So let's do that. I'm gonna destructure that first before we exporting them. Const destructuring from this main password reset here. Here we are destructuring reducer and the actions. Now we can export reducer whole thing as a default, so that we can call that inside our Redux store and then store all our state there. And we can do inline export for the actions. So I'm gonna say export const, we'll get back to here, that's from actions. So what we have in our actions, as I said before, this all the reducer will turn into our action creator. Now we can just pass that OTP success and OTP request fail. So now we have created this one. So it's not going to do anything by itself. This is only going to update the our whole state. So if I show you in our Redux store, if you just see in our state, we only have a, can you see? Maybe not, hang on. Yeah, we only have this one, but we don't have anything related to password. So in order for us to hook our password slice into our state of the Redux, we need to import this user reducers from here and export from here and import in our state. So let me just close this one so we can see. So if we go scroll down in our store.js, here we can import that the password slice. It's inside the component, inside the reset password reset, and inside there we have a password slice. Let's import that as a password reducer. And now we can pass this password reducer to our reducer here so that store will understand us. So let's give it a password only. We can give a name as a password and let's pass this reducer. If I save this, it should show us now the store. Okay, we have an error. It's basically saying that the reducer password returning undefined, nothing is returning there. So let's go to the password reducer. I think in our initial state we haven't provided initial state keyword. Yeah, we have an initial state, so we should be passing this one as an initial state. Otherwise the create slice won't understand. So you can fix this way. Yeah, or I prefer just giving one name and pass the initial object in that. So that should fix. And now if we go in our state and see down here, so you have now the password state where you have is loading and the status with the message here. Great, there you go. Now what we can do, we can create an action which calls our API endpoint and updates this, calls this action creator to update this state here. Let's work on that. So first thing, what I'm gonna do, let's go create an action for this password, like how we did action for our registration form as well here, like that. I'm gonna create a new file in our next to our password slice. Create a file name called password action.js, and inside here we need to import all the slice we created before. I'm just gonna copy. So import. That's from the same file called password slice. Let's remove the sidebar, and we have a OTP request pending success and fail condition. Now let's create a action that actually calls our API endpoint. So let's say const send password reset OTP, maybe that makes more sense. And again, remember we have to receive email. So this one going to be high order function. So we're going to receive a function called dispatch here, and then we'll dispatch the other function. We already talked about this intensively before. If you are not sure or if you forgot, please go back and check one of the tutorial from earlier.
So we're going to receive email and also going to receive dispatch, because we are going to dispatch this function from our component. So here what we're going to do, we're going to run code everything in try catch block, so that if we have any error we can catch them. So first thing first, if we have an error, we're going to dispatch the fail. So dispatch this fail with the message saying error dot message. That's error holds message. And here what we're gonna do is, that's not email, it should be email. And here now we're going to first dispatch our pending status, because as soon as we do request, that means our status is pending. Now let's receive the result back from our API call. Remember we called API call before. I don't need that, I can close it. In our API here we created this, go to API folder, password API. We have this request password OTP function that calls our API here, and we are returning the data. So actually here we can reject error straight away, because we are handling this part in the other function. So yeah, and in data we will receive email and status and message. So go back in our action. So we need to import that method first, or function, before we can call it, and which is inside our, I think we need to go to our API directory. Yeah, and inside API directory we just go to the password API, and here we call this request password. So now let's call this request password and send that email. That's all it expects. And since we're going to need this one before we do anything else, let's make this one as a async wait, because we are receiving promise this one from the request password OPT function. So we need to use async here in order for us to make this function await. Now we have a result. So if the result dot status, you know what, I'm going to just destructure here only. Easy. Now I can just say status straight away. If status equals to success, now we can dispatch this method with the message, and we can just return from here. Otherwise we can dispatch the fail, because if the status is like, let's say, error coming from the server, and we can send the message, and we only need to receive the status and message from this method. When we go here, let's optimize that if we have to. No, everything is good. Now let's save that, save this one, and now we can call this function and dispatch from our component, which is password reset component here. So before, in order for us to dispatch this function from our onHandle submit, we need to bring a hook from our React Redux, so that it will connect our Redux store with our application. So use dispatch. Let's define this uses dispatch in variable, so that we can use easily dispatch anything here. So now we can use this dispatch to dispatch the function that we have just created in our action here. So in order for us to use that in our action component, first we need to import that. I'll just import all the component below the function. So import, that's from our same folder, which is inside the password action. So we have this send password reset request OTP API calling function that now we can dispatch in our onHandle submit. I'll just quickly go over it after this if it's too confusing for you guys. And we need to send the email which is in our state. So we were working backward before. Now let's go forward and understand what's happening after we fixing the error. Is not exported from our password action. Yes, we are not exporting. There you go. Should fix the error. Make sure everything is working fine here, and we have state with the password, everything working fine. What happening here? In our password reset component, we can change our email, put our email address, and we can receive that email address in our local state, and we can submit that button to submit this email so that we can request the OTP. So this one will be run in, it will invoke this handle on submit function where we can receive the event, and we do event.prevent so that default, so that the web page doesn't load. And after that, we're going to dispatch. The dispatch is coming from React Redux to bridge between the Redux store and the application. So we are dispatching that function, that action, and sending the email address which we have in our state. And in this action, we are receiving email address as well as a dispatch as a high order function. And here we are dispatching. Basically, now we are calling the this reducer or action creator to update our state. So in every different stage, we are updating the local state. So you see here payload and payload. That is actually we are passing from our action here. Like whenever we dispatching this, for example, dispatching OTP request success, OTP request success, and we're passing this message. This is the message we are receiving as a payload here. And now we are getting this response back from our request password OTP, which is the API, and we're sending email there. So this is called not API, this is calling our actual API in our backend server. And then once everything goes well, we will receive, well or wrong, but we will still receive the data, and we are basically receiving result. And inside that result, we have data. We only are interested in data. So we destructuring the data and just console logging to see ourselves, as well as resolving from here. And if we have any error, we just rejecting the response from here. So everything is binded. We haven't tested. Let's see what happens. So it would be okay to open and see in our server side as well. Let's see if there is an error or not. Sorry, this is just like that. Now, now we can see our state here. Okay. So if I just put email address and send it, now we have our status updated. So if you see in our state, you can see it's saying is loading is false, status nothing, message nothing, and state nothing. So there is something I see OTP request fail, but I did not see the is loading first, because that has to happen before this. So if we go to our action, make sure we are dispatching something here. We are just dispatching that, but not the function. Make sure now it works. Let's try quickly send something. So now you can see first OTP request is pending. When it's pending, just changing the is loading from false to true. And now next action is firing, which is the password reset, OTP request fail. And now it is updating our state from true to false and passing the message and the status as well. It would be nice to see this error message up here somewhere, right? Let's put it that. So go to the password component, and here we can import a component from the React Bootstrap called alert. That gives us all the nice background and the nice little container to display the message. So I'm just gonna display right above the form, I guess. Yeah, that would be okay. And alert takes few things. So first the message. So we haven't got the message from our state. We have message in our state though, but how do I get the message out of this state? Yeah, you would have already guessed that, because we have done before. We again need to call another hook called useSelector. So useSelector will give us access to whole Redux object. We don't need this. And from there, we can only return whatever we are interested in. So we will have access to everything here, but we are going to only access to our password. So I'm going to do here, maybe after the state, local state. Const. We will destructure that in a second. So useSelector will give us a whole state. From there, we can only access to password. So that means we are returning this password object, and here we can destructure is loading status and message directly here, so that we can use in our application. So now what we can do is, I think we can just put this on the side. Okay, there's a spelling mistake. I need to fix that. Alert must be alert this, and inside here now we can pass the message which we just got from our store, and we will only run this one if there is a message. Okay, there is any message. So to do that, we need to write in the JavaScript, say if we have message, then only run this alert. So let's wrap that. Let's take this out and wrap this alert and save that. And this alert will take props as for the background color. So
the way we provide is we say variant and plus. I'm gonna put here, I'm gonna put the condition. So if our status equals to success, then there's a utility class called success to get that green background. Otherwise we'll pass the danger to get the kind of red background. There is something it's not happy about. Okay, because the syntax is wrong. This is the ternary operator, guys. So if this condition is true, return this, otherwise return that. And this is must be lowercase, and save that. And also we can put spinner here as well. So like how we did here, if we have is loading status true, if we have is loading true, then we can do spinner. And spinner takes I think spinner takes two props. The first one is the variant. So what color we want definitely primary, which is blue. And the second one is the animation type. I'm gonna say border. So this one give us the circle thing, and make sure it's imported. I think it's automatically imported here. Now if we try to do something, you're gonna see a few things happening here. You see that quick little flash with the spinner, because when the status is pending, it will have that quick spinner. If we get the result back from server, we get this error message. Email must be valid because we have not provided .com here, and reset that. And if there is an email exist in your database, it will the reset password it will be sent shortly. So I think what I want to do, this is because why we're saying sometimes people can, let's say in real life case scenario, if you have some website that you wanted to know whether somebody else exists in there, you can always try and see if we can do password reset, try to do it or not. So by if you provide like a true message here, let's say email doesn't exist, that means they will come to know this customer don't have account with them. Or if they say password sent is true like that, that means they will for sure think that the email address is existing in their account. But if we just always send, if there is email is in the database, then we'll send the password reset pin. That means regardless email exists or not. So that means they won't guess whether the account is exist or not. So in that way I put this, but I think we need to change this background to green. Seems like from the server we receiving in our console as well. See, we are receiving status as error. I know why, I remember. If we now just go and fix that quickly. So if we go in our server, now I'm gonna work in the client API, which is, remember our API endpoint. This one goes inside our user router, and here somewhere we have a password reset. I'm just gonna say password reset pin. So here what we are basically doing, we already created this one in one of the previous series if you remember. So see, we are checking if whether the email exists in our database or not. So if email does not exist in our database, we're sending error message. But I would prefer instead still send regardless of anything. So I'm gonna remove this part and then just return this one as a success and save that. So now it should say in green. Okay, that's since the server is updating. Okay, it's supposed to be status, not state. I think I messed it up in the spelling in our slice. Guys, I'm bad speller. Okay, supposed to have a status, but instead we have state. That's wrong and that's wrong. Now if we save that, that should fix our problem. We have an error. Our status is error. Now let's say if we have this, now it's saying status success, and say if email addresses exist in the database, the password reset pin will be sent to you shortly. And yeah, that's done. If you can see our action creator here, now you can firing all the actions and having different state updated. There you go. One half is done. Now every time we send the proper email, we will receive this pin, which we tried, and we can try one more time as well. I know this is not valid email. The valid email is, I think, E2E something. Let me go grab it from our backend rest.http file. This is the valid email we're using, fake email. And if I send that, I request that, now wait in our server console, and it will tell us if it is sending the email or not. There you go. And if we open this, and we will have the pin. Now we need to have the way to put this pin and the add new password
and also the email address, and send to this URL endpoint. So okay, one half is done, guys. Let's work on our second half. Another half. Okay, so let's work on our form here. What we want it to happen. So as long as we get this success response back from server, let's hide this input field and put this email address on the top somewhere, or rather let's reload another form where we can input our PIN and new password. So I just want to quickly show you what we want to make looks like. So whenever we have our reset password, in our registration, if you remember, we have this, I think we broke something in our registration. Seems like something we messed it up. Let me quickly go in our app.js, check it. Entry. It is our registration. Did I just change it? I think I just incidentally I might have messed it up. I'm just gonna go and change one of this entry to registration and pass registration. Is that the registration only? Make sure it's spelling correct. Just pass that. Okay. In our registration form, you see this password and confirm password with this validation. So I wanted to put this feature as well, so that we force kind of customer to put the exact, this strong password. So what I'm gonna do, I'm probably gonna copy this whole thing from this registration form and just put this two part with this following list and the submit form, and also one of the input field for the PIN number, and remove everything else. Okay, go here inside our password reset and create another component here. I'm gonna say reset password form. The name may be a little bit confusing, reset password and then reset password form. But reset password only does the OTP request, and actually I'm gonna say not reset, I'm gonna say save password form. I would rather say update password form component. And here I'm gonna do is, as I said before, I'm gonna need some of this registration that component stuff. So I am copying that. Actually, I'm copying whole form from registration, and we will make some change here. The first thing I want to change is the name of the component itself, which is gonna be here or here. So Control D to select both. So I'm gonna say update password. That's enough. So this must be updated in the bottom as well somewhere. Actually, update password form. Just make sure we are giving unique name. So we might have some error, but we will check that in a second. So first thing what I want to do is just remove few unnecessary input field. One unit field inside the form, one form group, two form group. Okay, I don't need this. I'm going to keep this number to PIN. Just let's pass this as a PIN input field, and placeholder PIN. I'll just say OTP. We'll come back and change all of this one later. And we don't need email address. We don't need company name. We don't need address. Yes, we do need password. We have to work on this. And confirm password, and the password verification with all the condition, which we already have set up. We'll go through later once we start working on it. And we don't need this last row as well. And let's import this one in our component page. Sorry, password reset page here. So that should be, I'm just gonna put underneath here first, and let my ID to import for me if it can. If not, I will do my own. Okay, yeah, it's imported from the ID imported for me here. Now if I go to our, okay, can resolve user registration action in password reset component. Okay, let's go back here again one more time, and anything we are importing is not gonna be available. New user registration, we don't need this. So wherever we're using that, we need to remove that. We don't need that. And we are using in our dispatch somewhere here, we don't need that. And if I save it, and our form is working now. So if in our reset password, see if we comment this out, go to the page so that we know what we're working on. So here, if I just put the reset password form, we have this reset password form, and if we just put that, we have this user registration here. Yeah, we can, okay, instead of OTP, we can make it phone, OTP, password, confirm password, and submit button. So let's switch this behavior, this switch form, based on whenever we have our X in our state, in our password. If we have our status success, maybe just switch this one in our case for now. Or maybe we create another variable called show which form to show. Let me show you what I mean. So I want to go to our slicer, password slice. Here I want to make another variable just to check the condition. I want to show maybe do show OTP form. That's our initial form. I'm going to say true for now, and maybe we can create another action creator that will basically changes this form based on what form we want to see. So, or we can basically, whenever we have update success here, we can update this one to true to show another form. So I'm gonna say status equals to state.show form equals to false. Basically what we're saying is if we get request success in our API call from OTP, that means this OTP form is false. That means we can show another form. Let me show you what does that mean. So if we go to our state now, by default we have show OTM form is true. Let's put that let's get the state value in our in our component of our password update component. You remember how we use selector from React Redux? Use selector. Okay, so a lot of things going on here. I'm not sure we're going to use them or not yet. I'm just going to remove that first. So I'm going to, I think we should clean up some of this first. Yeah, let's clean up some of this first for our reset password, whatever we need before we start working. So we only need these three things. So based on that, in our component, in our initial state, we only need the pin. I'm just gonna leave empty. We don't need any of this, and including address. So we only need three things, 1, 2, 3. And we need password verification error. We also need is length, is upper, has number. Okay, yeah, we need that. And update password form, that's the name of the thing. We need this pass later on, just leave that. And we need new user. We don't need that new user. We only need to get the pin. So in new user, what we have here, new pin. I'm gonna just say OTP, just like that, because we want to receive that OTP pin. Initially we got nothing, empty or null. I'll just leave empty. And we need password here from use selector. I'm not sure what else I'm gonna get it from. Yeah, I think we're gonna need, yeah, is loading status and message, as well as that one is OTP. Something was that. Let me go and check in our form again. So OTP form, we're gonna need that. So if you remember, what's the password coming from our state dot password. Effect, if we need, we'll come back later. And on handle change, whenever we have input handle change, we need that. Name, yeah, we'll name, not new user anymore. Okay, instead of OTP, actually we have created our initial state for the pin password and confirm password. Let's use them. So now we can pass this our initial state to our state here, but I want to change this one OTP. Instead of OTP, I'm going to say new password. All right, set new password. Okay, and this is the password. Okay, so we're going to use this set new password to update our input. So on handle change, here we need to update that. So whatever we have there, we already spread out here, and then every time we input something new, we will update here, so that we have our new pin, new password, and password reset data here. And based on that, we are checking our the password strength. I'm not going to go over this here, guys, because we already done this one in previous tutorial. If you want to, you can go have a look, and we can, yeah, and then you understand how it works. But it's just like we're using regex to check the whether the string content the criteria we have put or not. Everything else is there, so yeah, that should be okay. And on handle submit, we are doing prevent default to default the form thing, and here we're gonna get from not new user. Our now new state is a new password. We only need the name, not name, we don't have name. We only need address, sorry, password, and the pin. We only need pin and password, and we don't need this stuff or anything. So whenever we submit, we can do console log to see whether we have that data or not. I'm gonna say pin and password like that, and now we are back in new user.
Okay, no problem. Now this is where our form is. We cannot see because there is an error now. Let's fix the error and then you can see the form. So the first thing we need to say, instead of user registration, you need to say update your password. And the another thing I want to show here, okay, if this is matches how we did in the form before, this is from the network. If we have success, we will show success. If we fail, we show fail here from our server. You can put spinner as well, how we did in our reset password component. Yeah, how we did this spinner, we can do that as well. I'm just gonna do same. Make sure the spinner is imported from our React Bootstrap. Yeah, and from here now actual form. The form has on handle submit, which we already looked into it. And we have this input field. We need pin here, not OTP. I'm gonna say OTP, and that's the name is pin, and its type is number. Value. So we're gonna need this both now. The value is not coming from new user now. The value is coming from new password. That's our initial object here, coming through our use state. That's OTP or pin, and the per password is password, and confirm password is confirm password. And this is just the based on our validation check here, and we put our different condition. We want the specific length, uppercase, lowercase, number, character, and password matching. Based on that, we are now showing this condition. So here, if you look this, it's just nothing. If password matches, say if password doesn't match it, say password doesn't match. And these one are like checking like for the one has enough length or not, a character or not, and has at least one uppercase or not. Based on that, text success gives us the green color, and text danger give us the red color. That's the utility class from the Bootstrap. So we're just passing the class name to each ELI item. Okay, we can go down now. And the on button, we are also disabling button if there is any error. I mean, if one of these like condition is fail from our list, we are disabling the button, which we already discussed how it works in our previous tutorial. We don't need is loading here. We already done is loading on the top. And if I save it, it should work. If not, let's see what is the error. So error is in line number 41 of the password form. It's saying new user is not defined. Yes. Let's go to 41. Okay, so we need to update password to our new password, not new user, and see if we have another new user in line number 63. That must be now. Just update to the new password. Everything else should work. Yeah, I can put the number and the text. I have a preset of password here, that's why it's showing all. Here, this is the preset password, has a lowercase, character, uppercase, and number. And I can say put 1 and 1 to make all this green because they already been set. If we don't have anything, we have to start from beginning. And if I can put all the character, it will say up and good. So, okay, the form and validation we borrowed from our user registration form. So that's integrated. So the next thing we need to do is whenever we submit this button or submit this form, we need to call another API. If you remember in our API section, in our client API project, we have in our HTTP here. Now we want to send that form to this URL endpoint as a patch method. So let's create a function that calls this API how we did before with the password. So all I need is just this API endpoint. And if I go back to my Frontend API folder, not backend, go to Frontend API folder inside the password API, I can simply make a copy of this. And now I need to create a new URL endpoint. I'm gonna copy that and say not OTPs. I'm gonna say save or update password, pass URL, where the URL should be this one. So I already have the root URL there up to there. So I need to update this part. Okay, exactly same. That's good because we are just changing our verb here. Now it's patch. That's the beauty about using REST API standard. So if I call patch, even though we have a same root URL endpoint, same URL API endpoint, it will still send separately based on the based on the method. So now we are going to send the form data. That's going to have more than one email. So I'm going to say new pass obj That's what I'm going to receive as it here, and everything should be same. Now we can update the name, update password. I'm going to say update user password, and now save that. So for this one, we need to now trigger from our action. Let's go to our action, user password action. Here, now we can again copy whole thing and start working on that. So now this one was for the action that we were sending the email to get the OTP. Now this one to actually update the password. Now I can say update password only. And okay, before that, we need to make sure we import that new function that we created in our password API so that we can utilize this down in our update password. So we're going to receive a password object or form data. So because we're going to dispatch in from our password reset component, and we'll receive form as well as dispatch as a higher order function here, and we have to work something here. Let's see if we try to utilize the same state as this one in our slice. Maybe we can just reuse this one. Okay, I want to see we have using this one. So let's, in our password slice, I want to make a copy of this OTP request success. Now I want to make a save password success or update password success. In this case, we don't need this one. Just leave it. So everything is same. So I want to just make, so whenever we call this one, we show a new form. That's why we need to have this. And here, this, we don't need that. So just, we will export this one out of here as well as our action creator. And let's import that in our action as well first. Okay, now we can utilize same state for updating password as well. So now whenever, okay, we're not working on this. So whenever we are updating password, we will receive form data from our component. Form component, okay. Don't worry, we'll come back and fix that. Line number 52, password action line number 52. Sorry, password action line number 30. Line number 30, password action. Okay, reset password, wait. Okay, yeah, we are working on that, don't worry. So first, let me go through the function here. First, we created a function and exported called update password. We're going to receive form data from user, the component, and we will call that. We'll dispatch this function, and with this data, we'll receive the dispatch as well. And first thing first, we're going to do OTP pending. Yeah, we should have changed the name. Just leave it for now, and then we'll come back later if we have to update. But we want to utilize the same state here. You can create another one, but maybe let's see with this first. And then we're going to call our API function that calls our API here. And now we need to send this form data as a data. And whatever we receive, if it's success, we're going to do update pass success status with the message. If it is fails, we can reuse all the other action as well. And now we need to import this update password in action in our password not OPT form. Now update password form. Let's import that like how we did before in our this password form, like this one. Okay, let's import this in our component. So I'm gonna import here. I'm gonna say import. It's from our same file, actually, same folder, and the password action like that. And we need to use import dispatch as well from the React Redux, import Redux, and here we have that use dispatch. Let's define that. Okay, we have already done here. Sorry guys. Normally I use all this function export before the component import before the component import. That's why I got confused. So use define dispatch is used. Now we can call this dispatch method in our onHandle. See in our form here, whenever we submit the form, that calls onHandle submit. OnHandle submit here, we can dispatch to that action that we just imported here, update password, and pass the data and pass the object. So let's create a new object here. So const a new pass obj equals to object where I will have pin and password, and also I need email. Well, how do I get the email? That's a good question here. Actually, big question. I don't have email anyway. So what I can do, we don't have access to email anyway, because let me comment out and let's send this one out anyway. And let me show you what happens if I just call it. If we go to our API here, before I just call it here, I'm just gonna console log this out and see. So let's say we have pin, everything we have here, and if we go to console, if I submit that, so don't worry about this message now. See, I have only pin password because our form is, I cannot access to another form. If we go to this reset password page here, remember we only have one form, another form is commented out. So I think let's work on that before we are talking anything else. So now in our state, we have this show option form. So let's access to this property, and based on that, we show this form. That's in the password slice. That must be small case, and make sure we update to wherever we are using that is here. That's the only one place. Okay. So in order for us to access that value in our password page, we need to use again the use selector from the React Redux. So you guys already know now how to use selector, right? So use selector there, and here I'm gonna use that right below here, say const. I only need that particular value, I don't need everything else. State.password. We're only returning our password from our state, and I'm only interested in show option form. I can destructure here like that, and if this is true, now we can do like a ternary operator here. If this one is true, true, we show this form, otherwise we show another one. So we need to show this form, otherwise we show this one. Hang on, we don't need switch here, we can remove that. So this is all good here, we don't have to do anything. Let's go work on other stuff like the action way, or before that, let me go to API folder and API file. Let me check quickly something. If we just put any email, okay, we have network error. All right, before we go to that, I want to show you, like, if we change our initial value of our slice, password slice here to false, before I save, we can see this here. From this one, if I save this file, it will convert our page to update password on here. This is what we want to achieve. So that happens automatically if we receive success on our OTP request here. So that will work automatically. I think we should just put one link here, go to login as well. Go to the reset component. This login row, I rather put this one in the page here, the parent component underneath here. I'm not even using row here, so I don't think I need any of that. Let's see how it looks quickly. Okay, our login is showing here. Let me see where is that problem coming from. Let's go to style sheet and say form box has maybe height. I'm gonna say main height, so that we can have access to the more room in the page if we need. You maybe just put underneath here. I'm just gonna put in the div, and then we can install that later. Okay, so just login now. I'm just gonna leave as it is for now, so that we have access to our login. Okay, now if we go to our slice again, we need to make some adjustment there. So instead of OTP forms, update password, I'm gonna say update pass form. I made slight change here, guys, now. So update pass false for now, and let's update this one now state as well. Was here, so make it true. So now the state variable is different. Change that, because this is now changing our state here. If this is true, then so this is what I wanted to do before, and I got confused, and then again redo it again. Sorry about that, guys. So by default we have that. So if we update our state through our slicer here, so when we update to true, then this form will become the other form that we saw before. Okay, what we're supposed to be doing now is to connect our form. Now, okay, we got so many things open here. I'm going to close it and go again so that you guys don't get confused. So now we are working on our front-end component called password update form. Here, now we will receive our email, PIN, password, and confirmation. And then once we submit that, we will on handle submit here. We will submit all of the email, password, and we have access to password and email. So what I wanted to show is basically if we just send the email that is not valid, okay, of course we cannot put that. If we put invalid email here, now the email part was in the previous form, so we're supposed to send email from this form as well. When we submit here in our state, we have email, sorry, the OTP. We will have OTP from here and password from here, but we don't have a where we're gonna get the email from, right? Because the other form before is the sibling component of this component, so we cannot pass data between component. But what we can do, whenever we were, remember, calling our users action here, whenever we are calling our user action, this one here, whenever we have this status success, we have email access to this action, right? Maybe we should update this email as well. Maybe I want to send this email to our OTP request here and store in our state like that. And now whenever we go to password slice here, as a payload, we will have access to message and the email here where in OTP request success. So I want to also create the another state called email so that we have access to our another form, and from there we can update from OPT request success here. I'm gonna pass this after the message, I'm gonna say email equals to now payload dot email, because payload gonna be now object, not the message itself, and dot message. Okay, the email, okay, make sure you type properly. So that means we have now access to our email in our state. Now we can get that email from our state. Let's check quickly, make sure to receive that. Go to the Redux, and here if we put email and submit, now we have in our state we have email as well. Now we can grab that email from this component, which is password update form. And remember how we use selector before to grab other stuff here from state password. Now we can get the email as well. And so form, we don't need this one here. We are handling that from the parent component, which is the save password page. So now we can pass this email whenever we are submitting form. So we can just pass this email here. And what happens whenever we have PIN, password, and email, and we call this action will pass this form data and calls this update password user password function, and that sends the data to, now we need to create a new update password URL, send to that update password URL with those data. Now if I just save that, instead of returning here, just return everything here, and this one will return to our action here as a status and message, and everything is same as what we did before here. And also if we want to show this message in our component, when we copy paste from the user registration form, those one already been there. So here if we have a message, we'll display the message, and we'll display the is loading as well. I think everything should work. If not, we will fix it and make it work. So if we just send the invalid email address, even though we get this message, we don't have anything. OTP not gonna come in our server. So in the server, we're not gonna get our OTP. But as you remember, our email, valid email is, what is it? e2e.com. And now go back again, sorry. If we do reset password here, now we will get our OTP, link to it actually. There you go. And now open this, and now we have this PIN number. I'm gonna just copy this PIN here, and then let's go to our form. And in OTP, I'll put this PIN, and the password is already predefined. At the end, I'm gonna just add 1 and 1. That's I just put in the initial state of the component, so that I don't have to type all. And now if I submit the request, okay, new password is required. So the way we're sending data is not accepted in our server. Maybe we should quickly check what our server expecting. So go to our user router where we are receiving password. So we are receiving email, password, and new password in this form. And we also have a password server side validation. I want to quickly check there since we're already here. The validation expects email, PIN, password. And let me see what email is supposed to means. Email, schema, object type email. PIN is just a number here. And the new password is alphanumeric. I want to change, I don't need alphanumeric. We can just say string for now. So minimum 3, maximum 30 character, and it's required. So make sure now we update that our form data accordingly. So go to the update form component, and on submit event, on handle submit event, now the new password should be new password. So since we already have this password thing and new password defined there,
I can simply keep like after destructuring, whenever we creating new object for the new password send, there I can pass this new password and we assign this value to new password. That's what the format our server expects. So now let's go quickly check the thing one more time. a2@a.com, reset password. Let's get our OTP. Yeah, I think that's the latest one. Okay, and go to our form. I'm gonna put 1 and submit. Your password has been updated. Now I know what this password is because I have that in my state. Let's check and try to log in if we have succeeded or not. Before that, I know what's the password. So if I try to do again, what happens? Okay, there is some warning throwing in our server. Cannot read ID of null property in our router user.router.js in 192. Let's fix that as well, since there is a bug which we didn't know. There you go, we found one. Router user router line number 192. So to prevent that bug, simply we can use this no list operator. Where is it? I think line number 192. You can do this way, or we can do 192. Where is 192? Here. Simply pass the question mark here. So this is, I think, ES 2021. That means if this value has a value, then only checks the other value inside it. Otherwise, it will just return false from here. So this one should make that error go. Now let's try to update. There you go, unable to update your password. Please try again later. That's what is going to happen because the pin doesn't exist. And now I want to grab what the password is. Let's go reset password component again in local state. So this is the password, and plus I put 1 at the end. So if I go to login now, and okay, we already have email, password with 1, and if I log in, yeah, now we able to finally reset the password and can login. So I think that's everything about this tutorial. Now you have seen how to use OTP to reset the password. Somebody mentioned in the previous video comment in YouTube saying that how if somebody wants to do password reset based on the email and the mobile number. Look, the guys, process is exactly same. So if you want to make your password update or send OTP to your mobile number, you can basically do same process. Instead of from server, instead of sending this email, we have a value getting from server, you will have access to user mobile number here. Now instead of sending the email number, sending to the email, that OTP, just send to the mobile number. But of course you need to integrate third-party service like a Twilio or something. So that's not part of this tutorial series. So you can do that definitely, okay? So if you have really problem doing that and you need it, maybe in the future we can make some tutorial and use that messaging service. But for now, as per our plan, we complete this tutorial series. Okay, now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stop both the server and all the console, everything is there, guys, for you guys to check. I'm gonna push this code to Git Repo so that you have access to this code. So I'm gonna do same thing in our server side because we made some adjustments. So now all the code up to date, and I haven't checked edge cases like how it looks, design, and then maybe it's not like some UI UX you want to improve on all the part which I haven't checked, and I don't want to check as well because you guys can do that. That's basic CSS style. If you have any issue, anything about it, you can always write me message in the comment section down below, or join me in the Discord channel and you can ask any question there. There might be some bug here. If you want to report it, you can report me or put in the comment section message down there, and then let's see if somebody can fix it and can share it as well. Otherwise, if I have to fix that and update it, maybe I can do that and update another video as well. I haven't been to the Trello for a very long time, so not sure what we wanted to do, how far we did, and okay, this whole part is still to be done. I'm very, very slow with this project, so I think now I can safely say that all this is done. So basically all the front end and API part is all done here, and I think new feature also added which I haven't updated here, and our deployment and the admin part is still to be done. I think this is going to be another long way to go, guys. I'm not sure, it depends on my time and availability. Yeah, if you want to check this one, it's also in the description down below. So yeah, that's all for this. Thank you for watching, guys. Hope you get some value from this tutorial. And if you have been following along all the way from beginning and made this far, then congratulations. You have learned really important skill that you can use and get job in the market. So if you did like this tutorial or like this tutorial series, please give me a thumbs up. And if you have any question, love, hate, or feedback, please write it in the comment section down below. And also don't forget to subscribe if you want to receive more tutorial like this related to full stack development. And in the next tutorial, probably I'm going to show you how to use Docker and Dockerize all this application, front-end, back-end database, and the Redux database as well. And after that, I will make another video showing how to deploy to AWS. And after that, we'll be working on the admin side of this application. So if you haven't already, guys, be sure to subscribe the channel so that you receive all the tutorial series notification. Till then, guys, code every day, be awesome, and I'll see you next. Bye for now.